I've coached over 6,000 real estate agents over the past 7 years, but here's the interesting thing. 1,000 of those agents were brand new licensees. These are people who came to me for coaching right after they got licensed. And I worked with these people to help them earn $100,000 or more in their very first year in real estate. Now, I've been documenting my work with these folks over the past 7 years here on the YouTube channel. You can go back and you can watch a lot of those case studies, a lot of those interviews. What I've done in this video is I've taken 10 of those agents and I've included all of those in one place, in one video. There's over 4 hours of exactly how to earn 6 figures or more in your very first year in real estate. And so here's what we're going to cover in this video. I'm going to break down all 10 case studies. We're going to go through the agents, the mistakes that they've made in their very first year so that you don't have to make them. Number 2, then you're going to learn exactly what lead sources they found the most success with. So they'll solve the entire lead problem that a lot of, I think, people have in their very first year in real estate. Then you're going to learn by going through all 10 case studies how they convert those leads into what we call a QLA, quality listing appointment. And then you're going to learn how do they win these listings? Being a brand new agent, how do they win these listings even though they might be competing with more agents that have more experience than they do? You're going to learn exactly what they've done. And then lastly, you'll learn the exact strategy that all 10 of them used to earn over $100,000 in their very first year in real estate. So with that, let's jump into case study number 1. What you used to do and what most real estate salespeople are doing is they come to every situation with a mindset of what can I do, to your point, what can I say to try to convince this person to do business with me? And when we approach it from that standpoint, we automatically give the prospect all of the leverage. Because when we automatically say, I want your business, and you say that to every single person, you automatically give up all leverage to that other person. And what you've now done is you change the approach to say, listen, I'm not for everyone. I'm not the agent for everyone. And oh, by the way, I don't want everybody as a client. I'm looking for a great fit. And when I approach conversations that way, I think what you have found and what you're saying is that you have now you've positioned yourself without any magic tricks. This is very real. You've positioned yourself with prospects in a way that is actually more appealing and not less appealing. Is that right?
Absolutely. And I think it was in one of your short videos, Brandon, that you talked about this. And it's ultimately boils down to, you said equal business stature. If I'm going in there saying, hey, what can I do to earn your business? I want it. They're going, ooh, yeah. So all I have to do is make a decision one way or another. But, exactly to your point, just from a different lens, if I go in and say, look, I don't know if this is a good fit. You don't either. Let's just see if we're a right relationship to work together. Then we both are at equal playing field and we get to decide together if that's a good fit. And then you can be strategic on that to where they have more of the illusion that they have a decision when they really you're kind of funneling them in, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Because the thing is, and I just want to touch on this one last time and then we'll move on. But you nailed it. When you come across to a prospect, like the decision is 100% up to them, you automatically start to commoditize yourself. You start to devalue yourself in the eyes of the prospect. And therefore, the prospect, when you say, Bob, let me just come over, I promise you. No, when you start to communicate that way, the value that they are perceiving goes way down. And then they start to say, well, you're just like everyone else. And therefore, the only way I'm going to do business with you, Mr. Mule, is if you give me some crazy terms,
you discount your commission to nothing, and I will beat you up like I beat up all the other mules. And whatever mule is willing to work the most for the least, that is how I will do business. That's who I will do business with. And you're doing now the exact opposite.
Yeah. And it's a night and day difference, just even from an emotional standpoint, right?
That's right. That's exactly right. So let's get into some things that I think will be a lot more tactical, because you have become a sales tactician. And I mean that. I mean, when we get into some role play here, just off the cuff, the audience will hear and say, wow, now I know what they mean. Because to give context, I mean, how long have you been in this business of real estate sales?
Coming up on 2 years.
All right. So you have skills of someone who's been in this business for 20 years. And again, I'm not saying that to pump your tires. I've coached agents that have brand new and that been in this business for a long time, and your skills have grown tremendously. And as a result, you're able to list how many houses per month. Like, what does production levels look like these days for Asher?
So last month I set a record, January, and I signed 17 listings.
17 listings you took in 1 month. And the thing is, it's like you did more business last month than you probably did your entire first year.
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah.
I'm guessing.
So the first, I joined March of 21, and I had only done about 20 deals from March 21 to December 21. And then last year, the first, full calendar year is about 50. So, I mean, almost half that in 1 month.
Crazy. So the goal this year, are you trying to get to 100 this year?
Yeah. I'm hitting 100 this year.
Yeah. Phenomenal. All right. So let's give the people some inspiration, if you will, because a second year agent is going to do 100 deals in his second year. It's kind of unheard of. It puts you in the 1% of the industry. And so let's talk about what are the sources of business that you've really mastered, that you're finding giving you the most success. Like, of the 17 listings, break that down. Where do they come from?
Yeah. So 14 of the 17 were new expireds.
Yep.
So that was now business, right? So that wasn't pipeline. Hey, we had a lucky month of maturing. That was January 1st through January 30th ballpark, right? Those were all new expires that expired during that time. That then out of those, I signed 17, and we don't have a ton of expireds here.
How many do you get roughly every day?
I mean, it's about 3-4 a day.
Oh, yeah. You're not getting that many at all. All right. So let's talk about expireds, because that's the market we're in. We're coming out of a for sale by owner market like last year. That was your specialty.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And you still will master that. Come March, April, May, when there start to, there's more and more for sale by owners. Now you have both of those, right? But we're an expired market, which we haven't seen in quite some time. Let's stay on that for a second. So how are you approaching communicating with an expired listing? Are you knocking on the door? Are you calling them? Are you texting them? Are you sending mailers? Are you sitting back and hoping that they call you? First, walk us through how you're initiating conversation, which is our job to prospect.
Yeah, Brandon, I'm doing whatever it takes to be the first voice. So, and you gave just incredible advice when you and I were doing one-on-one coaching. And really that's, hey, goals to be the first voice, and if not one of the first voices. So I'm doing all of it, right? I'm starting the morning with a text before I call, start dialing at like 7:55. And then if I don't catch them, because I'll dial them multiple times before noon, then I'm prepping to just go knock on their door, right? Then maybe at work, and if they don't answer, then I'm prepared to bring value, not from selling myself, but just out of curiosity that, hey, why the heck did this not sell? Because we have data that this ought to have sold.
Love it. All right. So you're doing everything. So let's get into that. Let's get into the anatomy of the first conversation with an expired listing. First, Asher, let's keep this, one step at a time. What is your mindset when you attempt to contact with that expired listing? I think you just alluded to it a little bit, but before you get into the tactical piece of like what you say, what are you thinking first? Walk us through that.
Curiosity, Brandon. Curiosity. Yep. Why did this not sell?
Yeah, because you're in, I think, Chattanooga, Tennessee, right?
Correct. Chattanooga, Tennessee, and then I do North Georgia as well.
Yeah, and like your market, like most other markets, has the market shifted? Yeah, it's shifted, but we're still in a great market where properties ought to sell if they're priced right. And so your mindset is like, what in the world kept this thing from selling? That is my mindset. Let me figure that piece out. Okay. Now, you're in a conversation with an expired. Navigate us through that conversation from the second they say hello to where you're setting the appointment.
Yep. So the framework of it is obviously first thing is I want to do a pattern interrupt. I want to identify myself as an agent and then give them permission to end this conversation before it starts. Right. And now I've found that their curiosity has been spiked and they're more open to having a conversation with me. And then at that point, Brandon, I just have a couple questions where I am curious of why it didn't sell. And I'm not as much as why it didn't sell, but why do they think it didn't sell? Because then if I know that, Brandon, then I'm able to potentially add value to them. And it's funny because I talked about pain when we first started. If I can figure out why they think it didn't sell, they're going to sell me on the pain. And then all I have to do is I just push on that a little bit and then help them get to where that pain isn't there anymore.
I love it. All right, cool. So that's like the strategy. Do you want to get into maybe some of the delivery on, how is it that you're asking these questions? How is it that you're getting permission at the beginning of the call? Maybe let's do a little bit of role play so we can.
I was about to say let's role play it.
Let's just role play.
Cool. So ring, Brandon.
Hello. Yeah, this is Brandon.
Brandon, hey, this is Asher. I'm a realtor. And listen, before you hang up, I was hoping to ask you a quick question about the home for sale. Would that be okay?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Okay. So Brandon, I saw it came off the market unsold and I didn't know if you had sold it privately or if it might still be available.
Yeah, we didn't sell it. It's still for sale.
Okay. Fair enough. And Brandon, I was just kind of surprised to see that it didn't sell. And I was curious, when your agent was updating you each week and sharing feedback with you, did they share a strategy of why it hadn't sold and what they were planning to do at that point?
I wish. I mean, that's just the thing. I mean, we didn't hear from the agent. We didn't get a lot of feedback from the agent. And the problem is, after we started working with her, we heard from her a lot, and then the communication kind of just disappeared.
Interesting. Okay. And I guess, Brandon, had it sold, were you guys planning to buy something here locally or were you looking to relocate altogether?
Well, the plan was to get something bigger. I mean, and it's just this whole process is so frustrating. And I mean, we don't know what we're going to do right now, but that was the original plan. Gotcha.
And Brandon, do you have another minute before I let you go? I have another question or two.
Sure. Go ahead.
Okay. So your home looks great and it's in a great area. I'm just shocked that you're even considering selling it. Why? I mean, obviously a bigger home's nice, but why are you even considering selling it, Brandon?
Well, that's the thing. You're right. I mean, we love it here. I wish we didn't have to. We've got a growing family, and my wife's about to give. We got another one on the way. It'll be number 4 for us. So we've got to get something.
Congratulations!
Bigger. Yeah,
that's awesome. That's awesome.
We got to get something bigger. But I would rather stay here. I'd rather not go through all this bullshit and having to deal with this and all these agents calling us. No offense, but we just don't want to deal with this anymore. But we've got to get more space.
Yeah, understood. And Brandon, it sounds like you guys are getting ready for kid number 4. But if you got an offer with terms you liked, a price that made sense, you wouldn't need to worry about all the showings, and it was just a lot cleaner and easier, and you knew what was going to happen. Is that something that would be a problem at this point?
No, I mean that's what we want to have happen.
Yeah. Well, Brandon, what if I did this before I let you go? Can I make just a quick recommendation?
Sure.
Okay. Brandon, listen, I don't know if it would make any sense for us to work together. I mean, we've never met. I haven't seen your home, but would you be totally opposed to inviting me over one day this week? And when I'm there, I can share a strategy that's helped our clients sell their homes for the top dollar and get it done quickly without the stress of showings. And then at the end of our appointment, Brandon, we can decide if working together makes sense or not. Because let's be honest, you wouldn't consider hiring me unless you felt that I could actually get your home sold, right?
Wow. You have mastered the delivery of the expired script. Truly. I mean,
I appreciate that.
I mean, anybody listening to this or watching this on YouTube all you have to do is go back, rewind, and then listen to Asher, not just the words, because I think, Asher, you'd agree, you can't just hold up the script and read it. All right, no, it's all about the delivery. Asher, you nailed it, dude.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
The audience can see why. I mean, there's so much going on there. We don't have time to unpack all of the entire strategy.
We'd be here a couple hours, wouldn't we?
Yeah, we would. But it's apparent why people want to invite you over. The way you position yourself, how you deliver the script, how well you understand what we're doing there. It's very clear that you've totally internalized the why behind the what. And so what do the ratios look like? I mean, I don't know how well you're still tracking your numbers.
All of this. I've been tracking all of this, Brandon.
Of course you are. Only the top 1% do track. So let's look at the ratios. Break us down the prospecting ratios, the conversion, all of that.
Yep. Awesome. So, and I'm going to answer this a couple ways. I'm going to answer it from just a phone perspective, and then I'm going to share with you what implementing these additional strategies that you and I have discussed have resulted in. Okay.
Perfect.
So from a phone strategy, I'm right about 8% on the first contact, just getting them to pick up the phone initially. Okay. But obviously that's not going to be enough because I'm not going to want to run a business off only having 8% of the opportunity. So I have found that by 3:00, that is after the calls, the texts, and the door knock, I have about an 80% ratio of getting in touch with them.
Wow. Is that right?
Yep, 80%.
Yeah, that's huge. All right. So now from contact to appointment set, what do those ratios look like? I mean, how many contacts has it taken you to set a listing appointment these days?
Yes, great question. So my contact to lead, I'll kind of reverse engineer a little bit here. Contact to lead is right now at 43%.
43%?
43. New expires, new cancels, we're at 43%.
So hold on, let me give the audience context, Asher, because average for everybody listening is 10%. Okay, so right now Asher's converting at 43% from conversation to lead generated. And define, Asher, for the audience, what a lead is and what a lead is not.
5 things, Brandon. A lead is someone that first and foremost, they give me the opportunity and say, hey, look, whether we're interested now or not, Brandon, we're going to give you the opportunity to earn our business. They have a relatively clear timeline. They're not going, oh, maybe in the future we'll sell. They're saying, hey, look, Asher, 3 to 5 months down the road, we're going to sell. Cool. I need to know their motivation, pain, and then that's going to help me drive home if they're an opportunity truly or not. Then obviously I want an email address. And then at that point, I want a next step or permission to follow up at some point in time. Right.
Beautiful. All right. So 43%. Okay, good.
Yep.
And then walk us down the next piece of the funnel.
And then out of that 43%, so that's now 100 of the leads, 100% of the leads. And then I have a 25% appointment set ratio.
Love it. Lead to appointments, 25%.
Yep. Lead to appointment set. But now my set met, obviously I've been dialing in because I was struggling setting them over 48 hours out, run some split tests, found that wasn't working. So as we've dialed that back in, my set to met is about 70. We're getting back up.
Love it.
And then my met to signed on the dot is 75.
Amazing. Dude, that's incredible. I mean, you have come so far. How does that feel? I mean, truly. I mean, you just walk through the entire, prospecting conversion funnel, and all your ratios are so well above the average. And that is just a testament to your commitment to your skills. How's that feel? I mean, taking 17 listings last month. Like, what does your broker think? Walk us through that.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. So it's exciting. Being younger, I'm 21 in the business, new area, right? So there's kind of no excuses, but it's just fun to be able to experience that. I think I'm with Keller Williams, not to make it about brokerages, but now I get to be, Southeast Regional Rookie of the Year. That's exciting.
It's amazing.
So I'm just thankful, man. Thankful and continuing to want to pursue to get better. So now it's like, all right, let's get 20 this year or this month. Let's get 25 the next, right? So I just want to keep building on it.
That's great. So let's just shift gears to the appointment for a second. Can you give us maybe a couple of tidbits on what you're finding that's helping you to convert 75% of your appointments that you go on into signed listings. What's really working on that listing appointment?
Keeping it simple.
Mm.
So I'll give you just 5 small steps. And if you think it makes sense to break it down, we can. If not, no worries. So first step, just the introduction. And this is so simple and small, but I love the pattern interrupt. Hey, do you want me to take my shoes off? Just respect factor. But when I first get there, I start building rapport and I get a home tour. Then at that point, we've talked about we're going to sit down and assess what are we going over. I'm going to set the agenda. Very clear of why I'm there. I'm there to walk through what the market indicates was the reason the home didn't sell. And then we're going to talk through, okay, how can we net you the most amount of money, what that net dollar looks like. And then at that point, A, if it decides to sell or not anymore, and B, if it does, and these 2 boxes are checked, Brandon, the only reason we're not going here is if you just don't like me. So that's what I say. We'll go through, I'll kind of, reel them in after we've built rapport, walked around the house, I've solidified motivation, and then I'll walk through how I run my business, gain agreement that they appreciate and like that. We walk through what the market indicates, is going to help them get to their desired outcome. And then at that point, I'd literally just put the listing agreement in front of them, like it's this piece of paper. And I go, so Brandon, the numbers sound good, right? That's something that you could live with. Yeah. Well, Brandon, unless you just don't like me, there's no reason we shouldn't start doing business together. Is that fair?
Love it. Phenomenal.
And
keep it simple.
I very rarely get objections too. And it started shocking me at first. I was like, oh my gosh, what?
Yeah. Dude, that's so cool. I love it. So what I guess we'll pivot to this. You're in your second year, you're 21 years old. If you do 100 deals this year, what type of income will that represent?
$1 million.
$1 million in income, 7 figures in your second year. What advice could you offer, Asher, to all the people that aspire to great results? That's why they got into this business. I mean, let's be honest. They didn't get into real estate sales to be average. It's a very hard business. The only reason you're in this business is to make a lot of money, because otherwise you can do a lot of other things that are a lot easier than selling real estate. What advice would you offer up?
Yeah, and goodness, there's so many different avenues, Brandon, as you know, that I could answer this question, but really and there's a book called Ready, Fire, Aim. I think that just hits the nail on the head here with what I've experienced and a lot of others around me have shared has just been the key pivotal point of success. Just hit the ground running. Do not overanalyze a thing. Like I'll ring, I don't even know the name, the address, anything, and I'll figure it out while I'm on the phone. Like it doesn't matter. Just start doing the actions, because it's like a child, right? When they're learning to walk, they're not calculating everything. They've probably fallen over a couple times. But then through that, like you and I, we can now walk great. But it's because of the time under the bar here. It's time under tension.
Yeah, that's really good. The learning's in the doing, right?
Yep, 100%. And I was trying to think of a more creative way to say that because you say it so much. So I was like, because I know people hear that all the time. And it's so true, though. So true.
It's so true, because you only got good because of the level of doing. Mm-hmm. You didn't hang out and read. You didn't sit there and practice for a year and a half, and then you went on a presentation, then you crushed it. No, you sucked shit for a year and a half. Not getting the listing after the next, not getting appointments. I remember telling you in a coaching session, I said, one of the first things is just wait to the day where your contact to appointment set is way lower. I think at the time it was some crazy number. And you're like, man, I can't even imagine what that's going to feel like. And yet here you are a year later, living that as a result of your skill set. So, man, you dropped a lot of nuggets over the last 25 minutes. You guys rewind this, but Asher, I want to thank you for pouring into this community of real estate salespeople, because I know you're busy, and so you didn't have to do this. So I appreciate you doing this very much.
Yeah, and I appreciate the opportunity to give back, because, like I said, and I'll continue to say, this has all been very greatly impacted by you and what you've spoken into my business. So I thank you, Brandon, for that, those opportunities.
For sure. Appreciate you, brother.
All right, man. Appreciate you.
I got my license junior year of college, and so I've had it for about a year now. I just graduated about a month ago, and I've been full time for a month now. Immediately after I graduated, I felt like I needed to take the next step now that I was going full time. So I interviewed a bunch of different coaches, and your program just seemed like it made the most sense. So here I am today.
Yeah. Wow. So really just getting started. I mean, you just graduated from college. What made you choose this path of real estate sales versus a lot of traditional paths of, hey, I'm going to go get this 4-year degree. I'm going to graduate from university and I'm going to go get this salaried position. You said, nope, I'm going to go right when everyone else is going left. And you decided to be self-employed.
Right. So a little bit about that, a brief history. I've been working as a waiter since I was 13. And I just realized, like, if I work really, really hard, I'll get more tips. And that kind of carried on with me throughout high school and college. I've read Rich Dad Poor Dad a bunch and kind of just been following Robert Kiyosaki's footsteps. And he said that he got into sales first. It seemed like, I'll get out whatever I put in. And this month of your coaching program has really shown me that, that's true. I have a lot of friends that are going into corporate finance. That's what I majored in. And, they're working about the same amount of time as me, but they're not building something for their future. I mean, I'm sure they are with investments and whatnot.
Sure.
But to me, I like that hands-on. Every ounce that I put into this business is directly a reflection of me and not somebody else.
Yeah, totally makes sense. I don't know if you've heard me say the same thing, but my story was very similar to that. With Robert Kiyosaki, I started getting into that stuff in like 8th grade. I know, it's funny you said that, and that's exactly what led me down this path as well. So that was ironic, not planned, but interesting to see that those paths were aligned. So now you're, and I think it's smart, right? You're in a business where you have uncapped potential from a financial position perspective, without having a corporate business to say, okay, well, here's what we think you're worth, here's what you're going to pay you, here's what your bonus structure could look like, and it's not up to you. I love that. Totally makes sense. All right, so you've been licensed for about a year. We've been working together for about a month. First off, before you said you interviewed a bunch of coaches. I want to talk to you about that, but before you did that, how did you come to this realization that you actually wanted to get into coaching in the first place? I mean, why not try to do this by yourself for a couple of years like most agents do?
So in my opinion, I follow, Alex Hormozy and a lot of other great mentors through their social medias. And I mean, I think I've heard even you say this. Why waste the time trying to get it figured out by yourself when you can just pay for the shortcut, right? I could have spent 5-10 years trying to figure out what I've learned in a month, but it would have taken me 5 to 10 years, and I put a value on my time. Why not pay to get ahead of the pack? To me, coaching, I mean, I've spent $15,000 on coaching in the last year with various programs, and I've learned so much from all of them. I feel like I'm just leveling up every single time, and it would take so much longer had I done anything else. I mean, that's I'm sure why you got into coaching.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Simon. That's why I asked you, because for like when you say it, it seems so common sense, but it's not common practice. You say it's, I think Hormozy calls it the ignorant tax. They say, okay, right? So it's a great way to put it, because you've invested 15 grand in a year. And as a result, now you can bypass years and years and years and years of low income to make a big income way faster than someone that doesn't make the investment. Because quite frankly, most agents look at the investment to get into coaching or the investment into themselves as an expense that they're not willing to part ways with, where I've always looked at it the opposite, where I always said to myself, I can't afford not to.
Exactly.
Yeah, because it's too expensive not to do it. Because, who knows how much you're going to make in a year from now. But here's what I bet. Because you're willing to make this it's not cheap, right? To get into coaching, but in comparison to the average income most agents earn their first year, call it 30, 40 grand a year. If you end up making 100, 150, 200, $250,000 your first year, it's like, why would you not do that? Right? Because you've been able to fast track it. Go ahead.
Well, let me time out right there. In 4 days, your coaching program paid for itself. In 4 days. I spent 72 hours over the weekend preparing. I made my first calls on Monday. I made the call. I got the listing appointment, and Tuesday I went to the listing appointment. I spent like hours just studying the flashcards of your script. And in 4 days, this is the first time I've heard this in a whole year, the lady said, you are by far, and she sold 5 houses. You are by far the most professional agent that I've met with to date. And Brandon, I literally just did what you told me to, step by step. I mean, none of that. I'm not taking credit for any of that. I mean, I literally just did what you said and I got results. And that's how this whole month has been going. And I've been dreaming about it. Like, I can't stop thinking about it because it's crazy.
It is crazy, and the crazy thing about it, Simon, it's like, to hear you say it's one thing, right? Because if I say it, then agents are thinking, oh, of course, you're just trying to sell coaching. Of course, you're going to tell me it's going to work, right? And that's why I do these interviews, because it's like, I've made so many mistakes. I've screwed this thing up so much. And that is the process of coaching. It's, I feel like when I hire a coach, I'm not paying them for their advice. I'm paying them for their mistakes so that I can avoid 10, in your case, in my 21 years of my mistakes, you get to avoid. And so anyway, it makes a ton of sense. So let's get into what you've learned, right? Because we keep talking about it from a conceptual standpoint. Let's give the audience a behind the scenes as to what you've been learning. So when you were to approach a listing appointment before you and I started working together, what was the mindset? What was the approach? What was it that you were attempting to do that maybe didn't work, that we're going to talk about in a minute, that you've changed?
Okay, so in the past, when I went to a listing appointment, and a lot of times I didn't even have one, I was just waiting for the business to fall in my lap from conversations. I would go in with the approach, say I met with a for sale by owner. I would tell them, listen, you're overpriced. This isn't going to work. Of course, I would try to not be so direct about it, but I didn't know how to say it. And then I would just tell them, like, look, these are all of the things that I'll do for you. I'll do this. I'll do that. I'll jump up and down and turn around and do a backflip. Whatever you ask me to do, just please hire me instead of these other agents. And you know what? I mean, if need be, if you meet with all these agents and the only thing separating us is commission, I'll do it for 4%.
Yeah.
And now it's like I've taken 6% on every single thing I've gone on. And
and we're going to talk about it. And thank you for being so transparent and honest, right? Because you and I can joke about it now, but like the way you outline that is essentially what most agents do, right? They show up, they throw up, they discount their self-worth as much as possible to bow down to the seller. Please give me your listing. Please give me, I'll do anything you say. Just get, right? That's how they behave. So, all right, we're going to transition in a second. Let's talk about lead generation though first. I didn't plan to talk about this, but you said something that reminded me of something really important for maybe newer agents. And that's this belief that some agents, no BS. I put this poll on my Instagram last week. There's a large percentage of people that get into this industry that believe it is not a sales business. They come up with all kinds of things and some cute ways to say that they're not in sales. And I think because of that, they don't treat it like a skill-based business. So they don't work on their skills. And therefore, they never reach a really high potential, which is why I believe they got into the business. How did you make peace with the fact that A, this is sales, and B, you have to be the one to go out there and generate conversations? You can't just wait for business to find you. How did you come to that realization?
All right. So my first 6 months, I thought I was not going to be in sales. and I had one deal, right? Literally just through conversations. And that was obviously a problem. I spent a lot of time learning, kind of the real estate process and steps,
Right.
making connections with lenders and whatnot. But I didn't think I was going to be in sales. Everybody's always telling me never to do sales. And
Yeah.
um, later on, I realized, okay, that's not working. I want to make a lot of money doing this. And of course, I was in school, but I started calling, some FISBOs here and there. So I worked at Mike Anderson's in Baton Rouge. Shout out, Mike. And so I started telling everybody that came through there about my real estate business. And that's how I was generating leads from that point. But then I don't know, it all of a sudden just clicked to me whenever I graduated, like, it's time to stop wasting time. And I had listened to you a lot in the past. And I love what you said about sales skills is something that you can actually build and grow on. And so I was like, okay, I'm ready to completely surrender to growth and do whatever it takes to live the life that I want, essentially. And so I basically just surrendered, and I was like, I'm going to be a salesperson from this point on. That's my job. And it's
Yeah. Well, look, call it what you want. We are professional communicators. And you said something that you got in this to make a lot of money. And I think that regardless of the semantics that agents play on words, whether they believe they're a salesperson or a consultant or a trusted advisor, whatever term they want to give themselves, we are in the communication business. And here's what I know, that most people would agree that high income earners like, an orthopedic surgeon, like any profession that would result in a high income, you would look at the path and say, well, that makes sense. An orthopedic surgeon goes to school for 14 years and they have a residency and et cetera, et cetera. They're going to spend $200,000, $300,000 on their education. And after all of that, they're going to start making $400,000 or $500,000 a year. Everybody would agree with that. No one would argue that. And then something happens when we think we can get into this business of real estate, take a class over a weekend, not ever invest in ourselves, do no coaching, grow no skill set, and then have the audacity to say, I want to make $500,000 a year like these other people. You've said, no, I understand that it's a skill, that I can build on that skill, that I have to develop my skill. I know that I have to make the investment, the work into myself in order to make that happen, so that as a result, you can be a person who can make a lot of money because of your skill. And a lot of people, I think, have a tough time with that. And I don't know why. Maybe you can shed some light on some conversations you have with new agents, why there's a disconnect there in your opinion.
So honestly, I have not been talking to very many new agents as well. That's not true. This month, 2 people have reached out to me and asked me like, hey, how are you getting all these listings? Because I obviously try to pre-sell them a little bit,
Sure.
just letting people know that they're coming up. And I just tell them like, listen, you need to go out and get the business. You need to go out and generate your own business. And keep in mind that you're doing it for yourself. And the more work you put in, like we just said, the more you get out of it. And I've actually, this month, I started even telling prospects that I am a professional salesman. And as such, I'm going to do everything in my power to get your home sold. And then not only do I tell them that because I respect integrity and honesty, I make sure I go out of my way to do that. And on that first listing that I told you about, I generated 3 other sides that are all that either have a listing agreement with me now or are under contract on a buy side, right? And that's just because, aggressive open houses. I got local businesses to sponsor the open houses. I left ads there. I door knocked the whole neighborhood, like everything I can. I left letters under the apartment complex next door's doors, letting them know about it. I'm not only am I telling people that I'm an aggressive salesman, I'm backing that up with the things that I do. And I'm sure you've heard of, like momentum investing, where, you buy stocks that keep going up. well, that's how I feel. It's just a snowball effect. And every week that goes by, it's like you get more and more and more confidence because you're actually doing what you say.
That's right. I love it. Simon, you hit the nail on the head, right? Confidence comes through action. Most people are searching for confidence before they ever do anything, and then they never going to find anything. And then, yes, you're referencing what we call the accumulation effect, that the more success you have, the more success you create, right? And it's incredible. All right. So let's just quickly break down your lead generation, and then we'll talk about the listing appointment. So, because you're winning business over agents that have a lot more experience than you. We're going to come back to that in a second. If I'm a new agent and I'm listening to you talk, I'm saying, okay, fine, you sold me, Simon. I got to go out there and find the business. What do you mean go out there and find the business? What is it that you're doing from a lead generation standpoint to generate these conversations and to set these listing appointments?
Okay, so there's really 4 things that I've been doing so far, and I've been having tons of ideas of what else to do, but I'd say the 3 most important is A, calling for sale by owners. I check them every morning and I'll give them a call. If they don't answer, voicemail, text, whatever. And I go through your 4 steps of what it takes to call a lead, such as, finding their motivation, asking for the appointment, asking if they're committed to another realtor and if they would be willing to interview you in the future, going through all 4 steps. And whenever I have that lead, I follow up with them. I have a system that I'm kind of working on. Again, this is all new to me, but I try to have 3 to 4 touch points with them a week, like the Friday text, letting them know, hey, I'm working over the weekend. Monday, I'll send them a little piece of info that might help them out. And now I'm having text conversations with these people as if they were my friends, and they're not willing to go with me yet. But I'm confident that whenever the time comes, they're going to give me a call because nobody else is treating them like friends and family. And to me, I mean, I'm a very friendly person, and it doesn't cost me anything to just be a genuinely good person, look out for their best interest. And if the business comes to me, that's what I'm looking for. But then I've also closed 2 for sale by owners within 3 minutes of talking to them, went over there the next day, and bam, done.
Sure.
And now calling expireds is number 2.
Okay.
I'll call all of the expireds starting at 7:50. If you're in my market, maybe start at 7:45. I'll give them a call and kind of go through your process. I won't open the conversation like I used to in the past. And I'll ask them a no-oriented question.
That's right. Good job. Yep.
And kind of just break what the norm is for opening the call, right?
That's right.
My name is slipping my mind. Can you help me with it?
The pattern interrupt.
The pattern interrupt. Thank you. And that allows me, just that one thing allows me to have a 5-10 minute conversation with every single person I talk to.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah, that's amazing. So you got for sale by owners, expireds, any other lead sources that you're working?
Right. So now when I pick up buyers, I'm finding out where they want to live.
Yes.
It gives me an excuse to circle prospect that neighborhood. Now
Smart.
I'm providing value on 3 different fronts. My buyers are like, oh my God, nobody else does this. I've already gotten a referral from it in a month, and I haven't even found them a place to live. 2, it tells the homeowners that, wow, this guy really is aggressive. He's offering me a buyer. And if they're not ready to sell their house, then 3, I'll offer to set them up on some sort of drip to where they know everything that's selling in their neighborhood. And that way I'm getting that touch point with them every single time, once a month. And then in the future, hopefully they'll refer me. And this month, I've picked up 75 leads through that. And it's just like, holy crap. Now, a lot of those I'll say are investors that are committed to another agent, but now I'm sending out a list of coming soon properties to those people and waiting for them to bring me business. And then finally is the open house. I door knock the whole neighborhood. And on one of my listings, I've done it twice now. And the second time around, people were like, whoa, well, I guess get my number because you're obviously like, nobody's ever door knocked us twice.
Yeah.
My number. And if we sell, we'll use you.
It's amazing, dude. I mean, truly. I mean, you're just running the play. And you're so coachable. You're just so willing to do the work. So you're doing a lot of lead generation, which gets you a lot of listing opportunities. So that's really what I wanted to get into. So I think what I realized over the last couple of years is I used to spend a lot of time with the work that I do with, lead generation and how to get listing appointments. But what I realized is that everything works. There's a million different ways that you could get listing appointments. Well, there's not. There's only 6 ways. But I kind of stopped fighting with agents on how they're going to get to a listing appointment and said, who cares if you cold call, door knock, buy a lead, get a referral, who cares how you get to the appointment? That's the only thing that matters, though, is when you get to the appointment. It doesn't matter what lead generation system you're using to get on those. What matters is how you show up when you get there. And that's what I want to talk to you about. So you're able to show up in a way, to your point that you shared earlier in the show, you can have homeowners say to you, Simon, we have never met with another agent like you before, and you're just learning this new process. Can you share with us, what is it that you're learning? And based on that learning, what are you finding to be the most impactful part of the listing presentation that you've learned that makes that impact with the seller?
Okay, so this is just absolutely insane, but it's just laying it out like a true professional and not acting like you're just some I don't know, just some random person that's gonna put the house on the MLS, like acting like the person you want them to perceive you as, right? And I mean, first of all, it's going over how what the meeting's going to look like, right? And giving them, kind of an outline and asking them, this is huge. I was already at the beginning of this month, like kind of asking for the business up front, but I'm going to get into that because you just taught us some new stuff this week that immediately the next day, I'll get into that in a second.
Sure.
But, so basically I learned how to break down the market for them very well, explain it like a professional, not just say number.
That's
Build
right.
a story, paint a picture in their mind. Another thing is showing them like the opportunity that they have with the current buyers in the marketplace. I mean, that's huge, just providing real statistics and value. And then of course, getting permission from them to, keep going and asking these questions instead of just screaming at them like what I'm doing right now to you. I'll ask them questions after every part to make sure they understand, to make sure it's okay if I keep going. Hey, are you ready to kick me out of your house now, or are we good? Like, do we keep doing this? And every time they're like, please, like their jaws are dropped. Like, what's going on right now? And the craziest thing is, I'm not really saying anything different than what other agents say. I'm just presenting it in a different fashion.
That's right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. We talk about it all the time, the mule versus the magician, right? It's how, I think this is the hardest part for agents to get. They think that they have to give reasons on why the seller should hire them. What you've learned is that if you ask questions, you can have sellers discover for themselves the reasons why they should hire you. That is a huge difference. I'll say that one more time. Most agents go in and they try and give all the reasons on why the seller should hire them. This reason and this reason and this reason and this reason. What you're learning to do, and I think what you're trying to say, is you're learning how to communicate that helps the seller discover for themselves that hiring you, Simon, is in their best interest without you, Simon, having to convince them of it. Would that be fair?
Yes, you thank you for helping me explain that. I'm just really excited right now.
No problem.
But yeah, and so now what I did with this last meeting was just incredible. So whenever I generated the lead and the appointment, I got his motivation, and the prospect told me that, he wasn't going to sell for another year or two, but he'd be willing to meet with me anyways. So I figured, A, I'd go get some practice, and B, what if I impress him enough so that he is ready to list?
Sure.
And this is where all of the new information that you taught us this week comes in. So going into the meeting, first, I began by gaining permission to have his time. Like, are you actually going to be able to meet with me for the amount of time that we agreed to? If we go over, is that fine? And he was, yeah, okay, that's fine. I shouldn't have anything going on. So, and mind you, this is before we begin any of the meeting. I give him a brief overline of, hey, we're going to cover this, this, and this today, but let me ask you a few things up front just to make sure it makes sense for us to keep going at this point.
Love it.
And then I closed the meeting right when we started, before I even got into it, because I kind of explained to him, listen, we're going to go over this, this, and this, but is it okay with you if I ask you a question real quick? He says, yes, of course. I say, a lot of agents will tell you what they think you want to hear. They'll discount their commission. They'll
overprice your house.
Do everything they can, right, to get the listing, including drop their commission. And with your permission, I'd like to do the exact opposite. I want to tell you what it's really going to take to get your house sold, and I'll gain his permission for that. I'm explaining this terribly.
It's fine. It's all you're because what's happening is you're excited about the technique and you're just learning it and you've used it. It's great. Keep going. This is perfect.
Okay, great. Yeah, I mean, this was 3 days ago. And then basically at the end of this little spiel is where I close the meeting. I say, listen, a lot of the times I'll have these meetings with people, and then at the very end, because they're scared to tell me no, they will ask, they'll tell me that they need to think it over. And I just want to make sure with you right now that at the end of this meeting, if you feel like it doesn't make sense for us to work together, are you comfortable just telling me? I promise you won't hurt my feelings, and we can just part ways and be friends. And I think that part right there, even though he told me that he was going to sell a year or two later, is what closed the listing appointment at the very end. And we're going live on Monday.
Of course it is. And because no salesperson that people have ever dealt with in their lives have encouraged people to say no. Never before. They've always come there and tried to pressure them to say yes their whole life. So then they meet with you, a nice, good-looking, hardworking person who's so what we call disarmingly honest, giving them the permission. You're the sales guy inviting the idea that this might not be a good fit is such a breath of fresh air for prospects. They can breathe. They know that there's not going to be this high pressure sales pitch, et cetera, et cetera. That's how you close a listing appointment at the beginning without having to wait to the end. And everyone's doing this dog and pony dance, and you've got to protect against the salesperson. The salesperson has to come up with some fancy objection. You don't have to do any of that. You have to be disarmingly honest and give people permission to tell you no. And when you do, the likelihood for them to say yes goes up dramatically. And that's what you're finding. We call that the upfront agreement. And you're doing a hell of a job with it.
Yeah. I mean, again, 1 for 1 on that so far. So yeah, I mean, I'm so glad you came out with that new information. I feel like there's always something new in your program too. Even just rolling through the comments, you'll learn so much that would have taken me, like you said, 21 years to figure out.
Yeah. So this is great. So when you look ahead with some of the things that you're learning and you think to yourself, you've got these friends that are getting these corporate jobs, you just graduated. When you start to think about your goals with the skills that you're learning right now, what does that look like for you? What is it that you think that you can accomplish in the next 12 months, the next 2 years, the next 5 years? What are some of the things that you think about?
So a month ago, whenever I began your program, there was a goal planning section. And I just said, as long as I make $150,000 this year, I'm going to be happy. That's no longer even like relatable anymore, because I mean,
Yep.
what I've done this month, I'm basically almost there. Like, I don't know. I think for the next year, I know for sure I'll be a millionaire before I'm 30. Like, that's
Sure.
hands down. But honestly, it just keeps getting so much better and better that I don't really know. I keep like the target just keeps moving, and that's a
That's
difficult
exciting.
question. That's a difficult question. I mean, do you want like a
No,
number?
no, no, no. That's great. The reason I asked that is, as I look back over my career and I started to develop these skills that I would have for the rest of my life, it was a direct reflection to the trajectory of my income. It's like you and I talked about, right? And so these skills that you're learning will continue to grow and get better. And as a result of your work that you're doing, your income will stay in that trajectory. So I'm just curious if you've thought about that, right? Because it's very possible for your buddy who you graduated with, that's on an $80,000 salary. I think, would you say an investment banker, or what are they doing?
Yeah. There's some in accounting, some in investment banking, some in any realm of corporate finance or accounting.
Yeah. It might be very well the case that a year or two goes by and you're making, $300,000-$400,000 a year because of all the things you're doing right now, which, I don't know, it's just exciting to think about that.
It's crazy to think about it. My girlfriend's so mad at me because I keep screaming at her about it. But I mean, I've
Yeah.
already had to hire somebody to manage my transactions.
Yeah.
I've already had to do that. So I think in a year, I mean, I'll be able to build my own team for sure within
That's
maybe
right.
6 months, and then just keep going from there. And I always wanted to invest in real estate. That's why I got into it. But now, to me, it makes more sense to invest into my business, because who needs passive income whenever you can generate active income by investing in your own business? You don't have to go out S&P 500, whatever. No, like I can literally just pour money into my own business and teach people and just reap the benefits. And so I don't my goals change on a month-to-month basis, but they're finally moving in the direction that I've always wanted them to. And I'm just, again, I keep blowing, tooting your horn, but I'm incredibly thankful.
Well, how exciting for you too. I mean, you're doing the hard part, truly, right? I mean, I've outlined, hey, here's exactly what you need to do to win. It's up to you to execute on that thing, on that stuff. And the truth is that most agents that say they want to have a coach aren't truly coachable. They think that I can save them. You have to go out there and be the coachable person to actually implement what it is you're being coached to do. So you deserve a lot of the credit as well. So last one for me. You rewind the clocks. I got two more questions, actually. I want to see how you answer this other one. You rewind the clocks a year and you go get licensed all over again. You're a brand new agent. You're coming out of that testing center. You could probably picture it right now. And you see that person walk out of the testing center. They just passed their exam and they run into your current self right now. What advice would you give that, Simon?
Okay. Hopefully my mom doesn't listen to this, but I would tell him to drop the hell out of college. Excuse my French. Go sign up for the reverse selling program and go make $500,000 before your friends even graduate next year. That's what I would tell him. And I would tell him if he doesn't believe me, then he's about to waste another year messing around with college. I mean, I'm not going to talk bad about the college I went to. Never mind.
I know it's hard because I'm under the same belief, and a lot of people get mad when I talk about the traditional college experience. And I say, listen, maybe that's for some people, but here's what I know: that learning how to run a business, learning how to lead people, learning how to communicate were skills that far and away exceeded anything you could ever learn in traditional education, and it's truly worth a lot more money in the market, right, than anything you're learning in these traditional schools that companies are not going to pay you for. And so I'm with you, right? So it's interesting that I was going to ask you about that if you knew what you knew now, would you have even gone to college? But you and I would probably get in trouble if we start to have that conversation.
Yeah, well, I've had that conversation a lot. I got a really great scholarship, and that's why I, can continue just to have that piece of paper. But to be honest, I think even in front of that, I would have told myself that you just need to completely surrender to one thing and just make it just fill you up with just that one thing. I don't, right. And so like at this point, I wake up in the morning, like I'm dreaming about real estate. I wake up in the morning, I'm eating breakfast, and I wish I had real estate cereal. That's all I'm thinking about. And it's in a way consuming me, but I'm still going out and doing things with my girlfriend. I'm still going out and doing fun things. But if you like try as hard as you can just to commit and just be serious about it. And like I said, I think the word surrender is the best thing. Surrender to what it is that you want to do, and everything else just follows suit.
I totally agree. I mean, you have to consume yourself if you're going to master something. You can't have 1 foot in, 1 foot out and expect greatness. And that's what most people do. So there's nothing wrong, Simon, with your philosophy around that. There's nothing, I used to feel the same way. I used to feel a little guilt because I was so consumed by wanting to be great. But then one day it hit me. I said, no, this is actually what makes greatness. This is the difference between the 1%ers and everybody else. You see, the 1%ers are fully consumed with their craft, and you don't have to be sorry about that. So you don't. I used to apologize for that too. You don't have to do that. It's amazing. So, man, this is a lot of fun. You certainly have a bright future, and we got into a lot of things I didn't even plan for. So I mean it when I say it. Like, thank you for doing this for other agents, because maybe you don't, how much pain a lot of these agents are in. They're just struggling so badly to make this business work, but they want to make it work. And it's interviews like this that help people, give them the inspiration to go out there, take action, and make it happen. So appreciate you for that.
Yes, sir. And again, I mean, my mind was blown. I've been telling all of my friends that I'm going to be on a podcast with the reverse selling team. It's amazing to have this conversation with you after following you on YouTube and you just being, so far in the distance. And now we're having a conversation like friends. Is crazy.
You earned it. So Simon, thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Break down your 2023 results, because I think the trajectory from when you started to how you finished last year is pretty remarkable. And then we'll break down how you were able to do that for the audience.
Okay, so you want to share just 2023?
Yeah, and then we'll work our way backwards.
Okay, for 2023, the GCI was about 523,000. So sales volume was about 18 million.
That's awesome. And how many transactions was that? How many closings?
That was 26 closings.
That's amazing. Awesome job. And to give the audience context, the reason why that is incredible is because your first year in the business in 2020, I think you still had a great year. I think you did 150 your first year. Is that right?
Yeah, around there.
Yeah. And so huge growth over 3 years. I mean, massive. We don't see that type of growth like we have with you. And so that's why I wanted to have you back on the show and talk about what in the world are you doing to have such phenomenal results in a market like yours. So how did you first in 2020, you started off with one strategy, and I think that you've shifted over to a different strategy over the last couple of years. So what were you doing before when you first started?
So when I first started, I started your program because it was just how to get FSBOs. So I was like, okay, I'm just going to get for sale by owners. That's going to be like my bread and butter. I'm just going to focus on for sale by owners. But then when the market shifted, the for sale by owners were selling their homes on their own. So they didn't need me anymore.
Yeah.
Okay. So that first year, it was mostly for sale by owners.
And so you were able to make 6 figures your first year going after pretty much one lead source, which you did a great job converting for sale by owners. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. So now fast forward 2023, can you break down kind of your top lead sources and where most of the business is coming from now?
Yeah, so right now I don't really have that many for sale by owners in my market. Like I would say I have like 5 a year.
Hmm.
Expireds, we have about 0 to 2 a day. And so right now, my main lead source is circle prospecting and absentee owners.
That's great. Do you, before we kind of break that down, do you feel like as the market, as interest rates, start to come back down, as the market starts to come back, do you feel like FSBOs will re-enter the marketplace in your market? Do you feel like they will come back eventually?
I think so. We never, even in 2020, we didn't have that much for sale.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So you're circle prospecting and absentee owner. So this is great. I really want to talk this through. So you did 18 deals. First off, how is it that you are generating the opportunities with inside these lead sources? Are you calling them? Are you marketing to them? Are you mailing to them? Are you texting them? Are you door knocking? What are you doing to talk to these group of people mainly?
Yeah, just outbound calling.
So it's all calls.
Yeah.
Okay. And so are there any tools or resources you can share with the audience that have been most helpful? Like where are you getting the data? Are you using any type of systems to make the calls?
Yeah, so I get the data through Mojo. So I'm on their, I think their neighborhood search. And then I also get the data through my title company. So with absentee owners, I'll usually ask my title company for a list and then I'll skip trace it through Mojo. And yeah, that's pretty much what I use. And then I have a CRM where all the leads funnel in.
Cool. What CRM are you using these days?
I use followup boss.
Yeah. And so that integrates nicely with Mojo, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So for context, like how much prospecting are you doing on a daily basis? Like how many conversations are you typically having on a day-to-day basis?
Average is about 30.
About 30. And are you using their triple line dialer to have those conversations?
Yes. And it's really easy to hit 30 contacts because circle prospecting, they all answer. Like versus expired, because I call with other people in the group and they'll call for 3 hours and they'll get 5 contacts.
Yeah, it's crazy.
For 1 hour and I get about 12 to 15 contacts in 1 hour.
Got it. Now, the conversion is probably a little bit different though, right? So if you do 30 contacts a day or 150 a week, walk us through what does that typically result in? Like how many leads will you get from that? Because the big challenge with circle prospecting and absentee owners is people are like, I have all these conversations, but none of these people are doing anything until 6 months, 12 months, 2 years, 5 years in the future. So can you walk us through kind of what that looks like for you on a maybe a day-to-day basis? No, scratch that, a week or a monthly basis. So if you're having 150 contacts a week, 30 a day, right? So that's typically probably about 500-600 contacts per month. What does that result in? Leads, appointments set, and listings taken?
I would say for leads, I would probably get about 4 to 6 leads a week. Listings. Oh, sorry, go on.
No, I'm so we'll with those leads, can you break down for the audience what that means to you? So like, what is a lead for you?
Yeah, so I had to change my lead structure because so now I follow your framework. So they have timeline. They said that they don't have an obligation to another realtor. And you ask for the appointment. I believe those are all the framework for what is lead.
So you're getting almost a lead every day. I mean, every day that you prospect, you're getting
on average.
Yeah, that's great. And those leads, as you're having those conversation, is it because your market is more transient, or do you feel like it's because you're having so many contacts that you're able to find, a lead a day? And again, a lead a day is saying, hey, we want to sell. And here's kind of when we're thinking about selling. And yes, Marlene, we'd be open to interviewing you when the time is right. What does that typical time frame turn out to be? Are people saying, hey, you caught us and we're looking to list our house this week? Or is it typically 3, 4, 5, 6 months into the future?
Yeah, that's a good question. So it's very rare that people are like, yeah, actually, we're just thinking about it. Like we want to sell next month. But it does happen where I'm like, oh, wow, I caught them at the right time. But I would say about 6 to 12 months out, even longer. I just obtained a listing last week. I had her in my CRM for 2 years. So I've been following up with her for 2 years. And you talk about winning the listing before you even go on the listing appointment. So that's what I was able to do with her. I was able to nurture her, call her monthly. I put her on mailbox power. She's getting postcards. If I see something in her neighborhood, I'm texting it to her and said, hey, did you just see this hit in your neighborhood? So
that's amazing.
Yeah.
So you generate a lead, they're 6 to 12 months out typically, and then you follow up with them systematically. And when you're talking about, so the audience knows, winning the listing before you even have the presentation, that's exactly what you're doing. You've got 6 months, 9 months, 12 months sometimes to win the client over. So when the day comes, like, all right, Marlene, we're looking to do something, you've already pretty much got the listing, which is it true that it's not that your listing and presentation skills don't still have to be good, but it's not like you're going up against 15 other agents, correct?
Correct. I feel like with expireds, like you guys are all in the same playing field.
Yeah.
But for me, I've been talking to this person for a whole year. I've been acting like their agent this entire year.
Yeah.
I have come list me calls all the time. Or I have people that I've never even met and they're like, yeah, Marlene, like when we're ready in the summer when my daughter graduates and we're moving to Michigan, like I already told my husband, like, we're going to go with you. Like you're our agent.
It's amazing. Like the 26 closings that you had last year, were those all from the prospecting you did in 2023, or were there some from 2022 that came over into 2023? What I'm trying to help the audience understand is if you really commit to circle prospecting, I mean, can you start in January and have 20, 25 sales in one calendar year from circle prospecting, or is it going to take longer than that, do you think?
That's a good question. I think that it might take at least that year.
Okay.
For pipeline maturity, yeah.
Yeah. So when you started doing this, it was a couple months for you to fill up a pipeline, build up a pipeline, nurture that pipeline, follow up with that pipeline before you got your first listing. Would you say like 3 to 6 months into circle prospecting and absentee owners before it started to really turn into something? Yes. And now, are you consistently getting 2-3 listings a month from your efforts over the past 18 months?
Last month, I think last month I took 6 or 7 listings.
Wow.
So that's because of last year's work. Yeah.
Got it. So and I talk about this business model. I should talk about it quite often. I need to talk about it more. Do you find it more enjoyable, more fulfilling than the quick, expireds of for sale by owners and having to compete and everything's crazy and everything is really high urgency? Do you like this business model better?
So I started calling expireds. So I was talking to people in our group and they're like, really, you need to call expireds. Okay, I start calling. But I do like it. It can be boring sometimes because you're just like circling. But I like it. I like to have my iced coffee. I listen to music. I'm just hanging out. And people are usually nicer than expireds.
Yeah.
And then I don't have to be on the phones like 7:45, like calling the expired, dropping off my resume at their house, or do you want to meet? Like, let's meet right now. Let's meet this afternoon. So
it's more
on my time.
I love it. That's 100. I was going to say the same thing. You can build this business model on your time, around your family life, around your life, versus the business having to own you. And I just feel like long term, like if you do this for 2-3 years, I just believe it's more sustainable, because if you just, and you've heard me say this recently, if you're just all expireds and for sale by owners, it's easy to burn out, it's because it's such a grind. But when you're building what I call a pipeline business with long-term nurture business, you might not get something right away, but over a period of long term, again, your income, we talked about, in 3 years time, you went from 150 to 525. I think it was worth it for you to switch, right?
Yeah, I do. And even if calling I talk to other people in the group that just do expireds. I'm like, just do 5 contacts a day, circle. Just start somewhere. You talk about contact distribution. Like you said, don't just do one lead source, do multiple lead sources. Yeah.
And your business model is just, the way I would sum it up is like the compound effect. Like you're having contacts every day of people who are selling in the future. Time is going by the entire time. And so eventually time catches up with time. Eventually there's a time of, just like you said, pipeline maturity, where you wake up one day, it's like, wow, I talked to these people 5.5 months ago. Now's the time to put this sign in the front yard. I can see it now. So let's go back to the phone call for a second. What are these conversations typically sound like? Like, what are your conversations typically like?
Like, what's my script?
Yeah, you could get into the script, or you could just keep it even higher level if you want. But like, I would imagine, obviously, you're calling these people out of the blue, right? And yeah, what is it that you're saying to get into these good conversations?
I just tell them, I think the main question that I ask them is, you haven't thought about moving, have you? Or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's it, right? The script's easy. And they either say, well, we are thinking about it. And depending on what they say from there, then you could start to uncover motivation and timelines and get it more into the depth of the conversation. Is that right?
Correct. And usually people will give you that reflex, like, no, we're not moving. But then I just try to keep asking follow-up questions like, oh, like, why did you choose this area? Or how's your association fees? Have they gone up the last year? I just keep trying to follow up and ask more questions until they say, hey, I got to get off the phone.
Yeah. How often do you find yourself having a prospect give you that reflex, I'm not interested, and then actually it being a lead? Does that happen often? Does that happen not often? Does it happen 50-50? Because what I'm asking is, I think a lot of people are just, to your point, they're just reflex, no, I'm not interested. But a lot of those people end up doing something. Are you finding that to be the case when you're prospecting?
Yes. Yes. I think a lot of people are saying no, or like, yeah, I already have an agent. Okay, great. And then I just keep asking more questions.
Yeah.
Agent. So where are you thinking about moving?
I love it. So good. Can you break down a little bit more of your follow-up? So you find a lead, you say you've got a really good conversation, you're getting one of these a day or one every other day. What happens from that point in time?
Okay, so once I have a lead, they go into our CRM, and then I will send them my resume and a BombBomb video. And then I will follow up with them the next day and say, hey, did you get the resume? Or my email will automatically send, hey, did you get the resume? But then I'll also follow up with a call. Hey, did you get the resume? Do you have any questions on that? No, I don't have any questions. When would you like to hear from me again?
That's awesome.
I'll structure the follow-up.
That's so good. And so you're putting them on some type of direct mail through Mailbox Power. Are you sending something once a month to your nurture database? Is that what you're doing?
Once a month, yeah.
Once a month?
12 months out. If they're 18 months out, I'll wait a little bit because plans change. Yeah.
And then how often are you calling them? Did you say you're calling your nurture folder every month?
Yeah, I'm calling once a month. And then I'm usually sending, like, I'll send them, hey, did you just see this closing in your neighborhood? And then I'll give reason to call, like, hey, I sent you that listing in your neighborhood. Did you see it? How do you think it compares to your home? Yeah,
that's awesome. I think if agents are listening to this, I can hear them saying right now, well, if someone tells you they're moving 12 months from now and you're calling them every month, what are you saying to them? Typically, how do those conversations go?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, like, that's why I like to send market updates. And then I'll just ask them, did you see the market update? Yeah, I've seen it. How do you think it compares to your home? All my bathrooms are much more updated, whatever it is. When do you want to hear from me again?
Good for you.
Yeah.
So you have no issues with staying top of mind. Because some agents, if they say, hey, don't call me or call me back in a year, they won't do anything. And they'll think they'll just try to call back in a year. But you have no problem staying top of mind and calling that person 30 days and saying, hey, we talked last month. Did you get the market update? Here's what's going on. What are your thoughts? You're going to stay top of mind the entire time. That's what you meant earlier when you said winning the listing over that 12-month period, correct?
Right. And I did have a problem with that when I first started circle prospecting, and I was following up and they're like, Marlene, who? I don't even know who you are. And I'm like, wait, I called you. You told me to call you back in 6 months. See, don't do that. Like, I split the time in half when they say to call back.
Yeah.
So now I'm learning to just call them. Just call every month.
And do prospects, do they sit there and say, hey, wait a minute, I told you to call me back in 7.5 months, or are they open to the conversation every time you call?
They totally forget that they told me.
Yeah. Yeah. So you're just reaffirming things and you're just taking them 1 month at a time through that entire journey until they're ready to actually make a move.
Correct. And then every time I do have a call with them, I'll send a handwritten note card as well with my business card.
Got it. Yeah, that's great. Are most of your sales people moving off of the island?
Correct. Yes.
So there's no such thing really for you as a past client, referral system. I guess there could be, but most of your business is going to be people, you're selling a house and they're gone forever.
They're gone. Yeah. So But I do get referrals because I do work with a lot of military clients. So they know soldiers that are coming into the island. So I just got a referral last week from a client that I was circle prospecting his neighborhood. He lives in Washington now, but then a buddy is moving to Hawaii. So that was a referral.
Yeah, yeah. So you have to have I mean, if you're selling real estate in your market, you have to have proactive lead generation all the time for you to build that pipeline. Because unlike other markets that are, you could do 2, 3, 4, 5 deals with one person. That's not the reality for your market.
No, it's too expensive. People tend to stay where they're at, or they move off island. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. So now we talked about the past. Let's look forward for a minute. First off, what's your goal for 2024?
My goal is here I have it over here. My goal is to net 500,000, like after expenses. So GCI would be 766,000. Got it.
Okay. So, all right. So we got to create another $200,000 in GCI. And so what type of, so you have a couple $100,000 in expenses. Can you break those down? Like where the money's going?
Yeah. So I just did this in one of your classes. So I did so broker split, I think it's about 16,000 because I'm at EXP. Expenses about 15%, so that's 75,000. And then I put taxes 35%, 175,000 because we pay really high taxes over here.
I bet you do. All right, so that makes sense. So on a $500,000 income, your expenses are only $75K.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. Just keeping a high level. You don't have to get into the weeds of that, but like what type of expenses do you incur with your type of business?
So I would say just Mojo, my CRM, my phone, my internet, the mailbox power, my email, and
property marketing, like photos and stuff like that.
Yeah, photos, like when you're looking, I'm just thinking about monthly, but yeah, transaction, I'm looking at photos, I'll do home inspection. But I would say my expenses are pretty low compared to someone that is like paying for leads.
That was my point. That's exactly what I was saying too. Your expenses are so low. You have a high profitable business because you do it all through your skills and hard work. You're not buying the business. That was exactly my point. Because most agents, if they're going to buy leads and they generate $500K, they probably net 30%.
Yeah, I actually called like Zillow for my area and they quoted me, I'll give you 4 leads a month for $1,500.
Wow.
I was like, okay, I can just call my neighborhood and I'll find those 4 leads without paying $1,500. Yeah.
Exactly. Unbelievable. Yeah. So you're running at 85% margin. I mean, that is such a healthy business model. And that's why I'm such a proponent of an outbound business, So the goal is to net 500K. Are you going to be doing anything different? Are you adding lead sources? Are you doing anything different when it comes to your prospecting, your conversion, your follow-up, your listing presentation? Anything that you're going to be adding to the business that you didn't do last year?
Nope. I think I'm just going to make the same amount of contacts and I'm going to keep improving my skills and just stick with my schedule. And that's pretty much it. I'm not going to do anything different.
Smart, because now that compound effect is going to work yet again. You did a lot of contacts last year in 2023 that haven't yet listed. So now you're going to reap the reward again, just by doing the exact same thing, not working any harder, still 30 contacts a day. Now you can do more business simply because you got more leads in the database in 2024 than you did in 2023, than you did in 2022. It's just this snowball that keeps building and building and building and building. So in 2 or 3 years' time, do you have your eyes set on 7 figures? Is that kind of where you see it going?
I don't know. I'm pretty comfortable where I'm at.
Yeah. Well, if you keep doing what you're doing, again, the pipeline just keeps spitting out these come list me calls, right?
Right.
And so over time, it's just going to keep growing. Do you have someone helping you manage the business? I know your husband's works with you, but is it just you two?
It's just us, and then we have a transaction coordinator.
Yeah. That's awesome. Cool. Last thing is advice. All right. So someone who's starting off circle prospecting, again, there's a lot of, I think, head trash we have to deal with because it's not like an expired. It's going to be really rare for you to pick up the phone, call a random person, set a listing appointment for this afternoon. going back, if you could have just given yourself the advice when you switched business models, call it, when did you have to switch that? 2021 when the market kind of shifted? 2020? Yeah.
Yeah.
So when you started again, what would you have told yourself that other people just starting circle prospecting right now, they've never done it, they have no pipeline? What advice would you share with them and yourself?
I would say just start with a small goal. Like just start with 1 hour of calling a day and that's it. And you can still call your FISBOs, you can still call your expireds, but just start small.
Yeah. Yeah, that's great. Just be consistent, right? I mean, you got to do it every
Do it every single day.
Yeah. Can you break down your schedule for us real quick?
Yeah, so I wake up at 4 a.m. and then I go to the gym and I have someone that I go to the gym with. And then I come home, I help my husband get the kids ready for school. He takes the kids to school. And then from 8 to 9, I am role playing. I either role play by myself, like I'll do the scripts, or with another partner. And then 9 o'clock, I am on the phones. From 9 to I think 1, I'm on the phones. After that, I'll eat lunch, and then I will go on the appointments in the afternoon. If I don't have appointments in the afternoon, then I will just take the day and hang out with my kids.
It's amazing. It's a great life.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you and your husband think about the life that you guys have created together selling real estate in just a couple of years? I don't know. I forget what you were doing before, but now you know, I don't know the island that well, but $500,000 a year coming from, I don't know what you were doing before. Is your lifestyle, I mean, what do you guys think about that you've done?
I think it's amazing that I created this lifestyle by just calling people. It's pretty crazy. And we just bought a house. And,
awesome.
One of the we grew up in this neighborhood, but it's really, really expensive to buy a house here. But we were able to buy a house, so I'm really happy. And we both work from home, and our schedules are flexible. You know, there's some days or there's some weeks where it is hard, where we're like, we're going on appointments every day, you know, and I don't see the kids for that week. But overall, I would say our schedule is pretty flexible.
Yeah, you've created an amazing lifestyle, Marlene. I think, your family's lucky to have you, and it's just amazing to see how far you've come in just a short amount of time. And so, love to maybe do this again, have you on the show in a couple of years, and just see where you can take this. But awesome job, truly. That's why when you and I talked on a coaching call, I don't know, a month ago, and I just wanted to have you on the show to break this down, to show people what's possible just through consistent effort. You know what I mean? Because it's not like brain surgery. Would you say this is super, super difficult and super, super hard from the standpoint of, like, I know the productivity side can have its own challenges, but like, you're just doing the work. You're just having conversations. You're not shoveling concrete all day.
I think about that every day when I think like, oh, I don't want to call. I'm like, dude, you're not shoveling concrete. You're not in the sun. Like,
you're not even breaking a sweat.
Yeah, it's not that hard. That's why I said sometimes it can be boring because it's so easy.
I know. Yeah.
So it can get boring sometimes, but
yeah,
I enjoy it. I like talking to people. I think also just being personable with other people is really important as well.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, listen, I appreciate your time. Like always, I've got a whole page of notes that I took, and so I'm sure the audience will too. Thank you so much. If there's an agent who's watching this who has clients that they're moving to the island, or maybe you can work with them, where can they connect with you?
I can give you my email. They can email
That's great. That'd be great. What's the best email for you?
It's marlene@sedinagroup.com.
And do you care if I put that in the show notes? So if they have a referral of someone moving from the mainland to Hawaii, that they can touch base with you?
Yeah, that works.
Awesome. So I'll put Marlene's email address in the show notes. And if you guys have a referral, I promise you, Marlene will take great care of your guys' clients. So Marlene, thank you so much. Appreciate your time today. What type of production do you and your wife do, just so that the audience can get an understanding of that?
Okay. We have sold so far within the year span 32 properties. Prior to getting coaching from you, we were averaging 3 to 4 listings a month. And now we have far surpassed that. Within month 2 of your coaching program, we jumped from 4 to 6. And then now we're averaging 8 to 10.
8 to 10. So, and that's exactly why I wanted to have you on the show, because it's very rare that we see agents within their first year in this business at the level of production that you and your wife are at. And so people are dying to know, well, man, what in the world is this guy doing? So I want to help. I want to help to facilitate your story. I want to have it in your words. But before we dive into like what all of that looks like today, when you and your wife got started in the sales side of real estate, did you guys have a moment where you said to yourself, well, man, we really thought this was going to be a lot easier than it was? Or did you guys have a good idea of what you were getting into?
Well, so we're both executives. We had a good idea of what we were doing. I've been in sales for a little bit. We wanted to target expireds. You know, state of Florida is notorious for expired listings. So we had an idea of what we were doing. However, I had no clue how to utilize the psychology of language to help facilitate the conversations that were taking place with the prospects. It's been a game changer. Taking your course has truly, truly changed the way that I look at conversing with the prospect instead of, and I don't mean to ramble, but instead of feeling very salesy and kind of nervous and scared, I'm truly confident. I'm seeking people that actually need help and want to move. And that is a game changer for my business. I didn't know that whatsoever. You have opened my eyes so tremendously that I'm now thinking about, you know, my 5 next best moves and how I can scale.
Yeah, great point. Well, and I appreciate those words, and I want to get into it a little bit. So before you and I started working together, can you give us an idea of maybe what you were doing and some of the things that you and your wife have learned that you've changed that has been making the biggest impact? And specifically, let's talk about the language of sales on what you thought it was, both in your previous life, newer to real estate sales, and now some of the stuff that we're doing that might make those conversations easier.
Okay, absolutely. So in the beginning, it was more along the lines of, you know, ring, ring, and the prospect would answer the phone, and I would say, "Hi, this is Stephen Mason with eXp Realty. I was just wondering, I saw your home come off the market, and I was interested to see if you would be interested in interviewing the right agent to list your home." Something along those lines, very salesy, very pushy, and it worked. Now, it's a numbers game, as everyone knows. It worked. I barely squeezed by with 3 to 4 listings, and that's pounding the phone relentlessly. And now I only have to call 2 hours a day because my skill level has far surpassed what I ever dreamed of. And the dialogue is very different. So before, I was basically begging them to list their property with me so I could make a living. And now it's not that case at all. I'm turning down listings. I'm turning down appointments. I'm disqualifying and doing what you like to say is basically kind of pushing them away by a certain line of questioning. And we can get into that if you want, but they will basically tell me that they want me to come over and interview for the position.
Yeah, I love it. So yeah, let's stay on the old way for a second. So
okay,
to no fault of your own, it's kind of just what's being taught in traditional sales methodology. The type of language that you were just using in that role play as an example so the audience could hear it, because it's probably what they're using most of the time, right? They're probably using some different form of what you just said, and they're asking questions that maybe seem natural to people that are, I'll just say, untrained in a new sales methodology that only leads them to dealing with a ton of rejection, receiving tons of objections that make the whole process of selling and prospecting very, very difficult. Would you agree with that?
Oh, absolutely. Before, when I was conversating with prospects, it was more along the lines of them defending their stance and me trying to defend why they should work with me, where that is no longer the case. That's 8 years of sales experience. You know, I've been in the meal prep business, I've been in the semi-trucking business, and all those sale-oriented processes of please work with me, basically begging to get the job is no longer the case. And that has been a game changer for my business.
Yeah, I love it. Okay. So let's get into some of the things that you've learned that have helped you from a sales perspective. Because if I'm listening to this and I'm in the audience, I'm like, all right, well, what is it that you're doing that's so different than that's helping? So let's first off talk about the prospecting conversation first. Then we'll, Stephen, talk about what you're doing at listing appointments. So I want to make that distinction because they're two different processes. So let's talk about maybe some of the things that you're doing in conversations when you're having prospecting conversations that might lead you to either A, generating a high quality lead, or B, generating a high level listing appointment where, to your point, you're having the prospect be the one to invite you over because you sound so different versus what you used to be doing before when you were begging to come over. So on the prospecting conversation, I know you've probably learned a lot in the last couple of months of us working together. There's a lot more for you to learn. But if you were to think back, okay, there's 1, 2, 3 techniques that really, really have helped to move the needle in having these sales conversations. Can you walk us through that?
Absolutely. So I changed up the whole conversation dialogue when I first initiate the conversation with the prospect. I'll use you, for example. I would call you, and as soon as you answer the phone, I'll say, "Hi, Brandon," and let you respond, whether or not you're Brandon. And then I'll say, "Hi, this is Steven. I'm a realtor. And real quick, before you hang up, I would just like to ask you a quick question. Would that be okay?" So you have taught us that there's 5 steps to the whole prospecting call, but right away I'm gaining permission. And I'll tell you, Brandon, out of the contacts that I do make, they immediately let me ask that question. Some of them even giggle because of the question that I posed to them. And it's just asking permission.
Yeah. So let me stick on that for a second. That's a really good point. So if we talk through these, because you're referring to what we call the pattern interrupt and then gaining permission, right? And so a lot of agents, don't understand all that's going on there, but it's the difference between getting past the first 15 seconds of a call versus not. It is that big of a difference because it doesn't matter what script you're using. If you can't get past the first 15 seconds of a conversation, it's irrelevant. And to your point, most people that are prospecting are using scripts without having a pattern interrupt, and they can't even get to the first question in the script because the prospect is so defensive. So my question for you is, what percentage of the time, since you've changed this and you're using the pattern interrupt, if you had to guess, your best guess, what percentage of the time are you able to get into a good conversation versus not?
Well, I actually track everything. So you taught us that as well. 70%.
70%.
70% of the time.
It's amazing. And if you had to guess on what it was like before changing that, what was the percentage of having a successful conversation? Was it the opposite?
20%.
Yeah, 20% of the time. So for people that are listening to this, I mean, that is yes, the percentages, you can see the difference, but if we look at that from the practical standpoint, how many contacts are you making per day, per week, roughly?
A week, I'm making 34 contacts, solid contacts. As opposed to before, I would make triple the amount of contacts, but were they truly a lead? No. So it's a big, big difference. I was just wasting time conversating with people.
Yeah, totally makes sense. Okay. So now you're 70% of the time you're able to have a good conversation. What happens next on that conversation after you get through the pattern interrupt?
After the pattern interrupt, I will pose the question and they'll say, "Sure, go ahead." And I'll say, "I saw the property off of 123 Main Street come off the market. And, Brandon, I was just curious, did you sell the property privately or is it still available by chance?" And right away, all their guards shut down.
Yep. I love it.
So they'll answer that. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. Keep going. I don't want to get in your way. Keep role playing. Go.
So they'll answer that question, and typically it's either no, we took it off the market for the time being, or yes, we did sell it privately. And then I'll say, "Great, can I ask you something about that?" Whether they took it off the market or they quote unquote sold it privately, because you can't always believe what you hear. They're usually trying to just push you off the phone, and you taught me that, so I keep digging a little bit more. Would you like to get into that, or?
Yeah, that'd be great. Please share.
Okay,
share some of the questioning techniques that you learned. Yeah.
Absolutely. If they tell me that they just took the home off the market, I'll say, "Can I ask you a question about that?" And they'll say, "Sure, go ahead." I'll say, "I'll be real quick. I know I promised at the beginning I would make this a quick call." I'm curious, what was the feedback that you were receiving when your agent was updating you every week? And usually they stop me right there. 83% say that they haven't received any feedback weekly from their agent, and that was actually the problem. So as they're communicating with me, I'm jotting this stuff down so I know where their pain points are. And that leads me to the psychology of language on what I'm going to use for my line of questioning.
Love it. Makes total sense. And, you know, kudos to you because you're such a great student that most of the time it takes people a lot longer to get to where you're at in just a short amount of time. And I remember having a conversation with you and your wife before we started working together. And I could tell right away that, like, you know, a lot of agents say they want to be successful. It's just rare to have agents that actually do what it takes to actually be successful. So it's really cool to see how fast you've come and where you're at with your skill set. Okay. Now, as you kind of go through the conversation and you start to get some motivation from the prospect, you start to learn about their pain points, you start to learn about their motivation on why they're actually looking to move. When it comes time to getting that seller to invite you over to interview to actually list the property and setting appointments, are there techniques or things that you've learned that have helped you to set more appointments and increase that closing ratio?
So I actually was the agent that didn't have an issue setting appointments. I set too many appointments and the wrong kind. So what you have taught me is to set solid appointments. So once I get through their reasoning as to why they want to sell, whether it's job relocation or they're downsizing, whatever the case may be, and I do set the appointment up, right at the very end, I try to push them away one more time just to see if it does make sense for them to stay put and keep the property. Because if it does, that's what I want them to do. I'm in the business to help people. Now, if they want to move, then by all means, I solidify the meeting and make sure that I add it to my calendar, which you taught me. So I add it to my Google Calendar, and then I have a template that I email them over, inviting them to the Google Calendar so they accept it. So it's 100% solid.
Love it. Yeah. And so what are some of the disqualifying questions that you ask maybe after you've set the appointment to determine, did I force this appointment or did I set an appointment with a real seller? Can you give us maybe an example of maybe what you asked the seller or what that could sound like?
Yeah, absolutely. So maybe it would sound something like this. You know, Brandon, I understand you want to sell your home here in Tampa, Florida, and you told me you want to move up to North Carolina to be near your family. And, you know, it just boggles my mind. I'm looking at the listing here and your property's beautiful. It's in a great location. Is it an opportunity just to keep the property and stay put for now? And once they hear that, they actually defend their stance and why they need to sell and why you need to come over and be the person to sell the property.
Yep. I love it.
It's beautiful.
Yeah. And so not to get into a whole training on the podcast, but what you and I talk about all the time that other agents can learn from is if the agent is always making the argument for, you know, meet with me, you need to sell now, et cetera, that's what gets met with a bunch of resistance. And so for the very first time, they hear from a real estate agent that maybe to introduces the idea of not selling. And so by doing that, based on the psychology of language, we get the prospect to actually defend their motivation. And that key difference has helped you to get prospects to share their real motivation for selling. Is that right?
Oh, absolutely. It's been a game changer. I mean, I'm doubling my business. They are truly divulging what it is and why it is that they are moving and inviting me over instead of defending their stance that I'm just another agent trying to earn their business and make a commission off the sale of their property. They know that I'm a human being. And I right away tell them, which you teach, that I'm not here to sell you and force you to work with me. I'm here to see if I can help you. And that is a game changer.
Yeah, I love it. So let's shift over to the appointment, to the actual listing appointment. So there's a lot to this, right? We won't have time to get into all of it, but of what you've learned so far during that appointment, what has helped you the most when you're meeting with prospects to help you win these 8 to 10 listings a month?
Number one is confidence. So because of the type of conversation that we've had prior to setting the appointment, I go into the appointment so confident that the listing is mine. And listing appointment met to listing appointment set ratio is 9 out of 10 because
Great.
of that confidence and what you've taught me. So when I do go in there, I immediately, hi, Brandon, shake your hand, introduce myself and my wife. She's always there at the listing appointments with me. And then I set the agenda, which is something that you teach, and there's multiple steps to that. But because of the things that I've been taught by you and the conversation that I've had, it's so easy for me to walk in, set the agenda, and smoothly go through the selling process. And I always tell them, Brandon, I'm not here to force you to work with me. I'm not even here to convince you to sell your property. However, I'm going to show you exactly what that would look like if we were to work together. And then I go through those steps and I tell you, Brandon, by the end of this presentation, you'll know whether or not I'm the agent for you. And 9 times out of 10, we're the agents.
I love it.
It's beautiful.
If you were to compare that to what you were doing before, what were some key differences of like what things look like today? And you just walked us through some, I get that. But like, what were you doing before we started to work together? I'm just curious.
Oh my God, winging it. So I didn't really know what I was doing. I would put together a pamphlet of comparable properties and then recent sales, and I would come over with all of that data. Now, I have expired listings in my presentation, but before I had no clue what I was doing, and I would go in there and ask for a tour and talk about their property features and basically butter them up as much as I possibly could, so that by the time we sat down and talked face to face, that hopefully they liked me. That was the whole point of actually meeting them in person, is to seeing if I could get them to like me and try to use persuasion and my tonality and how I'm just such a good sales agent. And it failed me a lot. I was good at setting appointments, not good ones. And then by the time I got there, I would kill the appointment within the first 5 to 10 minutes. I could tell, because I could tell by their body language and the way that they're talking, how I'm being so salesy.
Yeah.
And sometimes it worked, but now it's the complete opposite. I mean, I would be scared most of the time right before going into the home.
Yeah. It's interesting. You said a couple interesting things, is that like a lot of real estate agents are so focused on getting the seller to like them that they forget the fact that like is not enough. Without trust, which is the most important factor when hiring a real estate agent, without the confidence and belief that this is the right agent, there are thousands of real estate agents that sellers like a lot. They just don't do business with them. And that's
Right.
the key thing, that a lot of agents, they forget that. To your point, they say, well, I'm just going to go win it based on my personality. I'm going to get them to like me. And then what they often find is like, well, listen, we like you a lot, but we ended up doing business with so-and-so. And it takes them a long time to realize, well, geez, I thought that meeting went great. They love me. We talked about this, that, the other thing. We even played golf together. I thought this was all, but people, because the whole myth is that people do business with people they like. That is true. But what also is true is people do business with people they like, trust, and respect. So if you have the last two that you just are going to wing it based on just the like factor, and you don't have the trust or respect factor, you're going to lose a lot of business betting on just someone liking you. That's a great point. That's number one. Number two is, I think a lot of agents that just don't know what they don't know, they go in it, wing it, and they think, okay, I need to try to convince this person to do business with me. It comes across so salesy, to your point, that it pushes the prospect away. And you're there thinking, well, I've given them all these good reasons on why they should hire me. The whole presentation becomes about the agent, and they forget the whole conversation should be about the seller. And so many listing and presentations that I see are all about the agent, the brokerage, them, and they forget, well, I'm not selling the house. You're there to talk about the seller. So anyway, it's interesting that you had some of those key things. You know what I mean?
No, yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think before, when I was going into the listing appointment and trying to be their friend, I would be more of a dominant type of personality and almost exerting superiority, that I know more than you and I'm the agent and, I have the license. So therefore I automatically know more than you, as opposed to now. Exactly.
Ego.
You hit it. Yep. Now it's way different. Of course they naturally like me because I'm being kind and not salesy. And then I just show them the facts.
Yep.
And then back that with the data that you showed me how to collect to where we position the properties in such a way that the buyers compete for their property with the pricing brackets. And that crushes it every single time. You can just see the smile on their face as before, they got their arms crossed and they're kind of just filling you out and seeing if you're the person they want to hire just because of what you have to say. You got like a 50-50 shot.
Yeah, because they heard it all before. This is no different. Oh, I've heard this spiel before. I could probably say it better than you can say it. The sellers think oftentimes when they meet with real estate agents. So when you go there and you actually are different, you can't be better and be the same. That's what most agents forget. You can't say you're better and then show up as the same. In order to be better, you must first be different. So anyways, let's talk about, and thank you for that, by the way. So we talked about the prospecting call. We talked about the appointment. Can you break down kind of your lead generation model and what lead sources you're finding the most success with?
Expired listings are hand down. I still have a lot to work on, as you mentioned before. There's a lot that I don't know, which is why I chose to partake in your courses. I believe in paying down my ignorance debt with coaching. So I highly recommend you to anyone. But expired listings is my bread and butter. And then I obviously use what you've taught us. I call them, I text them, I email them, and then I put them on the weekly emailers, and then I'll even go door knock them. But lately, it's just a matter of having a conversation. And that is it. Once I get them on the phone, I got them. We have 24 listings now, 5 pending, 4 sold. And out of the 24, only 2 have been from our sphere because I'm not from Florida. I'm from California. Yep.
Yeah, that's great. Good for you guys.
You changed everything. Yeah, thank you.
Well, I mean, what's amazing is that you are in a very competitive market. You're going up against some of the best, and you're winning listings, even though that you and your wife are really just getting started. So who knows what this looks like a year from now for you guys, which is really exciting. What does the average day look like for you? Can you talk to us about how do you break up your day with prospecting, lead follow-up, going on appointments, servicing clients? Like, how do you fit it all in?
So you actually, before I was, again, winging it. I was just trying to get a listing any way I could. Now I'm very structured. I wake up at 6:30 in the morning. I go to the gym immediately. I come home, I shower, and I hit the phones from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. So there's only 1 hour. And then in between those, in between 10 a.m. and 5 p.m. is when I structure my appointments and customer service. So I fortunately am blessed. I have my wife to kind of split up the workload.
Sure.
Thank God, because we're getting busy now. But between 10 a.m. and 12 is our customer service, our current clients. We're following with emails, calls, contracts, you name it. Then we take a lunch. We have to take a lunch. I treat it like a business now. So from noon to 1 p.m. is lunch. Then we come back and I have appointments from 1 to 4 every day. And then from 5 to 6, I call again. And my day's over. It's beautiful. It's a blessing.
Yeah, it really is. It's a nice schedule that you and your wife have created. You're giving your clients a great experience. You're able to do a lot of business just prospecting a couple hours a day. That's what I wanted people to get from this conversation, Stephen, is, once you really get your skills honed in, you can achieve a lot by only a couple hours of really hard work, which is prospecting, which has just been incredible. Because in your market, I mean, how many deals? You guys are doing 8 to 10 listings a month right now, right? So like once that starts to build and you're closing 6, 8, 10, I mean, what type of income will that represent for you and your wife in your market, out of curiosity?
So our projected growth with our current average of 8 listings a month will be right around $500,000.
It's amazing.
Which is, wow, I've made more money now than I've ever had in my life. And can I just say something? I came into this coaching program a little biased. I'm not going to lie. Yeah. I thought cold calling didn't necessarily work as well as it did. I had 2 ISAs. I remember the conversation that I had with you.
Me too.
And then you said, I have to increase my skill level. And that is 1,000% the case. Once my skill level increased and I would study the script over and over and over until now it's just integrated into who I am and how I talk. It's a game changer. So cold calling does work. I joined this program biased and it's changed my life. Just had to be open-minded.
So interesting because thank you for saying that, by the way. I love the conversation we had. I love the transparency and the honesty. It's the people that say cold calling doesn't work. They say it because they're not good at it. And so, and they don't want to put the time in to get good at it so that they chase all the shiny, sexy stuff. And so that's literally my next question. I don't know if I would call you, well, let's put it this way. There's a lot of people that debate with me that say, well, you know, marketing is a better way than prospecting or cold calling, than what you preach, Brandon. Well, and I challenge that. And I would ask you the same question to get your feedback based on that, which is you're going to make $500,000 a year doing direct outbound calling. You've done a bunch of different marketing things based on my memory in our conversations.
Yep.
Is there any marketing that you can think of that you could be doing right now that would lead you to get 8 to 10 listings a month the way that you are doing with direct outbound prospecting? Like, truly, be honest.
The short answer is no.
Right.
And what people don't understand is that's $500,000 a year with my expenses so low, it's ridiculous. I do know agents that are crushing it, but they're paying Zillow. They're paying all these extra fees and their GCI may be $1 million a year, but what is their take home? I'm already making as much money as they are at my current production because of cold call.
Ding, 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 ding. That's exactly right. It's like, anyway, I can keep going on and on about that. And so my point in bringing that up is for any agent out there that says, okay, well, here's the other thing. You don't have to love it. Steven and I are not asking you to love cold calling. I don't love cold calling. You just have to, yeah, I hate it too. You just have to like the result it gets you. It's the same thing like working out. You don't have to love it, but you just fall in love with the way that it makes you feel. You fall in love with the way that it makes you look. You fall in love with the way that the confidence it gives you. This is the same thing. You're doing an activity that you don't love for a couple hours a day, and as a result, you got phenomenal profit margin. You can control your schedule, make a phenomenal income, and create a great life. And that's the point. And so a lot of people that want to debate this whole thing around, well, cold calling's dead, and that's old school. You look at all these marketing things. Listen, you can do those things. However, you might not have the schedule that you love. You might not have the profit margin that you could. And you might have a business that owns you because you're having all these leads come in that you are a slave to and trying to convert. It's tough. It's tough. And it's not that you can't. It's just that, again, putting you in the driver's seat, especially based on your story, Steven, again, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think you would say that you feel more in control. Would that be fair?
Oh, 100%. I was waiting for you to finish. Before, I tried $2,000 Google keywords and paid for a marketing campaign and for seller leads to come in and to fill out, this form that says they want a home evaluation. And I had to do it within minutes or it would go to another agent because I didn't respond in time. And I spent, prior to you, a good $20,000 investing in marketing and trying to find a coach to help me. And I like to pay for my ignorance debt. That ruled my life. I have more freedom now and I'm busier now than I ever have been. And I just thank God and your program because it's changed my life and my wife's life and my children's life. It's just compounding. It's beautiful.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate the kind words. And it was my own experience too. I had chased so many shiny objects and spent so much money chasing crap for so long that I had to surrender to the fact that, no, I have to learn how to do this. I have to get good at having these conversations to be good at this business. You know what I mean?
Oh, absolutely. Dude, I'm not going to lie, dude. When we talked on the phone, we got off the phone, I'm looking at my wife and I was like, I still feel like cold calling isn't going to work. I'd have the data on my whiteboard behind me. Just the numbers aren't there. But one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to open my mind up and I'm not going to be the factor that contributed to this program not working. So I'm going to eliminate myself and I want to be one of his best students. And that's what I'm trying to be. But I had to eliminate my own biasness, my own perspective. And now cold calling is a game changer. I have to tell myself every single day, Brandon, literally every day when I'm getting ready to start cold calling, because I don't want to do it, that this is how I feed my family and this is okay. I'm going to have to do it, and I might not have a contact today or tomorrow, but by the end of the week, I meet my average daily goals. And I think that's the problem with real estate agents is if they don't make a contact or get a lead today, they want to give up. And they think it's easy street. No, learn your skills, hone it in, and stay consistent. That is the biggest takeaway I have learned from you is stay consistent. And that is what has helped me be able to use the psychology of language to communicate with other people. And now I love it. I don't like cold calling. I don't think I'll ever like that, but I love the business.
That's right. And you nailed it. It's like most agents only do things if they like to do them, even though the results are bad. And what we're saying is you don't have to like the activity, but you're going to fall in love with what the activity does for your life. That's for sure.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I had a expire listing I just won 2 days ago, and they had an agent that was doing the sexy thing, the Instagram, social media posting. They had my house all over YouTube. Well, we got the listing and we sold the listing within 7 days. And we don't do any of that yet because I still have a lot to learn from you. However, that none of that matters. You have to do what's consistent, which is what you teach, cold calling each and every day, setting them up in your CRM. We can get into all of that. It's a whole nother podcast.
That's
but
right.
Your system is hands down the best out there. And I've shopped, man. I've shopped.
Well, I appreciate the kind words. And yeah, that's a whole nother podcast to talk about what actually gets homes sold and what's just fluff, that a lot of agents go there and present fluff. Anyway, that's a whole nother episode. Last one for me. And you've already given us so much. I mean, myself, I've got a page and a half, two pages of notes. But the one question I always like to ask is, now that you have the perspective that you have, if you and your wife were to go get your real estate sales license all over again, what would some of the things be that you would do differently that maybe would have gotten you to these results sooner?
First thing first is I would try to find you, obviously, because without you, I wouldn't have my system in place, my folders. It would be coaching, 100%. And then I would not chase all the sexy, shiny objects that real estate has to offer. I mean, everybody wants to be on social media and be the number one real estate agent that people seek online. But simply, that's not the case. That's a dream. The reality is that you should pick up that phone, get past your nerves, master your skills, and you will far surpass any productivity levels that you had imagined before. So first thing is I would find a coach, i.e. you. Then I would set up my system, because before my system was flawed. I had no follow-up. 80% of my listings are in the follow-up. And you taught me that. So I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, it's great. It's great. And, what will be interesting, if you're open to it, is I'd love to have you back on the show in 12 months from now, because that's what's so exciting, is that all of that we just talked about for the last, half hour has been what you've learned in 60 days. I just can't imagine what things will look like for you and your wife in a year from now, and how exciting that might look, because there's no reason why you guys can't be 7-figure earners in your market with all the opportunity you guys have. But if you're open to it, I'd love to have you back in a year.
Oh, absolutely. I would love it. And I'm going to continue coaching with you. So I would love to. I'd be honored.
That'd be great. Well, I appreciate you taking the time, and I'm sure we'll see you soon on a coaching call. But truly, thanks for coming away from your business and doing this, because it helps so many other people that are looking for motivation and inspiration. So thank you for jumping on with us today.
Absolutely. Thank you. Have a good day, sir.
All right, brother. You too. It's not like these appointments came from this huge sphere of influence. You had all these past clients. You've been doing this for 25 years. I mean, you're fairly newer to the business, and all of those appointments were set with absolute strangers. Is that right?
That's right. Yeah. Matter of fact, none of them, hardly, maybe like 25% of them came from people that I've actually talked to in the past. So.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah. And that's exactly what we're going to get into, right? So how long have you actually been selling real estate?
So I got my license in May of 2022. I sold 2 houses that first year. So last year, 2023 was my first full year in real estate.
It's amazing. It's amazing to see how far you've come. And so how long have you and I actually been working together now?
I joined the program in February of this year.
In February. Okay. So before that, just for context purposes, what were you doing from a lead generation perspective to go out there and actually get clients?
So I don't know if you're going to like this answer. I was actually ripping your content off YouTube, taking anything free I could get, and then trying to implement it with a bunch of missing pieces. And so I was actually doing outbound cold calling and prospecting, a little bit of door to door, but not too much of that. So outbound cold calling with little skill, and then a little bit of door knocking with little skill as well.
Yeah. And that's what we're going to, I love that answer. I wish more people would do that. I wish more people would take the free content, implement it, get results, right? And so, no, I don't hate that answer at all, quite frankly. So since February, kind of walk us through, what does production look like these days? How many listings are you starting to take? I mean, again, we're going to get into the details of you setting so many appointments in the last 2 days, but give us a high level understanding of what your production looks like as of recently.
Yeah. So, right now I'm sitting on 9 listings active. I've got 3 of those pending. I've got 5 deals under contract right now. And so now my goal is to get all these other listings sold, but I'm also generating new listings as we speak. So my goal right now is to set at least 1 listing appointment a day. And that usually leads me to about 1 listing a week right now.
Yeah. Love it. Yeah. Yeah. And that's phenomenal. I mean, for a guy that's been doing this just for, a year and a half, 2 years, I mean, it's incredible. And so let's dig into that for a second. Where so many agents, and all the stats, whatever it is, 85, 90% of agents fail out of the business within the first couple of years. What is it about the way in which you're approaching the business that allows you to succeed at the level that you're succeeding right now?
Well, I would say the biggest thing is my direct approach to going and finding business every day. So instead of just having, so instead of having no hit towards any car salesman out there, I don't know how they do business, but what I take from them is they're just waiting for people to pull in the lot. And like you said, I've not been doing business for 25 years. I don't have this great reputation in my city. So the only way logically for me to go generate business is to do exactly that, go and generate business. And so I'm not going to sit here and just twiddle my thumbs waiting for something to come to me when I know that there's sellers out there raising their hand saying, hey, I need help selling. And I'm going to be the guy that goes and does that.
Yeah, which is great. And we're going to actually break down one of your live cold calls, which I think the audience will get a lot from that. But before we do that, let's kind of break down the business. So what you just said, you've made a business decision to be proactive in your lead generation, to go out there and actually initiate conversations with the people that you want to do business with, which is homeowners, so you can build a listing-based business. What do you think keeps most agents from that activity? In other words, to your point, most agents are just waiting around for business. They don't want to pick up the phone. They don't want to go knock on the door. They're afraid, Talon. They are afraid. What is it that keeps them out of doing these types of activities that is bringing you so much success? And they know it. They'll watch this podcast and they'll say, man, I'm going to get inspired. I just watched this interview with this Talon guy. The dude's doing amazing things. And they still can't do the action. Why?
Well, my next question to them would be, here's the deal, Brandon. Everyone's always going to have a reason not to do the hard work, right?
Yeah.
So my mindset is, I know if I do the hard work now, I can do the easy stuff later. And so, I can come up with a whole list of reasons why I shouldn't prospect this morning, right?
Yeah.
But ultimately, I know that that's not going to benefit my future. So I guess the thing that separates me and most of your coaching clients versus the people out there that are just waiting for business to come knocking on their door is the grit, the hustle, and the motivation. And the reason why we want to win, that's why we're doing it. That's why we're actively out here getting told no 20 times, but then we get a yes that makes it all worth it.
Yeah, great point. I agree with you. So when we break down your business, what lead sources are you focused on mainly right now?
So I wish sphere of influence.
Right.
But most of the time, I'd say about 45% comes from expireds, 45% comes from for sale by owners, and then about whatever the rest of that at 10% comes from circle prospects.
Yeah. Yeah. And your sphere of influence will come later in your career, as you know, right? As you continue to build your business and you start to continue to communicate with the people that you know, that business will come. It's funny because most agents rely heavily just on their friends and family, and that's probably one of the reasons why they struggle so badly. So you're going out there right now and generating business from people that don't know you and you don't know them. That requires a skill set. So when you talk about prospecting, how much time every day are you spending to your craft initiating conversations with homeowners?
Yeah, let me say this. I'm definitely not perfect, right? I wish I could nail down 3-4 hours of prospecting every day. Unfortunately, that's just not the case for me. But I do have a certain amount of context that I try to hit every day. But time, you asked me about time. I genuinely am pretty good at about spending about an hour to 2 hours every day on the phones. And I try to get that done early in the morning. That way I don't let anything come in between me and what makes me the money.
Well, what's incredible is an hour or two per day is getting you one new listing per week. It's incredible. It's not like you're having to, that's why this pays so well, right? I mean, you can work for an hour or two per day and do really, really well in this business. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And you asked me something just a second ago about skills. And so thankfully, because you've been able to help me with my skills, now my leads to contact ratio is way higher than what it used to be. So what I used to be able to spend, or whenever I used to spend hours trying to get a lead on the phone, well, now it only takes me a little bit of time because of my skill set. I can convert them into leads in a sooner or in a quicker amount of time.
Great point. So can you put some context for the audience? So they don't know, they don't speak our language, right? So when we look at lead to or contact to lead ratio, explain to the audience what that is, what's happening there, what it used to be and what it is now.
Yeah. So for me, what it is right now, first of all, what it used to be, I didn't even know what the difference was. Right.
We weren't tracking, right?
Yeah. Now it might seem like a matter of semantics, but it really means something if you track your business like you should. So if I call 10 people, well, the general average, and correct me if I'm wrong, is about 50%, or is it 30, something like that?
So the average is, right, is about, so from contact, so from conversation to a lead being generated, the average is about 10%, 1 out of every 10 conversations. Yeah.
Yeah. So right now, mine's anywhere between 30 to 50%. Like if I talk to 10 people, I can get 3 to 5 leads out of those 10 people. And now, Brandon, my question to myself was, would I rather spend 4 hours talking to 50 people and get 3 to 4 leads? Or would I rather talk to 10 people and an hour and a half and get 3 to 4 leads?
100%. No brainer, right? So a much more efficient way to do business, because there's a lot of people out there that listen to the show or follow the content on YouTube that they understand, Talon, that they have to pick up the phone and they got to prospect every day, but they're just not getting results, right? And so that's what today's episode is going to be all about. We're going to break down some skills. So 1 to 2 hours a day. And how many conversations or contacts does that allow you to have every day?
So originally in my business plan, I needed about 22, 25 contacts. Again, not been perfect, but usually on an average on a day, I can talk to anywhere between 13 to 18 people and really easily accomplish the amount of leads I need in that day, which is anywhere between 3 to 4 or 5 leads.
Yeah. So that's another efficiency, right? So when you and I met, you originally had to do 20, 25 contacts a day to hit the goal that we set on the business plan. But because of your skill set, now you're having to make less contacts, work less hard to get better results. Amazing. So break down what the rest of your day looks like. So you can kind of walk people through an average daily schedule.
Yeah. So, well, first of all, I started off in the mornings with wake up pretty early. I try to anyways. And then I always devote a specific time to like prayer and study in the morning. And then ideally going to the gym. But after that, if I don't go, I usually start prospecting right at 8 to probably about 10:30. I'm trying to generate new business, right? And then from about 10:30 to 11:30, I'm talking to people that I've already met with or talked to before, following up, etc. From there, take lunch. 1 to 3, like your program says, like I try to dedicate that time to my clients, business stuff, admin stuff, etc. And then that 3 to 7, I'm going on listing appointments. Sometimes there's one. And then if that's the case, I'm prospecting more. but sometimes I've done 3 in a day. And man,
Sure.
those are crazy days, you know?
Yeah, no doubt. And what percentage of the time do you comply with that schedule? Like, is it 80% of the time you can follow the schedule? Is it 50% of the time? What would you say your compliance with that is?
I would say, if I can be honest, which is what you've told me to be, I'd probably say about 70% of that is pretty dead on.
Yeah, because what we see is, for most agents, again, we're all about the truth, right? So the honest truth is that most agents don't have a schedule, right? They're just reacting to the day of whatever happens. And so their production is limited because they don't follow a system or a schedule. All right.
Which was me.
Sure. It's most people. And thank you for being honest. And so when we look at that, let's break down the skills for a second. Let's talk to Taylin, some of the skills that you've learned from a sales perspective selling over the telephone. Then we'll break down lead follow-up, and then we'll get into the listing presentation. And then what we'll do is actually break down a live call of yours. Cool?
Okay, cool.
All right. Cool. So if you can just think for a second, all right? I know that you and I have done a lot of work together. You've learned a lot of different things. But selling over the phone specifically, you talked about how much more efficient you've become. You've talked about your conversion ratios going a lot higher than they used to be. What can you attribute that to as far as the phone sales skills that you've learned that you feel like has made the biggest impact?
Yeah. So great question. What I would say is, first of all, the ability to take a note and go on to the next phone call, right? Mm-hmm. And I think that's just, and I'm not trying to talk about myself necessarily, but just anyone that's learning phone skills or phone sales in general, you've got to develop a confidence of what you're selling really works. Therefore, you're willing to take the notes because you know you're going to find a yes, right? Yeah. More specifically, other than that, I love the reverse selling method, meaning like you're willing to take a no, and not just a no, like don't call me, but like asking no oriented questions, for example, rather than the classic salesman wants to get people to say yes all the time, right?
Sure.
And at first I thought, man, this stuff, what in the world? But when you take it and go and apply it, these people have never heard anything like this, right? And so it really just kind of gets you in the door. And if I can use an analogy you've used for probably years, if I had to generalize what I'm trying to say, the skills that we've learned is, okay, when you said this before, when a person walks in a store and they say, hey, can I help you find anything? Or what do you need help looking for something? No, I'm just looking. And then 5 minutes later, they're at the register buying something. Well, the skills that we've been able to learn through this program is allowed us to get past that initial wall that everybody puts up, myself included, and get past to where the real motivation is and where that seller's really at in their timeline or their life, and seeing how we might be able to serve them the best.
I love it. And we're going to give people a great example in a real call in just a second. So shifting out of the first call, talk to us about the importance of lead follow-up and the role that's played in your ability to set more listing appointments.
Yeah. So again, this is another subject, I'm going to be honest, and maybe I can relate to somebody out there that I wish I was perfect at this. And me and you are actually working on this right now. So it is something I'm still trying to be more consistent with. Now, I will say though, the reason why I'm trying to work this out, much like I was trying to work out my skills in the beginning, is because I know the importance of it, right? I know how effective it is to talk to somebody week in and week out in a proper manner. That way you become the obvious choice when they need to list their home again.
Sure.
Or for the first time.
Yeah. So what's the issue that you have with lead follow-up? Is it just being organized? Is it, what is the issue that you've had in the past that you're working on getting better?
Okay. I'm just going to put it out there. And this is my honest synopsis. So I like to make myself hopeful of a lot of opportunities. And so whenever I'm getting all these leads, because I'm really good at it, and I don't mean that in an arrogant way.
No, you are. You are really good at it.
Well, I'm generating all these leads, right? And then some of them aren't ready to list today, and I'm okay with that. I understand. But I say, okay, I'm going to check back up with you next week. Well, I don't want to hear no sometimes, so I'm almost procrastinating the hearing the no part, rather than just picking up the phone call and offering my service day in and day out and being confident, like I've been preaching this entire time. And so, yeah, that's probably my biggest thing is like, I got a lot of hope in my pipeline, but I don't want to face reality.
Yeah. So, makes total sense. I mean, that's most people's issue when it comes to lead follow-up is the pipeline is filled with hopium, right?
Yeah.
It's a lot. So you're working through that though, because I think that when I look at a lot of the appointments you set over the prospecting challenge, a lot of them actually were from lead follow-up. A lot of them were.
Yeah.
So we're gonna listen to those in just a second. All right, shift gears to the listing appointment. So now you've done a great job on the initial call. You've generated a great lead. You've done a great job in lead follow-up. Maybe you've had 3, 4, 5 conversations. You set the appointment. You go on the appointment. What are some best practices that you have learned that might help the audience take and win more listings that you've learned recently?
So, I go on a lot of appointments and I'm being really realistic with these sellers. So I go on a lot of listing appointments and I don't take like my listing appointment ratio versus listings taken is way different than some others. And so I'm working on figuring that out. But tips that have helped me is, again, honesty, right? And pre-qualifying them over the phone before you meet is a big deal that I've been implementing literally just this week. And it's helping me go on these listing appointments with more confidence I'm going to get the listing rather than just go meet with a seller.
Sure.
Right? Because I could care less about just going and having a meeting with somebody if we're not actually going to do business, and if they know that up front. And so my job is to draw that motivation over the phone with skills to where whenever I do set an appointment, I can bank my bottom dollar or bet my bottom dollar that I'm going to get a listing. So a couple of practices. I like to put them on my Google Calendar. Maybe is this what you're referring to? Like stuff like this?
Yeah, please. Yeah.
Yeah. So I like to put them on my Google Calendar. Whenever I get their email to send them my resume and marketing plan of action, I say, now look, I'm going to put you on my Google Calendar. Will you do me a favor and go ahead and accept that prior to our meeting? That way I know you got it.
Love it.
And that's been a big game changer. Another thing is I like to write these little handwritten thank you cards. I don't know if you can see it.
Yep.
Every time I set an appointment, Brandon, I got this from your program. I send them a handwritten thank you card with a magnetic business card in there. And that just separates me from all my other competition. Right. Yeah. Another thing, I obviously call and text before our meeting. But my biggest tip, my biggest thing that I love asking at the end of a phone call is this. We call it pre-qualifying or qualifying. And I'll just tell them straight up, like, look, can I be honest with you? And they say, sure. And I'm like, look, I do a lot of these phone calls and sometimes people just kind of agree to meet with me to be nice and get me off the phone. You can be honest. That's not happening here, is it?
Love it.
And Brandon, if I had $1 for every time they bust out laughing saying, no, man, I'm glad you asked me that question. No, I really want to meet with you. When was the last time any new agent or any agent as all has ever heard that from somebody out of nowhere?
That's right. Because this goes back to what we talked about at the beginning of the show, which the audience will hear this in a real call in a second. This is you. First off, before I hit record, I said to you something. I don't know if you caught it or not. I said skills manifest actually through a mindset. And this mindset that you're talking about right now is being comfortable with hearing the word no, so much so that you actually invite the prospect not to tell you no, but to tell you the truth. Because that's what we're after. And to your point, most agents can't handle the truth, so they don't ask. So they end up having to spin their wheels, go on a bunch of unqualified appointments, which sometimes that's okay as you're learning, but it's because of a mindset of they don't have the courage to hear the truth. How have you built that muscle that's allowed you to ask questions like that? That I bet you some people in the audience that listen to the show can be like, oh my gosh, I can never ask that question, Talon. I can never ask that. How have you built that muscle? So
the muscle, and just like any other muscle, comes through constant training, right?
That's right.
Constant work. And so one thing is this is the first thing that comes to mind is I went on so many listing appointments. I think from the first of the year, I went on 79 listing appointments. Or wow. I'm sorry. I went on 33. I've set 79. Right. Yeah. And so the reason why I bring that up is this is my point to all of this is I would rather them tell me no than me take an hour of my time preparing for the meeting, an hour of my time driving to the property, another hour talking to them. And then how many ever hours kept following up with them after because I didn't get the business in the first place. I would rather hear the no up front than spend the 4 or 5 hours, if not even more, working with somebody that's not going to generate me business. Because what I'm doing there, Brandon, is I'm missing out on all the people that have to sell rather than the people that are just thinking about wanting or that just thinking about, right?
Yeah.
So, and you always tell us like, we need to find the people that have to sell in order to make it. And so that's my job. So I'm trying to disqualify all the people I can so I can spend my time, that very limited amount of time, finding the people that have to sell.
Yeah, no doubt. There's, and I agree with you 100%. There's one small caveat that I want to get your thoughts on. Okay. How about the agent who doesn't have your skills or confidence yet, that is building they're still in the process of building his or her business, who say to that, well, I'm actually willing to take that risk. I'm actually willing to go on more appointments, kind of how you were saying a minute ago, to take more shots because I don't have the skills to disqualify over the phone yet. How would you coach that newer agent? Do you feel like there's a strategy in the beginning to actually purposefully go on some more appointments versus qualifying them? Do you find any value in that yourself? And would you coach a new agent to do the same thing?
Absolutely. I mean, here's the deal. I've not been qualifying them, but since February, right?
Right.
So for the past year and a half, I've been on countless amount of these listing appointments like you're talking about that were not qualified.
Yeah.
That somehow I choked out the proper words to get them to say yes. Right. Yeah. And so I've been in those shoes, but now I'm to the point where I need to start qualifying them because I can get anyone to say yes to me. But to that agent, I would say continue to go. And until your calendar is just so full where you can't fit any more qualified listing appointments in there, which is where I feel like I'm at right now, that's whenever I would start qualifying them. And here's the thing, Brandon, I would never, I had a mentor tell me this early on, like regardless if you get a listing or not, at least when you go and meet with somebody knows who you are. Like one more person knows who you are, whether that generates you business or not. Like there's always an optimistic way to look at something. And so for that newer agent, like somebody's knowing your name, they're seeing the services that you provide, and you never really know what's going to come from that. And I have had success with that from the past.
Yeah, no doubt, right? And we always talk about this too. The learning's actually in the doing, right? So there's a lot of value in that. And then the other thing is there's just different phases of an agent's business. The phase first is like, let's get these appointments on the calendar. Right now, you don't have anything, not you, just agents in general. So it's like, if you can get in front of somebody, set the appointment. Then to your point, it's exactly when you need to shift strategies is when you have so many appointments you can't fit anymore. We start to replace those appointments with higher quality versus the quantity. Yeah, it makes a ton of sense. All right, so let's have some fun. All right, I'm going to share the audio of this call, and I'm going to kind of go through bits and pieces of it. I'm going to pause it at some points. And what I'd like for you to do, Talon, is to speak to the audience around what you're doing on this call. So almost like you can coach the audience through your own call and so they can understand, they can make sense of some of the things we talked about in the podcast so far in a real world situation. Is that cool?
Yes, sir. Let's do it.
All right. So let me just get the audio of this teed up and we're going to rock and roll. Ready?
Yes, sir.
Awesome.
Yeah. Hey, man, this is Talon again with Live Oak Real Estate. I didn't catch you at a bad time, did I?
One more time.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, who is it?
This is Talon again with Live Oak Real Estate. We spoke about a month ago about your property there on North Elm Street in Imboden. I just was hoping to ask a quick question about that, if that's okay. I know I'm the last person you'll be talking to today.
All right, so talk to us about that. What did you just do right there when you said, hey, you almost asked to get some permission, and then you spoke in a way that was almost self-deprecating. Can you speak to that skill specifically so the audience can kind of connect the dots?
Yeah, so this is a follow-up call, right? So I have taught, this isn't usually how I start every phone call. Follow-up call, yes, this is about what it looks like. So what I've just done is what you teach a pattern interrupt, right? This is saying, look, I know you don't want to be talking to me right now, but can I ask a question really quickly? And what that does is it gains permission to ask the questions that you need to ask.
Yeah, it does it, and you find that it helps to lower their defensive guard a bit because you're giving them the option to say no. You're giving them the autonomy to make up their own decision, and because you've given up what could be perceived as the control, and you've given that to the prospect more times than not, the adherence to that goes up. Is that what you have found?
Absolutely, they take it and run with it. Everybody wants to be in control.
That's right. All right, let's keep going.
No, go ahead. I got just a little bit.
Okay, well, you told me that last time we spoke to give you a call in about a month. I just didn't know if you guys ended up accepting an offer yet on that property or if it was still available.
I haven't. We haven't accepted an offer yet.
Okay, what time on Saturday?
We have someone very interested.
Great.
But
Okay,
nothing been
yeah.
accepted.
Well, I told you last time, I respect the fact what you guys are trying to do, and I kind of went over just briefly, what we've been able to do for other for sale by owners in the area. I just didn't know, Dustin, and I know you don't necessarily have to sell it right now, but can I be honest with you?
Yeah.
You're not in any kind of hurry to sell it, are you?
All right, so let's pause. Let's talk about a couple things that you're doing. So when you use language like "I just didn't know," talk to us about that and kind of what's happening there.
I just, whenever I say that, I'm trying to create curiosity. Like whenever I'm saying this, I'm trying to make him feel like I don't have a script right here in front of me. And so I'm just speaking to how I usually would speak. Yeah.
And let me help you. What's happening is it's what we would call anti-rejection language. And so what's happening for the audience is when you say things like "I just didn't know" versus saying things more matter of fact, like, they then can resist that or give you a objection. When you say, "Hey, I just didn't know," there's nothing to resist because you're not sure of it yourself. "I just didn't know if it would make sense for us to have this conversation. I just didn't know if you had accepted an offer. I just didn't know if the house was still available. I just didn't know if interviewing an agent right now would make any sense or not," right? So by using that type of language, there is nothing to resist, right?
So true.
Yeah.
So true.
Not really, but I mean, I don't have to sell it, I guess.
Yeah. Well,
that's where I'm at. Like for it to sell.
Got it. Well, I'm looking at my calendar, and I'm going to be honest, man. I've got 12 of these appointments scheduled for the next week. So, I guess, could I ask a favor?
So talk to us about that. When you ask questions like, "Hey, can I make a recommendation? Can I shoot you straight? Can I ask for a favor?" What is it that you're doing there? Or what have you learned that allows you to do?
Yeah, so what I'm doing is I'm trying to get them to agree in a micro way. That way, whenever I do try to set an appointment, they have already built up some, they're used to kind of agreeing with me. They're used to kind of saying yes to me in a sense, even though it might be with a no-oriented question. So like what I just did was I just did a micro agreement. And I also did what I feel like I'm trying to do right now. A lot of these have happened in the past couple weeks, but I think I was just trying to do I don't know if this is proper terminology, but I was assuming the fact that he wanted to meet with me.
Sure.
And
absolutely.
so I don't remember what I just said right there, but I think that's where I was going with that. I'm like, look, you're not in a hurry. And what I'm about to do is I'm about to try to get him on a calendar, right? Yeah. I'm assuming that whatever he just told me was all yeses. Now, in my head, if I can just get him to agree to meet with me, I got the game. That's all I need to get in his presence.
Yeah, and we talked about that. Your confidence when you make calls is to set an appointment. You're so confident around that. Let's see how you position that, okay?
Yeah. And this requires nothing of you up front, but I'm looking at my calendar, and I would love to swing by the property and go over that plan that I talked to you about last time about how we could help you get top dollar out of the property, because I know you're not going to hire an agent, and I'm not saying you should, unless you felt 100% confident that, of course, they could get you the money you need in your pocket, bottom line, right?
That to me is the number one appointment setting skill with what you just did. It's the
framework.
Yes, it's the number one skill. So let me back this up just so you can hear it again and the audience can hear it again. It's what's happening. Here's what I want you to listen to. I want the audience to listen to. First off, we have to have the courage to ask for what it is that we want. In this case, it's an appointment. We have to ask for the appointment. How we ask for the appointment is really important. So the way you're using the if-then framework for sure, but then you ask a question and gain agreement with something that you know that they're going to agree with 100% of the time. So I want everybody to listen to all of this happening at once.
Calendar, and I would love to swing by the property and go over that plan that I talked to you about last time about how we could help you get top dollar out of the property, because I know you're not going to hire an agent, and I'm not saying you should, unless you felt 100% confident that, of course, they could get you the money you need in your pocket, bottom line, right? And so,
boom. I mean, that's huge, right? So you ask for the appointment, but where most agents go wrong, Taylor, and you know this, they ask for the appointment and then they stop. And when they ask for the appointment and they stop, they're met with resistance. So before you end, hey, listen, I'd love to stop by, take a peek at the house. When I'm there, I'll kind of show you yada, 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 et cetera, et cetera. We can't stop there. It's then using the because framework. Because let's face it, right? I mean, you're not going to do anything unless you felt that it made 100% financial sense for you, right? Of course they say right. And because they've said right, they've also agreed to the thing you said first. Talk to us about that.
Yeah, so I'm like, words are wanting to come out of my mouth right now just because this part gets me excited. Like when
Absolutely.
you get down to this part in the like your phone call, man, it gets exciting, right?
That's right.
But I said that to say a practical tip. Speaking, like, does it always work like this? And would I say this is one of my best phone calls? Absolutely not. Like, I'm kind of cringing even listening to myself. But one of the things that I love to do, and I don't know, maybe, and correct me if I'm wrong, if I maybe need to stop doing this, but whenever I say, if I could swing by the property one day this week, show you blah, 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 I would love to be able to do that. I mean, would you be completely against the idea of taking a look at something like that? And even if I leave that as an open-ended question, like as soon as they start talking, Brandon, I interrupt them and I say, well, because let's face it. And I hit them with the because framework. So like I just did, I piggybacked off myself. But even if you were to ask them the open-ended question, and I was telling our team during the prospecting challenge, like, look, completely interrupt them and then hit them with the because framework, because then they're obviously going to agree to it. And then from that point on, I'm just go, okay, well, I'm looking at my calendar right now and I get it. Boom, right then.
You are 100% actually spot on. I'm glad that you said that, because we don't talk about that as much as we probably should in coaching calls. That is exactly what we need to do. Because what I've taught in the appointment setting training is whatever they say, you interrupt them and say because. And we know based on the science, right? And so a lot of Dr. Cialdini's work, the because framework is so critical to getting them over the hump, right? And that's the part of the call I wanted to show everybody. That's really a skill set that I believe you've mastered. That's allowed you to set so many appointments. And I think that's got to be the number one skill that you've learned. Is that right?
Yeah. And I use maybe not the because framework, but more so that principle of like, I just got to keep the snowball rolling and it's going to do the work for me. So from the very beginning, no matter what I'm hearing on the phone, I know, and maybe this is a part where I really need to start digging deeper to pre-qualify a little bit more, but I know that what they're telling me over the phone is probably not the most accurate truth. And so I know all I got to do is get in front of them to really get that truth. And so doing this type of principle of like, taking whatever they say, kind of dismissing it almost and interrupting them with stuff that they will agree with. Because let's face it, I know I'm the best agent for them in this scenario, right? And I know they're not going to disagree with that once they meet me.
100%. And that's another good principle, right? Nothing is as it seems, because they're resisting, right? Everybody wants to resist. So we call it an ignore pivot. It's like, I heard you, right? And so we ask questions to really uncover the truth, and only motivated people will agree to doing certain things. So let's see how he responds to this appointment, because you might have to ask for it a couple different times. And I'd love to hear how you respond to some of these objections.
I mean, I'm looking at my calendar. I mean, would the 18th of May be too far out or too soon to just pencil in on a calendar? I can swing by the property and take a look at it. And of course, you and the wife can decide what you want to do from there.
Yeah. 18th of May.
I'm just trying to pencil something in because I get a lot of.
I love how you do this, because if you leave it too long, he's going to object, right? That's what's happening right now. So you jump in yet again, and you're trying to lower the perceived risk to agree to meet with you. Yes?
Yes, sir.
That's right. So we're removing the threat that a prospect may feel. And so any pressure that they feel, you're in the process of removing it right now, just so the audience can hear it.
These appointments. And so we can obviously move that around. There's a lot that can happen in between now and then. I mean, you could sell it, but I didn't know if I could just pencil you in there. And then if we need to move it, we can.
Right. Yeah, let's shoot for a little later than the 18th, though.
So I'm looking.
I've got some stuff going.
Okay, I'm looking like you want to shoot for the next week, like the 22nd or the 24th?
Yeah, we can shoot for sometime in there.
Okay.
I can probably run up and meet you. And
yeah.
We can go over some stuff, but I will tell you.
Yeah.
I've bought, sold houses before.
Yeah, that's what you told me.
More than one. So. Yeah,
you told me that. And again, look, this plan's not for everybody, right? I would just like to maybe have an opportunity to swing by because I do a lot of work in the area. So it'll give me an opportunity to meet you, see the house, and go over this plan, this strategy that we're using for other people. And of course, that way you got it on the table for you down the road, you know?
Sure.
So talk to us just really quick about the part where you said, this plan isn't for everybody. Why did you do that?
So this is another line that I stole from YouTube, right? Your YouTube videos. And I've been using that for a while and I love it. Even there's team members at our office that love whenever I say that. And one, it's just being honest, right? Like,
that's right.
I'm not the agent for everybody. And what that does is it's almost like, well, I don't know. You actually, it starts to almost make them want to sell themselves to me. Like, if I'm not the agent for everybody, well, why wouldn't you be the agent for me? Like, it almost makes them want to figure out for themselves.
Yeah. Well, the other thing it does too, both of those are true. The third thing, and the most important thing, Talon, that it actually does as well, when we speak in ways that could be perceived to go against our interest, it makes us come across more trustworthy, because the salesperson who we call this like confirmation bias, right? Where we're saying, or a perceived bias rather, where everything the salesperson says is trying to get the prospect to do business with them. And then when you communicate the opposite of that, to say, listen, I'm not for everyone. Only somebody that can communicate like that actually allows the person to be perceived that they can be trustworthy and make it safe for them to meet, because it's not going to be this high pressure sales pitch. That's the perception you're giving off. All right, the call's almost done. Let's one more minute. Let's see how you close this thing up.
Okay, I'm going to pencil in the 24th. Is mornings or afternoons better for you?
It really, I'll have to wait till closer. We'll shoot for morning.
Okay. Let's just say at about 11.
Yeah.
And I'll pencil that in. I will text you the week before to confirm our meeting. And just to make sure I'm clear, you gave me an email. It's
cool. So nice job. I mean, again, it's just the confidence. And I think a lot of what people will hear is that confidence that you're going to set this appointment, and you're doing it in a way that some people might hear that and confuse, because they're having this fine line of not wanting to come across as like this pushy salesperson because it makes them feel out of integrity, right? We do it in a way in the reverse selling methodology to increase close ratios without the person feeling the pressure. And that's the skill that you've really developed over the last couple of months. Is that right?
Yes. And and I will be the first to say, Brandon, I'm not a pushy guy.
Yeah.
I'm really not. I've never been that type. And I did have that ideal or thought of this type of stuff before I was in the coaching program. I was like, man, this stuff seems pretty pushy, you know? But here's the deal. I'm doing it all with permission. They allowed me to get on the phone. They allowed me to ask another question. They're allowing me to come over, right? And I think you would agree with me. No one's, well, very rare. If they really do feel uncomfortable, and if they really do feel uncomfortable to meet, they're not going to meet with you.
That's right.
Right. That's just my thoughts. If they're really uncomfortable with me, they're not going to meet with me. Yeah. So I'm not doing anything bad to anyone by doing what we're doing.
Yeah, and you nailed it. I mean, the whole foundation of the reverse selling method is to get the prospect's permission, right? And that's what's happening here. To your point, they've given us permission to have the conversation in the first place. They've given us permission to ask for the appointment. They've given us the permission to show them what we could do to get the property sold. It's all them asking us to do it. So, as you kind of look back, right, if you can kind of get licensed all over again, what are maybe one or two pieces of advice that you would give yourself that other newer agents watching or listening to the podcast can learn from?
Yeah, so I'm in the comments of your YouTube section all the time with people saying, man, I wish I could afford it, or man, I wish I could start. I'm telling them to start, because that is my biggest, not trying to sell Brandon's program, but that is my biggest regret, is like, man, I wish I would have been able to have these skills from a couple years ago, or a year and a half ago, even 8 months ago would have been a game changer. I just wonder where I would be today. So that would be the first piece of advice. And so my second piece of advice would be, the learning is in the doing. Get to work today. practice what you're learning.
Yeah, I love it, man. That was a lot of fun. This episode was a lot of fun. I really appreciate you doing this. I'm excited for where you're taking this thing. Maybe we can do this again in the future, but I want to thank you so much for the time you spent with us today. How did you end up 2022?
Sure. So 2022 was, until 2023, was my best year by far. My GCI was 338. And that year I took home, after splits and caps and all of that, just a little over 300. So
it's amazing. I mean, that's a great year because you did well before too, from the business that you were in, which we talked about in the first time we had you on the podcast. So that's amazing. So you had another really good year, put you in like the top 5% of income earners in our industry. What does this year look like? And then I will break down kind of what you're doing to generate these type of results.
Yep. So this year I am, with all the numbers that I'm tracking, it looks like I'll probably end with just a little above 400.
Amazing. So another year of growth to get over 400K. So the audience, a lot of real estate agents, most, quite frankly, that's like their long-term vision of like, man, I'd love to be earning a couple $100,000 a year, Alex. Let's break that down for the audience and figure out how might they be able to duplicate some of your results. So first off, let's break down the most important question we always get, which is lead generation. How are you getting clients and how are you going out there and generating this much business?
Right now, my on your advice, Brandon, which I treat as the holy Bible of advices, I only have really, probably I would say 95% of my lead generation strategy is all outbound. You and I had many conversations about that. I, like everybody, am attracted to the sexy things. I want to be on YouTube and I want to be on Instagram and, I want people to call me. But like you and I talked about, right now is not the time for that. And really the only thing that would potentially cause my sphere to reach out to me are the weekly emails that I started sending out very, very, very recently. Until then, this is my third year with you. It has all been outbound lead generation prospecting.
Got it. So, and it pays pretty well. It pays really well, right? It's hard. It's hard work, but it pays well. So let's kind of really get into the weeds of it. So, which lead sources are you contacting? Are you mostly outbound via phone? Are you doing door knocking or is it all phone?
I don't do door knocking. I do door knocking when I bullseye. So that's the only time that I do door knocking. I am not a fan of door knocking. If I can be like, look, I wasn't a fan of calling either, but for some reason it just, stuck and I really don't mind it anymore. But door knocking, I'm a very private person. So I feel very, very awkward and I don't know. I feel like somebody's intruding on my personal privacy when somebody knocks on my door. So it's never something that I've really been a fan of. But I do it for existing listings and open houses and such. So, but in terms of my lead pillars, it's expireds, first thing in the morning, then followed by for sale by owners, followed by the next 3 hours of calling, typically either absentees and downsizers. And, if I'm letting that list rest a little bit, I'm doing either circle or bullseye prospecting.
Nice. Yeah. And I'm with you. I would much prefer to make phone calls than to door knock. It just fits my personality better. I like it better. I get great results doing it. So it makes a ton of sense. So if you were just to guess, how would you break up the, based on those lead pillars, you're getting X% from expireds, X% from for sale by owners. Can you break that down to where you're getting most of the business from?
I have it all tracked and put together. So right now, so this year so far, 73% of my business comes from expired listings, 13% for sale by owners. And then it looks like I did a deal with a past client and I did a deal with an absentee owner this year. Now, the caveat to that is that I started calling absentees, I want to say 6 months ago. So a lot of, and the other thing too is as I was going through kind of the flows of figuring out how to work that particular lead pillar, I've made a lot of changes. So I've actually disqualified a ton of leads that I kind of forced or later realized that I forced into my CRM. And I actually am actively working on, really minimizing the amount of people that are in my CRM to the very, very, very qualified and to the very, very motivated. Yeah. So I would venture to say the next year I'll probably, that will be a greater part of my business.
Makes a ton of sense. So you're diversifying a bit more as of the last 6 months. You're starting to build some pipeline business that will then manifest in the next 6 months. So yeah, if we get to $500,000, maybe the breakup will be a little bit different, a little bit more diversified. But right now, you have truly mastered the art and the science of converting what I would say is the hardest lead to convert, which is expired listings. Because that's why there's a big draw to expired listings, because it's the lowest hanging fruit that we have in real estate, right? I mean, everybody wants to go after it, but then the complaint that I hear from most agents, Alex, is, man, they are tough. They are tough. So, what are some things that you've learned that has allowed you to? I mean, you're making, call it $250,000 a year from one lead pillar, just expired listings. So, what is the secret, my friend? What can you share with us that you've learned?
It's such a great question, and for the longest time, I did not realize what the secret is. And the secret really is no secret. For me, it was the realization that I have to detach myself from the outcome. And when I realized that, it was so powerful and so strong that it completely changed the way I look at things, right? And so as a result, I think that it also changed the way that the prospect on the other side perceived me. Because before, and it could be because I was still newer to calling, I was still trying to work the kinks out of the system. It was, I would get very nervous and I would have like this just mouth diarrhea.
Sure. Yeah. You would just vomit.
Yeah, exactly. You just like try to get through it as quickly as you can, hoping that, you don't piss them off and they're not going to hang up on you. When I detached myself from the outcome, I realized how powerful that is and how differently you sound to the prospect on the other end.
So can we give the audience just a little bit of like context of what that could sound like and what that means, like the before and after? Because I think you're spot on. And I remember vividly like this happening to you in real time over the last couple of years. So what would the old Alex do? And then we'll talk about what you're doing now, just to give the audience a little bit of context.
For sure. Before, it was all about, how can I convince the prospect to meet with me?
That's right.
That's what it was before. I called with the goal of convincing the prospect to meet with me because I knew I had to get in front of that person. So
and you were met with a ton of resistance, a ton of pushback, a ton of rejection. This is what every agent's doing. They're all having the same mindset. They're all going after that approach of like, how do I convince this person? How do I persuade them I just got to get in front of them? And they're just met with a bunch of, nope, I'm not interested. Leave me alone. Give me out for your list. You're the 100th agent to call me. And they just can't break through. And they're just like, I don't know what I'm doing wrong. So now, fast forward, what are you doing differently?
So there are only two things that I do differently now that I did before. It's these minor changes and tweaks going through your program and having these realizations that kind of got me to this point. And so the number one thing that I realized after I, that I started doing after I realized that I have to detach myself from the outcome is I slowed down. So when I call now, I don't rush to get through the script. I don't rush to get through the next line of the script or to ask them the next question or think about how I can overcome the objection. I simply call and I'm confident, but at the same time, I take my time to explain the reason why I call.
So let me throw this caveat in there. The big difference, just for the audience, maybe if there's a new agent they haven't heard it yet, what you just said was one approach was about you. That was the first approach. Now this approach is about the prospect.
100%.
You're really calling to help the person, which allows you to slow down. So when you say detaching from the outcome, you have no desperation of any type of result. Like, I don't even know if I want to meet this person yet. I don't know if I can even help this person yet, right?
And that's just it. The goal behind slowing down is determining whether it even makes sense for us to meet at this point.
That's right.
Because it oftentimes does not.
That's right.
And so that's the first thing that I changed. The second thing that I changed is just realizing that not everyone I call is going to be the right fit for me, and I will not be the right fit for that person.
It's great.
Not everybody will, and that's okay. And so many times calls, go by, and I try to gauge what kind of motivation they have on the phone. And, at the end of the day, we say, well, listen, I really appreciate you spending a few minutes on the phone with me. It doesn't look like I'll be the right agent for you, but I wish you all the best of luck in hopefully selling your home.
So
that's it.
A complete shift from neediness and desperation to one of abundance to say, can I help this person? Can I not? Which then manifests in how you're approaching the conversation, the tonality that you're using, how the prospect is perceiving the conversation, which allows you to be different.
Yeah. Different.
Because the prospect must first view you as different before they determine you to be better, right? So what are, I'm going to break down the daily schedule in just a second.
Yeah.
Can you share any tactical sales skills that you've learned to help navigate some of these conversations? Maybe how you're starting it, maybe some of the questions, some of the scripts that you're using, anything like that you think the audience could pull from?
Sure. I mean, the first thing, and I think everybody's been on the bad end of a cold call before, right? Everybody knows, right. Hey, how you doing today?
Yeah.
So the first thing that we have to do is pattern interrupt, right?
That's right.
We talked about it so many times because anybody that picks up an unknown number, they immediately have all of these walls and guards and psychological reactants
that's right.
We spend so much time learning about with you, especially last week. And so whenever I pick up the call and somebody says hello, I just say, hey, Brandon.
Yeah.
Brandon, this is Alex, and I'm a local realtor. And listen, before you hang up, I was just hoping to ask a quick question. Would that be all right?
Beautiful. Yes, absolutely.
And that's the answer I get most of the time. And sometimes there's a little bit of a pause where I feel like they want to say, oh God, a realtor, but they just can't. And they can't help themselves but to say, sure, what's up? And, we go through the rest.
Yeah, it's great. So I love it. And so for the audience sake who is untrained, right? They don't know what you know. They haven't been trained the way you've been trained. What's happening psychologically is we're using language patterns that directly support the person's autonomy to make their own decision. This is the perception that they are in control. That's what you're referring to. They can't help but comply with what you've asked because you've detached so much control and you've given it all up to them. They can't help themselves but to comply with you. So it's amazing. All right, so let's break down the day really quick. So
sure.
You're prospecting for how many hours per day right now?
4 at minimum.
4 hours a day. Awesome. And then hopefully everyone heard that. He's prospecting 4 hours a day. Is it sometimes every day, once in a while when you feel like it, or is it every day?
Every single day without fail.
Yeah, without fail. And that's a character trait of yours. And as a result of that character trait, you make really, really good income, right? So that's one big takeaway. So in those 4 hours, typically how many conversations will you have?
Typically anywhere between, let's just say between 35 to 50 conversations.
Got
50
it. Okay.
would be on the high end.
Sure. So averaging maybe 40 contacts a day.
Yeah. Brand contacts. I've never spoken with these people before in my life.
Got it. Okay. So that gets you about 200 conversations per week and roughly 800 to 1,000 new conversations a month with people about the selling of their home. No wonder why you're succeeding at the levels you are. So typically out of 1,000 conversations in a month, how many leads or appointments will that yield you in a full month of outbound prospecting?
Sure. And I want to make one distinction, Brandon, because since we're talking about contacts and all of that, until October this month, today is October 10th, I did less prospecting than that. So it is until it is. You and I spoke, I think, a couple of weeks ago when you told me you really need to step up and do more, and so I started doing more. Sure. Before that, I would cap out at 3 hours. So during those 3 hours, typically I would talk to between 20 to 30 people. Got it. 30 would be on the high end. So adding another hour helped me add another 10 people that I talked to. But in general, I would generate, if we took historical data and not what I'm doing now, I would generate anywhere between 2 to 3 leads per day.
Wow, that's great. So 2 to 3 leads a day that go into the database, and these are people. Let's unpack this for the audience. You started talking about this at the beginning of the show, where you're doing a much better job of disqualifying people, so the right people are going into the database. Absolutely. Can you talk about that?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's just, I used to be in the leads collection business.
That's right.
I would get so excited every time somebody would tell me, give me a call in 6 months, or give me a call. Oh, we're looking to move in 2 years. I put them into my database, sure. Thinking that, and so as a result, what ended up happening after I started following up with these people, month, 2, 3, 6 months down the line, is they would go into the witness protection program, and so as a result, I would spend an enormous amount of time following up that didn't yield just a tremendous amount of results. So that caused me kind of to think and have a mindset shift that, like, what Brandon says is true. You cannot, just because somebody says to you that they're open to you or they're not opposed to you following up with them, doesn't mean that they actually mean it. So now one of the biggest things that I do to disqualify people is oftentimes I ask the same question once, twice, maybe sometimes 3 times, right? And the other thing is, I do not let people off the hook. So in other words, in the past, sometimes, they tell me, just email me and I'll get back to you. And I'll be like, okay, no problem.
That's right.
I'll hear from them again.
That's right.
Now it's, hey, you know what? I've been doing this for a little while. And usually when somebody tells me that they're going to get back to me or give me a call in a week, 2 month, whatever it is, it means that they're politely telling me that they never want to hear from me again. Is that what's happening here? And
amazing, Alex.
It's so powerful because then you actually commit a person.
That's right.
Or you disqualify them. And either one is fine.
Yep. So smart. So smart. Again, just another approach. And once we know how humans behave, then everything makes sense, because the principle of consistency kicks in, and they say, no. Listen, you're going for the no. No, Alex, you sound like the type of person we do want to talk to. So your leads are like gold. I mean, you have really good leads. So, which brings me into my next question. Now that you've kind of learned what you've learned, and I don't know if I've asked you this in a while or not, so I'm curious to find out what your answer is these days. The listing appointments that you're going on these days, are they still coming from the first contact, or now you're starting to generate some through the pipeline and through follow-up?
majority of my appointments come from follow-up.
Yeah, makes a ton of sense. Even the expireds, right? Because oftentimes you generate a really good lead, we put them into the pipeline, we do our follow-up thing, and it's a couple weeks later that turns into a high quality listing appointment because you're no longer doing preview appointments, correct?
No, I haven't been doing preview appointments for a while now.
Yeah, perfect. So let's talk about the appointment for a second.
Sure.
Because that's the other big part of the business. So we talked about all of your lead generation. We talked about your sources. We talked about the commitment you have to outbound prospecting. Now at the appointment, what's working for you that's allowing you to enroll new clients? What are you saying? How are you approaching it? What are you finding that's working really well?
It's the same thing that I did on the phone, detaching from the outcome. That it's the same philosophy that I apply at the listing appointment now. Again, just looking back, it used to be that I'd be so desperate to earn their business that again you start working on convincing people, and that's what I used to do. I found something to be very, very powerful. And that is that when you sit in front of a prospect and you tell them, listen, I believe in my heart of hearts that my duty to you first and foremost is to tell you the truth. And it likely also means that we're going to talk, especially on an expired listing, that we're likely going to talk about some of the things that you don't want to hear. But one thing that I don't want to do is be like every other agent that you're going to meet with who's going to sit here and make things sound better than they really are in the hopes that you like them enough to give them, to work with them and to award them your business. My goal is not to do that. My goal is to be truthful with you, because I think only through that we'll actually have a great experience. And when you're sitting at the closing table and the attorney's sliding the check over to you or the stack of checks, you're going to turn around and say, Alex, you did so great that we're going to refer all of our friends and family to you.
So powerful. So powerful. That's changed everything, right? Because isn't that exactly what every seller's looking for? And every agent can't do that.
And it's so incredible because time and time and time again, sellers tell me, oh my God, this is exactly what we want, Alex. Right. And yes, please be honest with me. And the thing is, what that allows me now to do, and I actually tell them, so as a result, I actually would like to ask for your permission to be 100% honest with you. Do I have your permission? Alex, yes, you do. Great. Because now I don't have to tippy-toe around the fact that their house smells like smoke and they need to make their bed in the morning.
So good. So good. Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, if you're listening and you're paying attention, what Alex just said can change your career, because once you verbalize that approach, you just said it too. Not only does that shift the prospect, it shifts how you communicate. Because you're right. Most agents tiptoe around the truth. They BS everything. They beat around the bush. They just make things seem better than they really are. So they don't offend the seller. They don't have to deal with any confrontation in hopes, man, I hope I get this listing. I hope I get this listing. And if they do, they end up with an overpriced, unsellable listing. And they say, oh my gosh, I don't even want another listing. And it's all their fault because their unwillingness to tell people the truth. So good. So good. So,
yeah. If I can just add one last thing,
please.
The most useful time when this becomes incredibly powerful is when you're talking about pricing. When you tell a prospect, look, based on the market data, your listing should sell between X and Y. And the seller goes, wow, that's bullshit. My house is worth $1 million. Let's have a conversation about that. Let's have a truthful and honest discussion. I came here with stats. I came here with numbers. I understand that you're probably attached to your home, and I don't want to offend you, but I gave you a commitment that I will be 100% truthful with you at the beginning of this appointment, and here is what it is. And you just lay it out in front of them one more time. And in most cases, if you're dealing with somebody who has motivation, who's capable of understanding the market and the data that you explained, they can't help but not to listen. They can't help themselves to, how can I say? They can't help themselves
they can't resist
but to listen to you. There you go.
Yeah. You become irresistible because they've never met with an agent that is so forthcoming. That's what they're feeling. They're so used to meeting in their entire lives, real estate or not. You know, you go buy a car, it's the same thing. You go do this, it's the same thing. It's all these salespeople are super fake and they're not authentic. They're just BSing. And what do you think people are stupid? They know. That's why they don't like salespeople. That's why they don't trust us. And so that's why you're able to obtain so many clients, because you're almost like a breath of fresh air to say exactly what they're telling you. The feedback you're getting is, Alex, I mean, oh, you're like a godsend. Like this, you're the exact agent that we've been looking for. And as a result, you've done extremely well in a very, very, very short amount of time. So, I mean, obviously, if I were to ask you, hey, what are some things you could share with agents that are just getting started? You've already shared them. You've shared a lot of those different things, but specifically around this part of the business is where I want to see what your coaching would be to a brand new agent who doesn't have results yet, that is in the kind of that first 30, 60 days of prospecting with no results. We call that deception, that phase 2, that conscious incompetence, where they're like, holy shit, what did I get myself into? I don't know if this is for me. How does one navigate that period of time, or how did you do it, or how would you advise people to get through that period of time?
Yeah, fair question. And, you know, for me, and by the way, I struggled for the longest time.
Yeah.
I mean, you and I, know, before I joined your program, I struggled for the longest time.
Yeah.
For me, what it came down is consistency.
That's right.
And I told you this on the first podcast that we did, but I'm gonna repeat myself again. It's so weird how things work, though, you know. But the thing is, I told myself at some point, I woke up one morning and I'm like, okay, game over. It's either you put up or shut up. You either commit to this or you get out of the business, because I was using Zillow and all kind of, we won't go into that right now. But I made myself make my bed every single morning. And when I built that, it's so cliche. When I built that habit, I said, okay, if I can make my bed in the morning, I can make my calls in the morning. And you know what? I didn't start calling 4 hours right away.
Right.
Sometimes I'd call for half an hour. Sometimes I'd speak with 2 people, but I would make it a point to do it every single day. And through that consistency, it's been a long journey, but through that consistency, I've been able to get here. And I can't say I'm scratching the surface, but I'm not towards the end. I'm just starting.
That's right. Yeah, it's so good. And you now, would you agree with this? This is what happened to me, is because you've built that habit, because you've now reaped the reward of that habit, do you find the thought of, because listen, life happens. Do you find the thought of missing a day of prospecting more painful than the 4 hours of prospecting?
Absolutely. I feel guilty.
That's right.
When I have to, and it's always have to, when I have to miss a day of prospecting, I feel guilty and so I try to make it up. I call in the afternoon, in the evening, because look, this Friday I have to go to my daughter's something for school. I have can't be rescheduled, and it's in the morning. So I'm going to have to miss that time to prospect. The first thing I do when I walk in is I'm going to sit behind my desk or stand behind my desk and make those phone calls. Before I do anything else, that's the first thing that I'm going to do.
Yeah, and I would say,
that's it. It becomes a habit, and it's hard to not do it.
Yeah, and I would say from a coaching perspective, until that is true for an agent, they'll never reach their fullest potential, because most agents are the exact opposite. They're looking for any excuse not to prospect, where you're looking for any excuse to prospect, right?
Literally.
Literally, like, I totally get it. I get anxious when I'm away from my desk and I can't be productive. I'm like, man, I just feel like I'm wasting a lot of time. So as you look ahead, I know you and I are working on some things, but and I don't know how much you want to share or not share, but the next step for you, what does that look like to keep leveling up the business?
Yep. Well, so with all the changes that I've made in, additional prospecting and things like that, the goals that I put together based on everything that we talked about over the past few weeks, my goal for next year is now just a little shy of $650,000 in GCI.
Sure. Because you're doing this by yourself still, but you're about to change that. Yeah.
Yep. And so, and actually what prompted the whole thing is the mastermind with Dr. Hardy.
Yeah.
Because I found it so incredibly powerful. And listen, I've read the one thing,
sure,
right? And it made an impact, no question about it. But speaking with Dr. Hardy, it really made me understand how powerful it is when you focus on one or two things, no more than that. And so my goal going forward now is going to be to actually narrow down the scope of my responsibility to literally just, make my calls, generate the new business, follow up, and go on listing appointments. Everything else, the last 3 quarters of this year, I'm going to be working on outsourcing that to somebody else.
It's great. It's great. Last one for me. It's going to be a hard question. In 3 years of us working together, if you had to put it to one skill that has been the most valuable thing that you have learned through working with me, what would the one thing be that is most powerful?
Oh man. The most powerful, you know what? I have an answer for you. The most powerful thing I learned is to be comfortable with the uncomfortable.
Tell us more. That's so good.
That's what I would say. The world is ever changing, right? And I used to pay so much attention to like what's going on with NAR right now, the commission lawsuits, and oh my God, my town is this change, there is that change. I don't care about any of it anymore. Yeah. Because the one thing that I know is things are going to continue changing. But as long as I am able to continue sustaining my business, continue growing, I already know that things are going to change. And so I have to be comfortable with that. I have to be comfortable with making adjustments and not getting to a point where I'm just coasting. I guess, I don't know. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
I guess that would probably be the one thing.
Yeah, I would say that you're overwhelmingly more calm about your business, and you have this sense of like comfort. To your point, it's like I know I think that's the exact right thing, and I've witnessed it over 3 years. It's gone from just being very all over the place and very anxious. I would say like, oh, I'm doing all this stuff, and really you've been a byproduct of addition by subtraction. It's not like we added a bunch of stuff, right? We worked on some skills, but really what we did is we took away a lot of things so that we can do exactly what Alex is good at. And what Alex is good at is having conversations with people. And we're finding that the more he does that, his success and his income continues to grow. So listen, thank you very, very much. I have a page of notes. I'm sure the audience does too. So thank you so much for popping back on the podcast.
For once, it's you the one that has pages of notes and not me.
I'm always learning, So I got a whole page. I mean, literally, I've got a whole page of notes from our conversation. It gives me good things to think about. What's working, what's not. So yeah, thank you for that.
And listen, before we part ways, can I make a quick recommendation?
Sure can. So good.
Look, to anyone that has hung on through this podcast and through this interview, here's what I would tell you. I have gone through my fair share of different coaches and listened to many different people and have gotten lots of advice. And if you're doing something in the business, that's working for you, great. Maybe Brandon's not even the coach for you. But if you're struggling from somebody who used to go through the same thing that you're going through right now, give his team simply a chance to have a conversation with you. And I can guarantee you that whatever you hear will be helpful. And if you decide to work with him, terrific. And if not, that's okay too. But if you do, I think that you'll certainly fall in love like I did and reach great success.
Well, Alex, it's truly kind words, and it's much appreciated. And yeah, we just love what we do because of we get to be in relationship with people like yourself. So appreciate you very much, and I'll continue to see you every day on a coaching call.
Like later today.
Yeah. See you, Alex. Take care.
Thanks, man.
Yeah. Bye-bye. You now have your first full year in real estate behind you in your rearview mirror, where you did $7.2 million in your first full year, which is incredible. And that's why we wanted to have you back on the podcast to kind of unpack that for everybody. So welcome back. It's good to see you.
Thanks for having me.
For sure. For sure. So, there's so many areas we can get into, but let's really, I want to break down. So 7.2, like how did that feel? What was like your brokerage saying? I'm sure there's a lot of people like, oh my gosh, how are you able to produce so much in your first year when most new agents only sell a couple homes?
Oh my gosh. Well, that's a lot to unpack. Out of the 7.2 that I did last year, I did 12 deals total, 9 for sale by owner listings.
Wow.
So then the rest were, I had 1 referral and then buyers.
Got it.
So, it was, my goal for last year was to make $159,000. And I got so close.
Yeah.
And so I felt very proud about that. But if I'm being really honest, at the end of the year, looking back on the year, I was a little bit disappointed. I feel like I felt like I could have done better. So that's what I'm hoping for this year.
Yeah.
To take the lessons I learned from last year and apply it this year.
I cannot wait. We're going to share all of that with everybody. So why don't we jump right into it? So that's a good recap from 2021. What is the goal for 2022?
Well, I want to double my deals.
Okay.
So 24 is double, but I like round numbers. So I want to 25 is my goal.
So will that represent 300K?
It should come pretty close to that, give or take.
So, I mean, that's a big number, right? So I don't know how much you've earned in the past, but when you start making $350,000 a year and you're making more than surgeons, how does your family respond to the success you're having? Because that's something that's not talked about often. And when somebody starts succeeding and making this kind of money, it impacts life because people start to look at you and treat you differently. Have you started to experience any of that yet? Or?
Well, before I jumped into real estate, the reason why my 1-year goal was where it was is because that's about what I was making before.
Got it.
So I didn't want to jump into real estate and go backwards. I really wanted to move forward. I wanted to excel. And I knew that was going to be really hard in my first year. But it was just a mindset that it was going to happen for me no matter what. And so that's where my mindset is again for this year to double that business. So, hopefully not a lot will change as far as my personal life. I mean, my family is very supportive of my goals and aspirations,
Good.
But obviously things are going to change if I double my business this year.
Yeah. All right. So they will. And so let's kind of talk about what needs to change, right? You learned a lot in your first year. What are some of the things that you said, damn, this is what I'm going to commit to. I'm going to do this differently. Let's start to get into some of those. What was one big takeaway that you're going to bring into 2022 that you felt like you were missing last year?
Well, last year was an accumulation of really, really high ups and then crashing. So it was very inconsistent because what would happen for me is I would start to gain momentum. I get deal after deal after deal, and then I'd be so overwhelmed, I'd stop prospecting completely. And that was so detrimental to my business. The other thing is I would take on a buyer. And that was one of the biggest reasons why I would stop prospecting, is because I was taking buyer clients. And I'm not ever saying don't take buyer clients. Like, people have to do what makes sense for their business. But for me, this year going forward, I will have a buyer's agent for every buy deal I do, because I cannot sacrifice. In this market, it's just so hard. When you work with buyers, it's 24/7. Every single day you're looking, you have to go see properties as soon as they hit the market or you're out. Yeah. And I can't do that this year. My number one focus is getting listings and prospecting and, not giving up on that goal. And so to get rid of this, I have to be completely consistent with my prospecting.
I love that. So what you're saying, and this is a concept that is very difficult for at least newer agents to understand, they start to get it over time, is success. The further and further you kind of grow your business, it's more about what you say no to versus what you say yes to. And so this year you've made a conscious decision. Like, I'm going to say no to the buyer business. Most agents, when they hear you say that, you're exactly right. They're like, how can you say no to business? Like, I got to make this money, Tanya. Like, I can't just say no. You've got to this place to say no to buyers because of your commitment to prospecting, lead generation, and getting listings. And what you learned last year going into this year was your time is better off spent generating a listing than it is working with a buyer, where most agents are like, whatever comes my way, I don't care what I'm doing, I'm going to drop it, I'm going to take what comes. Is that right?
Yep, absolutely.
So how has that worked for you? I mean, we're doing this, early March. That commitment, how has that been over the last 45, 50 days in the beginning of this year? Have you stuck to your commitment?
Yes. And also, this year was a really tough start. I'm not going to lie. I had a tough start. I was so excited. I had my market plan ready to go. I'm like, this is going to be the best year ever. And then January 2nd, I get super, super sick, so sick. And then a week after that, I broke my foot. Literally, like crutches, boot, like completely out. And it was hard. And so end of January, I'm like making my calls, and we thought last year was tough for FSBOs going, selling on their own. This year, they were like going under contract on their own within 2 hours. So I was like, okay, I have to take what I learned last year and scale. I have to add. This is now when I'm starting to add things to the pot. And I've gotten that momentum going where now I've got 5 listings that have either closed or coming up in the next 2-3 weeks.
There you go.
And I started out with nothing at the beginning of the year and a broken foot. So, at this point, it's just that consistency. And I know it works every time. It's the recipe that never fails. Showing up every day, making those calls, and the buyers coming my way. I've got those all set up where I have an agent who's showing them and I don't have to worry about it.
That's great. So you found an agent. I get a lot of questions about that. Let's talk about that specifically. And then we're going to really go deep on like your business model. Yeah. So the agent that's working with your buyers, is this a person that's at your brokerage, a different company? Let's start with that.
Yeah, at my brokerage.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
And this person you trust to work with your clients. They give a good client experience. And then you are on some type of commission split with that agent. And the deal is to say, listen, Mr. and Mrs. Agent, whatever their name is, I'm going to go out there and generate listings. And through that, I'm going to generate really good buyer opportunities. And I'm going to give those to you. And that's kind of the deal you've structured with this person. Is that right?
Exactly.
Do they work for you full time, or are they still doing their business as well as working with your clients?
Nope. They're doing their own thing full time too.
Got it. All right, cool. So are they handling, did you delegate the entire buyer transaction, showings, offer, inspection, the whole process? Or are they just showing the houses for you?
Just showing right now,
Got it.
Which is great for me. I also do have a TC. And so once you go under contract, then it's like really cake. So really for me, it's just the negotiations and writing the offers.
Awesome. All right. So if you're comfortable, we would love, the audience, the comments on YouTube are like, well, how does she compensate this person? Are you comfortable sharing like the relationship that you have and like, how do you compensate this person to handle your showings?
25%.
Beautiful. There you go. So that's the typical showing agent model, right? You have an agent at your company who maybe doesn't have the same commitment as you to lead generation, but gives great client service like you would.
Sure. Yep.
And they would do that all day long. And so anybody that's watching this, you guys can do the exact same thing Tanya did. And you don't have to bring on a full-time buyer's agent that works for you on your team. You don't have to commit like that. You could just go find an agent just like you did. Is that right?
Exactly.
Yeah, I love it. All right, cool. So they're doing the showings, you're still doing offer negotiations. And then once somebody's under contract, you do have a transaction coordinator. So let's talk about that.
Yeah.
Is that broker supplied or did you hire somebody direct?
Hired somebody direct.
All right. So let's talk about that. So was this like an outsourced company, a transaction management online company? What is it?
Well, this was a referral given to me. And well, he's an agent in the business. He's like, I swear to God, if you tell anybody about this, TC, like I'll never talk to you again.
Cool. So we'll leave him anonymous, but like, do you pay him per transaction? Does he get a percentage of the deal? How does the compensation work?
I just pay per transaction. So it's every transaction, it's $375.
Yeah, it's a great deal. And the deal with
it's a no-brainer.
It's a no-brainer, right? He's only getting paid when you get paid. $375 keeps you out of the paperwork, keeps you out of the transaction, all of that.
Yes.
So those are two massive, massive takeaways, Tanya, for anybody watching this interview with you and I.
Yeah.
Like you've leveraged yourself out of showing houses.
Mm-hmm.
You've leveraged yourself out of the contract to close where lenders and the other agent and all these people want to blow you up and ask you all these questions, which now you've freed up all this time and energy to do what you're good at, which is staying on the phone.
Yes.
So let's talk about that. You said you've added some stuff. Did you add some more lead sources this year?
Yes, I did. So last year, my only focus, and this is, so much of your teaching is, you want to make a business that's scalable, right? You want to make a business plan that you can do every single day. For me, I knew I could call every new fresh FSBO every day. And that was what I did. And that was how I generated the business that I got last year. But this year, things have changed a little bit. So I had to take what I did last year and add to it. So I added expireds and circle prospecting.
Got it.
And I've already gotten deals from both.
Beautiful. All right. So we're going to talk about those two in a second. So any idea on the conversion numbers from last year as far as maybe, Tanya, like how many for sale by owners you talked to, how many you met with, and then because you closed 9, right? I'm just curious.
Yeah.
Because you're in Colorado, you're in Denver, right? So you're in Denver. Like you weren't getting tons of FSBOs last year either, right? Like you're getting 1, 2 a day, maybe.
Not even. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, 1 a day is about average.
Okay.
And I was like, but also, I was really committed to when I was prospecting the follow-up too. So even if I have 1 FSBO a day, I'm calling them a couple times a day until I reach them. I'm following up with these people every single day, the ones that I haven't gotten a hold of.
For sure.
So it does over time. I mean, you're still making a lot of calls every day.
Because it compounds.
That's a lot of business.
There's a lot. And you're so right. And thank you for saying that. I didn't even plan to ask you that, but you bring up such a really good point. Like all these agents, right? That a lot of them that are getting into our coaching world and our community that you're part of, they're like, I only get 1 or 2 or 3 or 4. It doesn't matter. They compound. In 30 days, you have 100. In 60 days, you have 200. You're not going to have
a lot of calls.
That's a lot. You made $150,000 and like off of a couple a week. So you don't need a lot of for sale by owners. So, so this year you add expireds and circle prospecting. So how many contacts, like what is your contact goal per day right now?
My goal is to reach and talk to 5 people a day. And I know that doesn't seem like a lot. For a lot of people, their goals are, 20, 30, 40, 50. But no, if I call Monday through Friday every single day and I talk to 5 people every day, I will hit my goal this year.
That is phenomenal, because you're right. Everyone's going to hear that, Tanya, and be like, how does she do that? Because your skills. That's what it is. Like, you, even before you got in this, you had good phone skills. And now, can you talk to the importance of, like, when we talk about skills and how that's playing into your conversion, where you only have to talk to 5 people a day to make 300 grand?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's practice, obviously. And the thing is you have to build up, Serena Williams doesn't become Serena Williams in a year, or 2 years. It's decades of work. It's practice and constantly fine tuning. And it takes a lot of time, but I have been working on the phones for years.
Yeah.
So this is something that you have to commit to the point where nothing else matters. It doesn't matter how many times you get hung up on. It doesn't matter how many times you get yelled at or told no. You keep going. It's a numbers game. And I know if I hit this many calls, I know for a fact it will show up in my sales, right?
Yeah,
you just
absolutely.
you have to keep fine tuning. And also another thing, education. So watching your trainings, your videos, it's so much more than just when you hear the script that you say. It's not just your words, it's how you're saying it. Your inflections of your voice are so specific, and they're there for a specific reason. Like, I cannot express enough how important it is to practice so that when you're talking to people, you're coming off as it's just a conversation. And so when I make these calls, that's it. My mindset is I'm just going to have a conversation with this guy.
Yeah. I mean, wow. You brought up such great points. What you're saying is that your skills over the phone is your craft, just like a professional tennis player, just like a doctor, just like a surgeon, because you are going to make surgeon type money. And so your craft is your ability to communicate with people over the phone. Mm-hmm. You've been doing it a long time, and you nailed it. It is absolutely right, where it's all about how you say what you say, not what you say. Mm-hmm. And that's why you can only talk to 5 people a day, right? 25 people a week, where for most agents, it takes them 100, 200, 300 contacts, to your point earlier, to get the same result. So you're 5 contacts a day, right? So 25 a week. So it's about 100 a month. Now, in that month, your goal then is to list 2 to 3 properties per month. Is that what the business plan says?
Yep.
Yeah. Awesome. I mean, that's really, really good conversion. So let's go ahead. You want to add something to that?
No, I mean, I know that is really a little bit unusual. That's just what my numbers from last year showed me that I can do this year.
It's great. It's just a testament to your skills. And so I want to really talk about, Tanya, like how these calls go. And then we'll get into the appointment second, but like, how are you approaching the conversation or positioning your conversation where prospects don't feel pressured and they are open to meeting with you? Are there any tips that you find that have really helped you over the years?
Yeah, well, I've personally played with both because like I've only prospected FSBOs last year, and I played with both script 1 and script 2. For me personally, I found a lot more success in script 1 because I can set that appointment right away and then just go make that face-to-face connection.
Sure.
And then the other times are, well, I mean, there's always, every call I make, it plays out which script I'm going to use as I'm on the phone.
Yes.
I don't have an idea in my head anymore. It just goes the way that it flows, I guess.
Let me real quick. You've internalized what to say. You don't have to think about what to say. So based on the conversation with the prospect, alters your approach because you know exactly how to handle every situation. That's what you're saying.
Yes.
This is what we're talking about when we say skills. I can throw Tanya Lores on the phone with any FSBO at any time, and you can adapt to the conversation because you know where to go. Is that right?
Yes, exactly. And how the person is responding to me, how they answer the phone, their voice, their tone, if they're aggressive, if they're not, I know exactly where to go with that. And if it's even things like where I'm like, okay, well, it's really far away and it doesn't really sound like they have a whole lot of motivation, I'm going into script 2 because I don't want to go waste my time driving, 50 miles. So anyway, it's all about, knowing your people, knowing your and your purpose, right? Yeah.
Well, what you're saying is if you've now prioritized in 2022 listening over what to say, because you've already mastered what to say. So now phase 2 in a realtor's like skill journey, it's like once you internalize what to say and you understand the conversation, you can really pay attention to the client. You can really listen so that you can adapt your approach to that conversation, which has been proven for you to increase your conversion like crazy. So
and my goal is always just make a connection.
That's right.
Make a connection. I'm not talking about make an appointment, get a listing. That is not even on my brain because we're not at that point yet.
That's right.
Make a connection. If I can do that, I'm in. I know that once I make a connection with someone, we're in business.
Yeah. Well, so that's the other thing that's like more scientific that you're talking about is like sales has a process. It's a step by step. There's micro commitments to take a prospect from phone call to follow up to meeting to, acquiring a new client to onboarding a new client. There's a process. Yeah. And what you're talking about, what most agents, they can't connect the dots. They have a tough time processing initial phone call. They want to go right to like closing the deal on the first. It doesn't happen that way, does it? No. So are you taking the same approach? Now you're calling expireds, old expireds, and circle prospecting. Are you taking the same mindset and approach to just getting that face-to-face appointment? Or are those calls different for you?
Well, I haven't really been prospecting new expireds because we really don't have any. I wouldn't even say like maybe even one a week. Yeah. Maybe. I'm prospecting old expireds.
Got it.
And, my approach with that is really just coming from a place of genuine curiosity. If the numbers made sense, are you still accepting an offer on this? Or are you still thinking about selling if the numbers made sense? And when you come from genuine place of just curiosity and asking someone questions, they're a lot kinder to respond and a lot more willing to give you information, right? And so you're building relationship based off of your method, the Socratic method of asking questions.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We're not pressing them. We're not pressuring them to do anything. No. We're simply asking questions to see what they would find that makes sense. And if so, great. And if not, we're detached from the outcome. We don't care. It's okay. Yeah. It's okay that you don't want to sell. It's fine. And then with circle prospecting, what has been your experience with that so far? Are you having to talk to more people to find an opportunity, or tell me about your experience with that so far?
Definitely. And I am getting an impression that people are making a lot more circle prospecting calls than maybe they were last year because people are a little bit fatigued with getting like realtor calls.
Really?
Yeah, I have experienced that this past month. But it's the same. It is the same recipe. The asking questions, or coming from a place of, just giving information like, oh, this property just sold right in your neighborhood. I'm just notifying all of the neighbors. I've got a couple neighbors who want to know what's going on in their neighborhood. Would you like that as well? It's more of a long game, but once you get them talking, you're building a relationship right there. And then you can be the person that they're thinking of when they are ready to sell.
That's right. That's exactly right. And yeah, the circle prospecting is a longer term conversion, but less competition and higher commissions.
Oh yeah.
Right. Because you're not getting beat up. Like, that. And, when there's not as much competition like there are with for sale by owners and expireds, and these sellers like pressuring us to like discount their commission. Yeah. With circle prospecting absentee owners, none of that exists there. You don't have to worry about that. So it's a good business model. Yeah. All right. So with all of that, the 5 sales you've got so far this year,
Can you source those for us real quick, where they came from?
Yes. So one of them this was crazy. This was actually my favorite one. I was just calling old expireds, and I said, hello, is Catherine there? And she's like, no. And I was like, okay. I was like, is there a better time for me to call back? And she was like, well, she's deaf, so probably not. Ooh. And I just kept it moving, and she just opened up, and she's like, okay, I want to sell my house. I want to sell it off market because of this and that. And I ended up just having a perfect investor buyer, and we were closed in 2 weeks. 2 weeks closed just from one phone call.
Because you picked up the phone. Yeah, I love it.
And that was a lucky one. Obviously, we don't get lucky like that very often, but it happens when you are picking up the phone every day. It pays off.
I call it the prospecting gods. When you make calls, you like luck happens. You're getting paid back for the work you're doing.
You have a better chance of hitting luck the more you make.
That's right.
And then I've got one is a referral, and then the rest are FSBOs.
Cool. Nice. Good for you. All right. So really this year, because of you've got 3 lead pillars you're going after, probably I'm sure you've got some type of past client center of influence thing happening too. So it's 4, but it's going to come down to follow-up. And I think you would agree with that, right? Yes. So what is your approach to lead follow-up, and what is the importance in your business around tightening up your lead follow-up?
Well, and that's exactly the key word, is tightening up my follow-up. I feel like there was business that, and I'm sure there's so many people who relate to this, where they see a FSBO go under with an agent and they're like, I should have had that because you missed it through the follow-up. So this year, my follow-up is tight. At least I'm trying to make it as tight as possible, but it's automatic. Trying to automate as many things as I possibly can, because as you make more and more calls, you have more and more leads. It's really hard to stay on top of all the follow-up. Yep. That's been like one of the biggest struggles. So automation is key. You get them set up on the MLS notifications. So they're getting that touch every week. I've got the email campaign, so they're getting that every week. And then the Monday phone calls. And oftentimes they're not even answering, but you're leaving that message. And that's okay if they don't answer. It's just that they see your name come across their phone, they hear your voice, and, then also like the follow-up video texts, that's really helping. Those are all automated.
I love it. So it's really, you're staying top of mind, automating as much as you can, because really the studies have all shown that 80 to 90% of all conversion comes through lead follow-up. Yeah. So the better that is, just the more and more business you'll do. And so, makes
on Sunday, I just had a lady, a FSBO, sign the exclusive with me. Finally, I have been following up with her since the beginning of December.
Okay. Wow. Yeah. Well, and that just goes to show, I mean, that's where conversion lives. There's all kinds of stats and studies, like how many times it takes to follow up with people, but I'll put that aside. It's just 80 to 90% lives in, contacting people 5, 6, 7, 8 times before a contract gets signed. And that's exactly what you're experiencing, correct?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
So, I guess let me just ask you this. So, we could get down and we could talk about a lot of different things, but I really want to understand like some of the biggest learnings that you can share as pieces of advice. Like if you could go back to the Tanya Lores, think back for a second. You walk out of that, wherever you took your exam to get your license and you're like, yippee, I'm a realtor, right? Like, remember that Tanya for a second. And the Tanya you are today, like if you could go back and have a cup of coffee with that Tanya that walked out of that exam center with the test passed, and you could give her some advice, what would you tell yourself back then that you know now?
Well, one thing that you really, really helped with that I'm so appreciative of is before you even get started in the business, setting up goals based off of your life, right? So what are like the top 3 priorities in your life? and then what are your life goals? And then backing your business up into that. Instead of like coming out the gate saying, okay, I'm going to do 100 deals a year. Well, does 100 deals a year like work for your life, for your lifestyle?
Yeah, that's huge.
Does it work for like what you really want? So I think like having clear goals and clear expectations of where you want to be and what that looks like in the big picture of your own life is the biggest step, right? And then the second thing would be, getting into real estate is absolutely freaking insane. Like the first 3 months is just like,
overwhelmed.
It's probably the hardest thing I've ever had to do because it's so overwhelming. Mm-hmm. And my biggest advice is to just take it step by step by step by step, because, you can go through your entire course manual, read the whole thing, right? From cover to cover. And you're not all of a sudden going to be like producing 100 deals a year. You're not going to be like, okay, I got it. I know how to do every little thing. No, it's a process and it takes steps to get there. So like, I would say, make sure that you're consuming those steps in small bites and then adding and adding and adding.
That's great advice. I mean, one, your first piece of advice was begin with the end in mind. What are you trying to accomplish? And then just work the numbers backwards. And then two, you nailed it. It's like, you just have to execute one thing at a time. There is no way you can sit around and try to execute on everything before you get started.
No, it's impossible.
It's impossible. And what we say is perfection is procrastination in disguise. Like, it's not going to be perfect. It is going to be messy. It is a process. That is the journey. Yes. And so that's great advice. It's like, don't try to go do all these things and have everything perfect before you make your first phone call. Like that, you're missing the point.
No, you got to just put one foot in front of the other.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. So very cool. I love these conversations with you. You had a great year, and it's going to be really, really cool to see you double that this year. And you're going to learn a lot more, right? We'll do this again in a year. And it's okay, what does the business look like now that you're doing 15, 20 million? Who is that person? Because I'll leave you and the audience with this. When we level up in our business and in our life, it has a lot more to do with the person that we're becoming. And it's less about the tactics and strategies. And I do want your take on that. Like, the person Tanya has to become that earns $300, $500, $1 million a year will be different than the Tanya that she was 5-10 years ago. Would you agree with that?
100%. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's like who you are, how you behave, who you hang out with, how you treat people, how you treat yourself, right? Mm-hmm. All of these things are the things that impact the business. Like, people don't have personal problems, or business problems. They have personal problems that show up in the business. And so it's all about becoming the type of person, and then the results follow. So thank you so much. Like always, I love the value you give to this community. I just want to really thank you for taking the time to do this again.
Thank you so much. Thank you for everything.
Absolutely, Tanya. I'll talk to you soon. Have an awesome week, okay?
See ya.
All right, take care. How many deals have you done since March 2021? And we're making this just for the audience that are listening. We are, what is today? Today is September 21st. So you got March, April, May, June, July, August, and September. So just over 6 months in really since your reboot. How many deals so far?
27.
27 deals. Huge round of applause for you. Now, the audience, Nina, wants to know how, because they're watching this. And like you probably know, so many new agents struggle so bad, especially in their first year. Let's unpack how you've been able to do that. So number one, what lead sources are you working right now?
Well, really, my inspiration for lead generation was through you, number one. Before I was licensed here in Georgia, I started to watch your YouTube channel. So probably about 8 months to a year of watching a YouTube channel, realizing that, hey, I'm moving to a town where I have no sphere. I know nobody. I wasn't born and raised. I didn't go to the university. I had no connection. So I thought, well, I'm going to have to really call. And so I saw a need where there's a lot of people looking to purchase, people looking to sell. And I thought, well, let's try to fill that need as I go. So really every day I just wake up and I call. But now I get referrals. So it started out just every day waking up, calling. And then you serve them. They're happy. They refer you. So I would say FSBOs, absentee would be my top two. And then now referrals.
I love it. So hold on. I just want to go slow here. Hopefully you got some time to spend with us today, because this is an amazing opportunity for people to learn. So I want to make sure we unpack every detail. So the key thing there that you just said was you are selling real estate in a market where you know no one, because one of the excuses, Nina, that new realtors have is, dude, I don't have a sphere of influence, right? I don't know anybody. When you follow this method that you've learned through our work together, it doesn't matter where you live. You can pick up and move anywhere and duplicate these results. Would you agree with that?
Correct. Yeah. If you have a habit, it's all about habits, in my opinion. If you set yourself up for success at the beginning of your day and you just have a pattern that you follow, it's almost like a formula, and then, I could go on.
We're going to get into it. I promise. So the second thing you said was you looked at lead generation as your highest priority. And you said to yourself, I'm not going to sit around and wait for things to happen. I'm going to go make it happen. So let me ask you this. Do you think there is any truth to people telling realtors that you don't have to prospect? You don't have to spend time talking to people. You could just post once in a while on social media and build a massively successful business. Do you think there's any truth to that whatsoever?
I think it's the furthest from the truth, to be honest with you. I think there are a few people who are blessed with connections or, but the majority are not. The majority, we just have to get into the trenches and call, because social media is an asset and can be used. Referrals is an asset. People who just sitting around waiting for the phone to ring, you're not going to get any business unless you have these connections. The majority of us don't.
Yeah.
And so I think it's the furthest from the truth.
Yeah. Why do you think, here's a better question. Where is, Nina, the disconnect from a person like you and I saying, I want to become a real estate agent, and then getting into the business? Where's the disconnect from where they just don't think about how they're going to generate business? They think magically business is going to come to them. This is why almost 90% fail out within their first year. Why do you think people just don't understand this?
I think a lot of people assume that it's going to be easy. I think a lot of people assume, it's a quick paycheck. We don't have to do anything. You can go to a brokerage and they will feed you leads, and it's going to be, but actually you're building your own business. So you have to drive your own train. You have to get up, you have to make the calls. And so I think if people go in thinking it's easy, that's why they fail, because it's not easy. It takes work ethic and it takes habits. And so, that's where I think the disconnect comes in. I think anybody can do this business if they put the work in.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. And I think, I think you're right. I think that people get in this business not making lead generation a priority, and they think that it's like this sexy, easy business where, we make a whole bunch of money and we don't do a whole lot. It's quite the opposite. Most of us work a whole bunch of hours, 7 days a week. And for most agents, they don't make very much money. So it's the exact opposite of what the general population thinks that this business is. Okay. So you're calling, so you start selling real estate. And the other thing that you just said, which is something that I don't talk enough about, which is your best source of new business is your existing client. And here's what I always tell everybody, Nina, and I want to get your thoughts on it. I believe that if a real estate agent gives a world-class client experience to one person, they will never have to worry about leads again, because that person will tell somebody and that person will tell somebody, and it will just continue to compound effect. So the fact that real estate agents are so obsessed with leads, they should be obsessing with giving their clients great service, because if they do that, they will get referrals just like you have. Talk to us about that and how important client service is.
I'm glad you brought that up, because, a lot in what you talk about in coaching is the lead generation. And that is the first step. But then lead generation will lead you nowhere if, when it comes to the customer service, you drop the ball.
Yep.
It's hugely important, I think, to provide a luxurious experience, whether it's a $50,000 property or a $5 million property. And that's my mindset. And so for me, I've had many referrals now just by people that were so excited and happy and just satisfied with their experience. And, I think you need to put the two together. You can't have one without the other.
I love it. And the question that I ask, Nina, to agents that I coach all the time, and you've probably heard me say this, is if you only had one client and that's all you could get, like you couldn't go out there and call another for sale by owner or an absentee owner, you couldn't buy a Zillow lead, you can never go out there and generate a new lead. If you only had one client, would your business continue to grow or would you be out of business? And for most real estate agents, when I pose that question, they sit back and say, wow, what he's asking me is, how good is my client service? Can I turn one client into a long-term successful career through my product? And my product is the service in which I sell. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. It's the number one thing, because really, in my state alone, in my city, we have thousands and thousands of realtors that come into the market every day. We really only have a couple hundred listings. So that what that tells me is that there's this huge pool of people that aren't doing anything, or maybe one or two, but then that is not something, that's not a career. And so it's just a different mindset, I think,
Yep.
And even the way I go about it is that I am willing to provide more value up front.
Yep.
In the long run, it's going to lead me to more leads. So it takes more time, it takes more effort, but the results,
they take care of themselves. Yeah, I love it. Yeah, money and numbers follow, they don't lead. So you put the work in up front and then you get paid for it long term. So tell me really quick, I'm always curious, how did you come across the work that I do? And then how did we end up working together?
Well, do you want the short version or the long version?
I want you to give me the version where you don't leave anything else.
Okay.
Don't leave anything out. I'm really curious about this.
Okay. So I was in California working for family. So I was in a family business, and it's a great business, but personalities didn't fit. And so at that time, I was also licensed in California, but I'd only had time to do a couple deals because I was heavily involved with another job. It was a very frustrating time. Basically, it was a time in my life where everything went downhill. And I kind of got to this point of, I've got to change something. So in the process of moving from California to Georgia, I had a lot of time where, traveling, planning, just time that I had to, so I went to YouTube and I figured out I searched honestly on YouTube. And then I saw one video. I thought, who the heck is this guy? The way he spoke, it just captured my attention. And it's not a magic story, but I just started to watch all of your videos on YouTube, all your interviews other people had done with you. And it just clicked, the way you spoke about selling, customer service. It was just a different approach, because before I was licensed, I had purchased property.
Yeah.
And I had a realtor experience, which left some things to be desired. So I thought, this level of excellence, this is a different mindset when it comes to working as a realtor. And so I think I watched so much of your YouTube. I actually had closed 3 deals, and I thought, I've gotten value for free from this guy. I closed these deals because of him. So imagine the value that I can get from coaching. That's kind of the mindset I had.
That's amazing. And what was it about, I guess, the message that, that you connected with, that you thought, all right, I'm going to listen and I'm going to take the advice from this person, because there's thousands of people giving advice out there. And what was it about the message that spoke to you, would you say?
Well, the first thing that spoke to me was how you approached your product. So a lot of people are a hard sell. And for a lot of millennials and people, in the next generation, that does not work anymore. You were very confident and calm in the way you were advertising and offering your coaching, and how you talked about it was just so much value up front. And it was so like, hey, the ball's in your court. I'm not forcing you here. I'm not trying to convince you or hard sell you. And it's the same concept you teach.
Yeah.
The reverse selling.
Yeah.
And so that was the first thing I thought, well, I'm tired of hearing these people on YouTube trying to sell me something.
Yep.
Really. And then who's this guy who's not trying to sell me something? It seems like he doesn't care if I purchase or not. And the funny thing is that makes me intrigued. He doesn't want me to buy. Why? Yeah. So it's kind of a reverse selling is what it is.
Yeah, that's so funny. That's I'm going to show you something that I drew on my whiteboard. You're going to be the first person to see this drawing like in the world. Are you ready for this?
Yeah.
Let's see how this is going to work. I'm going to take my camera and I'm going to put it. Okay, can you see my whiteboard over there?
I can.
All right. So let me see if I can get my, let's see. So you can see in the top left corner, right corner, where the my little drawings of the people, and it talks about my reverse selling framework. And what I drew on the board, Nina, was exactly what you just outlined, that like traditional selling is trying to apply pressure to you to do something. And then reverse selling is the exact opposite, which is essentially detaching from any type of outcome, just serving people instead of trying to sell them. And what happens is you actually bring them closer. They become more attracted to you. Yeah. And essentially, I think that's what you're saying. Would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, taking what you teach us and making it your own, you know, just providing value, you know, and that has consistently been a key point that I've noticed. The reviews that I get or the feedback or the comments from people is the value you've given is much more than anything we've ever gotten from another realtor.
Yeah.
And that's a great thing.
And so I want to kind of quantify that for the audience, because I know what you're talking about. And certainly inside of our coaching group, everybody knows what you're talking about. But if people aren't inside of our community, they might be like, well, what does she mean value? Like, what is she talking about? I want to, the way I define it, Nina, and then I want to get your thoughts, is I coach and train agents to serve the consumer as though they were already their real estate agent before the consumer has hired you to be their real estate agent. So when you say provide value, that means serving them, not selling them. Serving them from a standpoint of like being a resource, giving them information about the market, giving them a price analysis on their property, giving them tactics, strategies, following up with market updates, providing resources and vendors and contracts, and really serving these consumers because they're not used to that. To your point, everybody is so used to being sold, and it's like, oh, I don't want to be sold. They're not used to being served the way that you've learned. And so that's the way I would define what you're saying. Do you want to add anything to that, or do you agree?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You know, going into an appointment, whether it's with a buyer or with a potential seller, just with the mindset, I'm here to help.
Yeah.
And so if you think too much, you know, as a realtor, you think, okay, I have to generate these leads in order to make a living to pay the bills. But if you switch your mindset over, and like you teach us, disconnect from the outcome and be in that moment. What do these people need and how can I help them? So again, I provide vendors. I even bring them lunch. You know, it just depends on the situation, just being human there with them, because people, the purchase and sale of real estate is one of the biggest things the average person does. And it's stressful. And so just being human with them in that minute and saying, hey, what do you need and how can I help? You know, and just all those things, the resources, the contacts, the vendors, that just comes as a part of the transaction.
Yeah, I love it. And you're right. I mean, I think people in the industry really discount how much like the stress and the anxiety people are going through doing this. We do it all day, so it's like not that big of a deal for us. But for the person going through it, we have to show empathy and show people that we care. That's really the secret to what I think what you're saying. If you want to go out there and build a successful real estate business, it's not about like pressuring people and trying to use all this crazy stuff to try to convince people. It's actually showing people how much you care, which is a thing that brings you closer to the consumer, which makes you more desirable to hire. So let's get tactical for people. So you first getting started selling real estate in Atlanta, you moved from California to Atlanta, and you started selling real estate about 6 months ago. You started calling people that you did not know, right? At all, because you had no relationships. You're calling strangers. I want to understand first the mindset that must have taken place, the shift, because you had been in the business for 4.5 years before. Had you ever done any outbound telephone prospecting before?
No, not at all.
And so what changed? That's what I want to know.
Okay. Well, it's more of a personal change that occurred in myself. Moving from California, it was a rough time, a rough situation. And one of the last things someone told me was, you're going to fail. Don't come crawling back when you fail. And so I said, bet, and so it was a mindset change, waking up at 5:45 to exercise, doing the things and forcing yourself to do the things that you don't want to do. And so I just thought, what I'm doing right now is not working. Where do I want my life to be? What do I want it to look like? And really it was a mindset change. Confidence is what I would say.
So and we talk about this in our training, creating your new character.
Correct.
Right? In that training, I talk a lot about exactly what you just outlined, your old self, and then you created your new character. And the thing that gave you motivation to create your new version of yourself, the new Nina, the new and improved Nina, came from the fuel that you got from your past and people telling you were going to fail, as it was the same for me. And people doing that, they don't understand how much power and strength they're giving us. And they're doing that because they don't have the strength themselves to do what you're doing. Right. That's a whole nother topic. But so you're in this process of creating this new character, and you said to yourself, this is the life that I want to create. What type of person must I become in order to have that life? And what I teach people is, most people live, Nina, a have to be lifestyle. Like, I have to live here in order to do this. I have to look a certain way to do this. You said, who must I become to have what I want? So you changed your mindset. Now, can you walk us through like a normal schedule? Like what you do, you got into it a little bit, waking up, working out. Walk us through a normal day of work for you.
Okay. So for me, wake up early, usually wake up at 5, have coffee, work out at 5:45, boot camp. Come home, get ready for the day, start work about 8 o'clock, and then work all the way through. And I am accessible all day, every day. So I wake up, it depends what I have going on. If I have 2 closings, if I have negotiation, if, I don't necessarily at this time have time to cold call every day, which is, I need to squeeze it in more.
Sure.
But I mean, really just getting up, working out, going to work. Whether it's from home or at the office, just making the calls, sending the emails, just not procrastinating, just doing it. Some days you feel awesome. Some days you feel like staying in bed. But then just doing the same thing, whether you feel like it or not.
I love it. And that's the difference between top producers and low producers is we do it anyways, even on the days we don't feel like it. So how much prospecting you typically do in an average week? Like when you talk about making calls, like how much prospecting have you done? Give people perspective, like maybe on some of the numbers, Nina, for the analyticals out there. Like, all right, she's done 27 deals. How much income does that represent for you, by the way, roughly?
Currently with the 27, probably about close to 150.
150,000 in 6 months in a new market where you knew nobody. I mean, I cannot be more happy for you. But
and I will say, let me say something too, for people who live in different parts of the country, your dollar volume is going to be different because the average home price here in Georgia is really kind of on the lower end compared to Chicago, LA, New York. So for people who are over there, consider that too. If you're doing 27 deals in New York, your money's going to look a lot different, or California. But for here in Georgia, it's about, the home price, I think, is 280 to 350. It just depends if you're in Atlanta or if you're in Athens or South Georgia.
Just like my market. Yeah. I mean, So, but 150,000, really your first 6 months in a brand new market, it's like unheard of. I mean, so many agents want to make that 100,000, but anyway, so give us like what it took to get there. When you first started, maybe when we started coaching together, how much prospecting were you doing? How many appointments were you going on? Walk us through some of the numbers.
Okay. Well, first and foremost, I did a lot of market research. So I didn't just go in and not know what I was talking about. I think it's hugely important to know the market. So you know what you're talking about when you're talking to a for sale by owner or an absentee owner or, a client or someone who comes to you, because without knowing that market, you won't give them the right price point. You won't be able to counsel them in an effective way. So when I first started and I had nothing going on, I did a lot of education. I watched videos. I would go work out, and on my drive home, I would listen to your videos, just constantly trying to stuff my life and my mind full of the information. And then as far as calling goes, I mean, I would call all day, every day for months, just nonstop calling. And then, the first month I had 1 listing. The next month I had 3. And that's another thing. I'm focusing on listings.
Yes.
And then buyers come.
That's right.
Listings. So, I mean, really at the beginning, I would call from 8 o'clock in the morning to about 6.
I love
and
it.
Just, I mean, I would say probably 80% of the numbers I would call wouldn't even connect.
Right.
And then of the 20% that would connect, probably only 5% of that would be a potential lead, whether it was current or nurture. So
that's right.
It's just a lot of time, a lot of research, but that's what it takes.
Yeah. And I mean, for anybody that you guys should go rewind that and really look at what Nina just said. What you said was it's a 20% answer rate, 80% don't, right? So, if you call 100 people, 80 people are not going to answer. You're going to talk to 20. Of the 20, right, 5 to 10% of those are going to turn into an actual opportunity, which is like 2 to 3 opportunities. And so you can work the numbers from there, because we can even go further into it, but that'll be another podcast episode, like the conversion between lead and appointment to contract to close, all that stuff. That's a different time. But you spent a lot of time in the beginning doing the work, paying the price. I mean, you were from 8 o'clock, really from sun up to sundown, you were building a pipeline. Because I think the other problem, Nina, is real estate agents underestimate how much effort they have to put forth in the beginning to get momentum. It's like that image that everyone has seen where the boulder's at the bottom of the hill and you're pushing that boulder up. Most people that get in this business totally underestimate that. They're making 1-2 calls a day, and then they wonder in 6 months, well, why haven't I sold anything? You have done a lot more than that to get the momentum going. Would you agree?
Yeah. And I definitely also think you have to think proactively. Let's say you have a closing today. If you're not working for 30, 60, 90 days out, when those days come, you're not going to have anything.
That's
so
right.
Always just being proactive, planning for the future. But then again, too, one of the top things is you get a lot of cheesy salespeople in this business. As I'm sure you know.
Most.
To find where you can provide that value. So if you're calling, let's say, for sale by owner, talking to them and finding out that, hey, a family member is sick. How can we take on some of their burden to make the deal smoother? Or an absentee owner. Is a tenant not paying rent on time? What's that pain point, that you can address? That's the number one.
I love it. I mean, one of our rules in reverse selling is no pain, no sale. And what you're doing is you're looking for the pain and where we can serve the client. That's where you can provide a lot of value. All right. So let me shift a little bit. Thank you for all of that. That helps a lot. I know this is it's hard for some people to answer, and just do the best you can, but what would you say has impacted you the most with the work that you and I have done together? What would you say is the biggest thing you've learned or made the biggest impact?
I would say the biggest thing I've learned, I would say top 2.
Okay.
I would say learning the habits and, the habits for success. So looking at your day, if I sleep until 10 o'clock, is that a habit for success? No. Okay. It's gone. What are the things I need to do every day? And you harp on that a lot, which I love. And so getting out of your comfort zone, doing those things that will set you up, whether it's your physical health, mental health, that's the number one thing. Yep. And then the way you approach selling. I've worked with a lot of different salespeople in all kinds of businesses. Yep. And it's just, I've never seen anything like it. The mindset of how you approach selling, it doesn't leave a bad feeling. When you approach somebody, if somebody doesn't want your help, that's okay. They're not the right fit. So I would say those 2 things: confidence, mindset, habits, and then the way you approach selling. I'm not sure if that answers your question.
Yeah, that's great. Because I'm curious, like in the work that I do every day, like where are we making the biggest impact? So I like to ask that question, which makes a lot of sense, right? So because I spend a lot of time understanding human behavior so that I can help the people that I coach understand themselves and why they behave the way that they do so they can change it. And then skills. I mean, that's what this entire book is about. It's like how to sell without being salesy. I mean, that's the whole entire reverse selling methodology. Have you gone through the whole book yet? I'm just curious.
I have. I actually have lent it to another realtor in my office.
Oh, that's cool.
So she can kind of get onto that too. I really think that somebody has to get to a place in their life where they want to make the change, where they want to elevate. Because if you don't want it bad enough, you're not going to do it.
That's right. I mean, because as soon as it gets tough, you're going to quit, and so you have to understand why you're doing what you're doing. All right. So let me ask you, last question. We'll end here. So what advice would you give someone personally that's out there who's maybe struggling to succeed in this industry, but wants it? It's not like they're not trying, but what maybe 1, 2, or 3 pieces of advice would you give to somebody to help them to start to succeed and get the results that you've been getting over the last 6 months?
I would say 3 things. Well, 4. Number 1, look at your broker, where you're located. Are they being able to facilitate the success you want? Is their company, is the structure, is everything a good fit? Number 2, I would say do it afraid. There's going to be days that you don't want to have that conversation. Do it anyway. There's days that you don't want to go knock on that door, that you don't want to make the call. Do it anyway. And I would say the next thing, educate yourself. Because a lot of people can read if you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
So constantly be learning, be humble. Even if you start to get numbers, learn from people, because you can learn anything from anybody. Just have that mindset of learning, be a sponge, to soak it all in, because the more you know, the more value you can provide to your client. I would say that's the top 3. And confidence.
Yeah.
Just work on yourself, because you're not going to be the best realtor you can be for your client if you're not the best version of yourself. So probably the top 4.
Yeah. Well said. Well said. It's so good, Nina, to hear you communicate this, because it's like from a philosophical standpoint, we're just so aligned, and it's like you have to create the best version of yourself if you're going to go out there and make an impact in the world and other people. You have to present yourself in the best version of yourself. So what does the future look like for Nina? Tell us what maybe your 2022 goals look like as you start to think about that.
Well, initially when I started the year and I talked to your father-in-law, when we had this conversation, I told him, hey, I would like to do a deal a month, is what I told him.
Wow.
And he told me, he goes, I think you can do 30, is what he told me. And so my goal is to hit 35 for the year. And so next year, I just want to elevate. I'm going to be adding a licensed assistant to my team.
Awesome.
And so probably let's shoot for 50 for 2022.
Amazing. And then that's so cool. And Nina, I really mean that. Like, what you've been able to do in such a short amount of time, like, I feel very fortunate and grateful to be in your life and part of this journey with you. And I really think that we're just getting started. Like, I'm going to see you in October at our live event, so we can spend 2 days together. We'll have a chance to just do more work together in the future. So I just want to thank you for that, allowing me to be part of your life, part of this journey with you. And I wish you obviously nothing but success in the future.
Thank you, Brandon. And honestly, your YouTube channel is like a light at the end of the tunnel for me in a dark time. I thought, there is hope. And I just kind of did what you told me to do, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
And so if people are thinking about starting coaching, it's huge value, huge. Obviously I'm biased, but if you do what you're supposed to do, you'll get the results. It's just a matter of time.
I love it. Well, thank you for that, Nina. And we'll see you in probably about 30 days or so, and have an awesome week, and we'll see you soon. Thank you so much for doing this, because you're going to change somebody's life through this interview. And I'm sure they'll reach out to you and thank you at some point. So thanks for doing this today.
Thanks for having me.
You got it. Bye.
Okay, bye.
And your first full year in real estate, you end up selling 48 houses. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah. So that puts you in your first year in like the top 10% of the industry, right? So I want to talk about, well, how was it that you were able to do that as a brand new agent? And of the 48, it wasn't like, we talked about your sphere of influence a little bit, but it wasn't like 45 of those transactions came from your sphere. It was quite the opposite. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. Absolutely.
So break down the business. Where did the 48 deals come from?
Yeah, so great question. So out of the 48 deals, I was on a team at the time. So I had 4 company generated deals. I did 3 Sphere SOI deals. And then the 41 that were left were all for sale by owner and expired deals. Pretty much split right down the middle.
Wow. Yeah. So 41 deals, you're able to go out there and self-generate with, and I'm just guessing here, you didn't have to spend a bunch of money marketing or advertising and doing a bunch of social media content. You did it through an outbound prospecting approach, working on your sales skills primarily. Is that true?
Yeah, absolutely. Yep, just hitting the phones.
Yeah. So let's talk that through, right? Because a lot of new agents watch the show, they listen to the podcast, and the truth is many of them struggle. They understand the idea around I've got to prospect, I've got to be play offense, and I've got to be the one to go out there and initiate conversations with people in order to make this work. And very few can. I mean, very, very few can. And you know this too, most get in the business and they get out within their first year. You did the opposite. So my first question is, when it comes to a mindset, how was it that you were able to overcome some of the things that I think a lot of other new agents struggle with, which is call reluctance, fear of rejection, being uncomfortable to make these calls? How did you overcome that mindset?
Yeah, absolutely, Brandon. That's a great question. I'd say the biggest thing was for me, naturally, I'm a pretty shy person when it comes to talking to new people. So I remember the first day I started calling, I was absolutely terrified to pick up the phone. I pretty much just sat there and watched everybody else call for the whole first day. But after that, the big thing that worked out for me was actually setting accountability to where I was kind of forced to be in the office every day and making those calls from X time to X time. Despite how I was feeling, mentally, maybe even as a result of stuff going on outside of work,
Yeah. I mean, it's massive, right? So environment, accountability, it's a big portion of your success in your first year in the business, because you're right. I mean, I think a lot of new agents find themselves in a situation where they're at home in a basement in their underwear, thinking they're going to do this on their own. That's pretty tough. Would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Yeah. So let's break down the details of the business. All right. So first off, can you walk us through like your average daily schedule, what that looks like?
Yeah, absolutely. So pretty much every day, I wake up around 6 a.m., 6:30, somewhere in there. I actually don't eat breakfast. I pretty much just drink an energy drink or coffee first thing in the morning. Head into the office. I role play every day when I'm on my way to the office, generally just driving there on the commute. And then get to the office around 7:45. Then right at 8 a.m., I start calling the new expireds, and then for sale by owners after that, and then lead follow up.
Yeah, and then you go right until what, noon?
Yep. So from 8 a.m. to 9 a.m., I call the new expireds. Then from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m., I call the for sale by owners, and then after that, from 10 a.m. to 11, I'm pretty much calling old expireds or old for sale by owners, and then at 11 a.m. to noon, I just do my lead follow-up from there.
Yeah. And we were just kind of working on your business plan a little bit before we hit the record button. So looking back last year, you were having what, between 35, 40 contacts per day on average? Is that roughly where you ended up?
Yeah. Somewhere in there. Yep.
Yeah. So what does that result in? Like, so you're calling these people, having conversations. We're going to break down some skills things in just a minute, but how many leads would you typically generate on a daily or weekly basis? How many appointments were you setting going on? And how many listings are you taking per week?
Sure, absolutely. So my goal for the past couple months, at least, let's say, has been to set at least 2 appointments a day out of all those contacts. My goal has always been to go on an appointment a day and sign 2 listings a week.
Yeah, it's a great goal. I love it.
Yep.
So let's break down the actual conversation, right? Because this is where the rubber meets the road. You can make a bunch of dials, but without a skill set, it's going to be tough to turn a result. So what are some of the things that have helped you turn these conversations with people, David, that you don't know, and quite frankly, they don't know you either, into them inviting you into their home and then ultimately hiring you to represent the sale of their home? Talk to us about the phone skills piece, and then we'll talk about the listing presentation.
Yeah, absolutely. Great question. So the big thing I would say that I started off with right off the bat was obviously printing out the scripts and then writing them out. And pretty much every day before I went to work, when I first started out, I'd write them out every morning as many times as I could before I had to leave. And then when I got home, I'd just be watching TV, honestly, and just writing out the scripts while I was sitting there. Outside of that, I still to this day role play every day with someone. Whether that be the listing presentation or the expired or for sale by owner script. That's just been huge. Also, when I'm going to the appointments, or if I have quite the drive, a lot of times I actually chant out the listings presentation, in the car before I get there, just to make sure I'm on my A game when I pull up.
Yeah, I love it. So first and foremost, you had to memorize what it is you were going to say, right?
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of fear when it comes to making these calls. Why? Because we don't know what to say. And so step one is memorizing what it is that I want to say. How do I want this conversation to go? And then all of the role playing that you're doing helps you in your delivery of the words. Because oftentimes what I say is it's not the words that get you the appointments. It's how you deliver the words that determines how we make people feel. And ultimately how people make how they feel determines on what they do, their actions and their behaviors. And so when you're listening to a prospect, are you how much are you mirror matching? How much are you focused on your tonality, your pace? Talk to us about that.
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the big things that I learned about as well from you and other coaches as well was the different personality styles, which I think is huge, and kind of mirror and matching. And not coming off especially super salesy. You get hung up on a lot when you do that.
Yeah.
So a big thing I would say was just on the phone calls, and even more so, I would actually say in person, it was just about matching that person's energy, tonality, like you said, how loud they're talking, how, their rate of speech and all that stuff has been a huge learning curve, but it makes a big difference in person and on the phone, I'd say.
Yeah, for sure. I guess I've never asked you this. I mean, there's a couple different strategies that all work when it comes to outbound prospecting as it relates to appointments, right? Some people that list 50, 60, 80 homes a year will take an approach to say, okay, I want to focus just on getting face-to-face. And when I'm face-to-face, I can figure out if I have an opportunity. And they have to go on a lot of appointments to get the listings that they need. And then some people go on what we would call like a high quality listing appointment. In other words, they do a lot of disqualification. They do a lot of qualification over the phone. Where do you land with that? Like, where do you see that? What do you found has been most helpful for you?
Yeah, absolutely. So the biggest thing I would say is, that I've learned from you just over the past year has been just making sure that the leads that you're actually generating are actually leads, first of all, but not just that they're high quality leads and that they're going to be, worth your time.
Yeah.
So I would definitely say that when I first started off, I was calling anyone and everything and just pretty much stuffing everything into the pipeline. And I would end up with honestly more follow-up calls than I could even make in a day, it felt like at the time. So one of the big changes I've made since working with you has been, actually disqualifying and qualifying as well the leads before putting them into my pipeline. And that saved me a ton of time. And now the appointments in turn that I'm going on, I'm signing them a lot more often. And I'm actually having to go on less appointments, which at the end of the day is a good thing if they're not high quality appointments.
Love it. So you went from being in what we would call the lead collection business into the business of listing and selling property when you understood the process of disqualifying. Is that right?
That's correct. Absolutely.
Can you give us maybe an example or what you mean, what disqualifying means to you?
Absolutely. I'd say as far as disqualifying the lead, the biggest thing, my biggest takeaway lately, and one of the things I've been focusing on is just simply giving the prospect the opportunity to say no.
That's right.
And not just, cutting them off or honestly just being too pushy because, for a while there, it was pretty much telling them like what time I'd be showing up at their house.
Yeah.
And not to say that never works, but the most of the time it doesn't. You just end up wasting your time at the end of the day.
Yeah. So it's what I wrote down, I couldn't have said it any better. I mean, the process of disqualifying is feeling comfortable hearing no and inviting prospects to tell you. And it's okay. It's fine. That's what we're looking to do. That's the only way we know that we have a real opportunity or not. Because most people, to your point, use just a high pressure sales approach where they just avoid no. And so they end up getting a bunch of prospects that have to BS them and tell them they're interested when they're really not. And they end up setting appointments that never happen or go on appointments that they shouldn't be going on because they didn't make the prospects feel safe to tell them the truth. And that has been your experience?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And since I made that tweak, I might add too, pretty much everyone that I've met with has told me that, or I should say a large majority of the people that I meet with now tell me, we decided to meet with you or we decided to go with you because you just sound different than everybody else.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah.
So let's shift over to the listing appointment. There's a lot of different parts and we don't have time to go through the whole process of that. But is there a part of the listing presentation that you feel like is your favorite, that you feel like provides the most value, that allows you to become that obvious choice?
Yeah, absolutely. Without a doubt in my mind, for sure. The biggest thing I like and the biggest tweak I've made has been upfront, asking for permission to just be completely honest with them, and asking for that permission upfront to just tell them the truth and recognize in my mind that I can't help everyone. But since I've made that tweak, I leave the appointments now feeling like, one, like I've been completely honest, right? And told them all the information that they need to hear. But now that the ball's basically in their court and that I've done everything that I could do at this point to win that listing.
I love it. And then when you take the listing, I think a lot of agents, they feel this unnecessary pressure because the only reason they got the listing was they BS'd their way in getting the listing. They told them it was worth a little bit more than it was. They missed some steps. They didn't set great expectations. And so when you take a listing, you've taken them under circumstances that you have full integrity in that listing. Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I was that guy for a little while too. I mean, if I knew that I was going up against multiple agents where I'd tell them a little bit more, I was constantly worried about or thinking about what the other agents might be saying, as opposed to honestly just telling them the truth and worrying about whether or not I could actually help them.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. So, I guess let me just ask you this. This is for the audience, for their benefit. That is this, there's so many voices out there, a lot of people getting in the industry, telling people to do many, many different things, right? And when it comes to client acquisition and actually earning an income, there's so many distractions. There's companies saying, prospecting is dead. Do social media, do this, do that, do this. What advice would you give to a brand new real estate agent, just freshly licensed? And they're just like, man, I got to figure this out. I've got to feed my family. I've got to pay the bills. I've got to make money. And where do I go for the truth? What advice would you give them when it comes to client acquisition?
Call Brandon. No, but seriously, I would say the biggest thing, and I can definitely say like I would not have had the success I had this year, and hopefully much more success and better success down the road. But biggest thing would be just hiring a coach right out of the get-go. And at first, definitely making the phone calls are hard and scary. I'll be the first one to admit that. But once you start making the calls, it gets easier and easier. And you kind of, as you said before, you start building up that prospecting muscle. And then as time goes on, it just gets easier and the results just speak for themselves. Yeah, I love it. Well, your goal for 2024 is 50 deals. However, like we talked about, the goal is to increase sales price, increase efficiencies and effectiveness inside the business model. So why don't we do this, David? If you're okay with it, let's have you back on the show maybe a year from now, talk about how 2024 went, make some of the adjustments that we've talked about in your business planning, and love to have you back if you're okay with that. Absolutely. Sounds like a plan.
Appreciate you very much. And we're talking about the fact that you've taken not 7, but 9 listings in the last 30 days. And we're going to share with the audience how in the world you were able to do that. But before we get into that, just share with the audience, how long you've been actually in real estate and the market in which you sell real estate.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you having me. Sorry about that, Brandon. I appreciate you having me. I sell real estate in the Rockford, Illinois market. Not many people really know where that is, but it's the second biggest city in Illinois. And I've been licensed for 3 years. It's my third year.
Awesome. So this is your third year. And so, Tony, what I want to really focus on is there's a lot of agents within their first 3 to 5 years that watch the show. And so I want to talk them through your progression, because like you and I were talking about, it wasn't like all of a sudden you flipped a switch 30 days ago and bink, all of a sudden it was like magic. You got 9 listings in the last month. That is not what happened. You agree?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. So I want to help people understand, okay, how did you get to this point? And then certainly we'll talk about what you're doing now and how you're finding. We'll get into all of that for the audience that are listening or watching. I promise we'll get into all of that. But first, go back, 3 years and share with the audience, Tony, what things were like for you as a brand new agent. What were some of the early learnings? What were some of the early mistakes that you made? What were some of the things that if you were looking back on it, that you say, man, I had no idea what I was getting into? Share with us what it was like being a brand new agent.
Yeah, well, in order to do that, I'll just go a little bit into my background. At the time, when I originally got licensed, I was working at Target, and then I worked at Amazon. And how I did that was I just worked a really heavy loaded schedule of like 12 hours a day for 3 days. Then I had 4 days to work on real estate. So that's kind of how I entered into the business, was 3 days working a basically full-time job, 12 hours a day, 4 days on with real estate. And I actually knew about you very early, like probably back in 2021. So I've known about you and your coaching, everything like that for a long time. But I guess what I didn't know, like everybody says when you interview them, is that I didn't know that this is a prospecting, sales, outbound prospecting sort of business. I thought, just like everybody else, that we were going to get in, we're going to get a ton of leads thrown my way, and my brokerage is going to take care of me. And that's just not the case at all. You really like have to make this, almost your life. If you're breathing and you're not talking about real estate, you're not really doing it right. That's basically what my philosophy's been.
Let me ask you a question, because you're right. I mean, every single person says the exact same thing, so it must be true, which is, I thought I was going to get my license, and somehow, either my broker was going to give me leads, or somehow I didn't realize that I was actually entering into a direct outbound sales industry. Why do you think that people, A, don't know that? And B, why do you think, for you, what led you to believe that, okay, I'm going to get my license and my broker is going to take care of me? Like, where did that thought process mindset come from?
Well, I think just the idea of real estate, not to sound funny, but it's just very sexy, and everybody gets into it. They see, every realtor, I think you'd probably know 5 or 10 realtors that have a white Mercedes in town. Everybody kind of, they act a certain way, they carry themselves a certain way. I even had people hitting me up when I first got started, and I had, Brandon, I didn't have any money, and they were hitting me up, telling me how good I was doing, and, oh, you're big time now, and all this stuff. Well, that wasn't the case. I was still throwing packages at Amazon into an airplane and, making barely any money. But I think that's one of the reasons why people think that it's very easy getting into. And I just think that people don't really understand, because the barrier of entry in real estate is so low, like how much effort it takes to actually be a successful realtor. Anybody can be a realtor, but as far as actually succeeding, it takes a ton of work. So
it's super rare.
Yeah, it's very rare.
It's very rare to find an agent that actually is successful. I mean, to your point, I mean, I think what you were saying, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but let me clarify what I think you just said, which is the reason why people getting into the industry look at other people in the industry that are putting on a front like they are succeeding, but really they are not, which leads everybody to believe like, okay, well, if I know her, she ain't that great. Look at her. She's smashing it. Look at, dude, Tone. I know that dude from back in the day. Look at him. He's smashing it, which is what you're saying leads everyone to believe that real estate is very easy, and it's a very easy path to make a lot of money. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah. I mean, I've even had people jokingly ask me for money at the beginning, and they might have been serious or whatever, but like, I think it's just a funny kind of concept that everybody thinks as soon as you get in that you're just automatically crushing it.
It's so interesting. And I think social media makes that a problem. And I think it is a problem. You know what I mean? It's like, and I've said this for a long time, and it really, really, and I don't mean it to upset people. I just do it to challenge people. But I really believe that, real estate has been glorified to be this sexy business. And so people that get into it are more interested on how to look successful than actually doing the things to become successful. What I mean by that is this. I am not shitting you. There are people that get their real estate license and immediately rent a Ferrari, rent a house, schedule a photo shoot in front of these things, and start to build this this character. And they've never even sold a house before.
Yeah.
And I've talked to them before. And so to your point, that's exactly what the problem is. And so all these other people thinking about getting in the industry, it's like, holy shit, did you see Janet? Janet just got her license. Look at her. She got a new Ferrari. Look at that big house. And it's all fake.
It's all, yeah. I'll even tell you something funny. The very first month that I was in real estate, I caught one of your videos, probably one of the first videos I ever saw. You were setting appointments with FSBOs live or something. I'm like, what is a FSBO? I don't even know what that is. So I just watched the video, and I actually got on the phone the next day, and I set my first ever listing appointment with a near $1 million FSBO. I went on the appointment and completely bombed. But the point of me bringing that up is I literally would not have known how to service these people. But as soon as I got in the business, within 30 days, I had a basically $1 million listing appointment that I didn't know how to service. So to our point, that's how easy the barrier of entry is.
That's right.
But
That's
I
exactly
digress
right.
on that. Yeah.
Yeah. So, so as you get started, right, you find out, okay, wow, nobody's going to save me. Like my broker's not going to save me. People I know aren't reaching out to me to just buy and sell houses. Well, what did you do in the early days to generate business, to get leads, to acquire new clients? Maybe some of the things that worked and maybe some of the things that you tried that didn't work in the early days.
Yeah, so I would say I was really early on actually into cold calling, like outbound prospecting. I actually did that directly from the beginning, but it wasn't at a consistent level to be very, but I guess to our point here in the conversation was that was directly because I was learning from your videos long before I ever became a student.
Got it.
So I just looked up how to be better at real estate, and for some reason one of your videos came up, and it was just talking about outbound prospecting. So that's what I did, and I did a lot of circle dialing. But at the time, I didn't have a dial or anything like that. I was literally just hand dialing circles, which now it just seems so funny to me that I thought that that was the way to go. Calling FSBOs and things like that. That's kind of how I got started.
Cool. Let's unpack that for a second. So, you deserve a lot of credit for doing some self-reflection, some work before you got into the business to say, okay, let me do some due diligence before I get into this business. Most people don't, right? And so you had a head start to say, okay, I know I've got to play some offense. I know I need to do some outbound prospecting. I know that I have to go out there and initiate conversations, because if I wait around, ain't nobody calling me. Now, to that point, a lot of agents, I think, would say, turn that off. A lot of agents would say the same thing, but they don't have any success in it. And so quickly they get discouraged, and then they deem it not to work. And that's because of a lack of methodology that they don't know what they don't know, a lack of skill set, or just simply bad advice. In the early days, when you first started prospecting for sell by owners, expired listings, circle prospecting, et cetera, did you find success right away, or was it difficult for you to handle these conversations on the phone?
No, it was incredibly difficult. And honestly, the reason, to your point of how you said, like, good for me for looking up, like, my due diligence, things like that. The reason why I started outbound prospecting to begin with was because a very close family friend of mine listed with somebody else. Didn't even consider me. So I was like, okay, well, if it's not guaranteed with strangers, then I need to get on the phone and just start meeting random people, because I went into it thinking it's a relationship-based business. But for sake of conversation about like my success early on, I didn't have really a proper way of doing it. You know, do you want to sell? Yes, no, okay, move on. And it was just very low level sales skills, and I continued that for a long time, just the same thing. And then obviously over time, just by sheer numbers, I was able to build some sort of momentum. But other than that, that's kind of how I got started into it.
Yeah. And then at some point, I'm interested to find out, well, how is it that you came up with this idea to say, okay, I need to invest in myself and actually hire a coach? And thus you and I started working together. Like, I'm really curious, because a lot of newer agents look at the way the things they do with their money. It's very interesting to me, because people are quick to invest in X, Y, and Z, but rarely do we find people, and we know this purely based on the numbers, it is super rare for somebody to get into real estate and actually invest money in their own skill set to hire a coach. You did it. How did you come to that realization, and what got you to take that type of action?
Well, that's a good question. At the beginning of last year, it seems so long ago now, but I was still working that job. I didn't have much money. So I took a 45-day leave of absence from that job and came back, and I said, well, basically, I'm going to work as hard as I possibly can and come back, and I'm most likely going to quit and go full-time into real estate. So I did that. And then later on in the year, things started building, and I'm like, okay, well, I'm obviously surviving full-time. I'm like, why don't I take another risk? I've never been the type of person to take risks, very conservative. So I thought it was a risk, obviously not getting in or not knowing what the program was all about. But I said, I need to invest in myself and stop carrying myself like I'm some exceptional person or thinking very highly of myself without actually putting in the work and putting in time and money into investing in myself. It's very easy to think you're an exceptional person without actually performing as somebody who is such,
Yeah. It's you had to surrender. You had to actually
exactly.
You had to give up your ego and surrender to the fact to say, I need help.
And that's to my point of saying I'm exceptional, but kind of staying even keel with my business is not something that someone who's exceptional would do.
Then what a great point. You just gave me goosebumps, because that's the ego, the ego talking, right? The ego says, I am great. Your results don't show it. And so somehow those things for you, they cross paths. That's some high level self-awareness where you said, okay, well, I don't know what I don't know. I'm not reaching the levels that I want to reach.
Yeah.
But yet, Tone, you know what I mean? The thing is most agents say, I can't make sense of investing in that. I'm just going to figure this thing out on my own. What got you to get to that decision to part ways with, let's be honest, a lot of money? You took a lot of faith in working together. You had to part ways with a lot of money. It was not an easy decision for you and I to start working together. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, no, it was probably one of the hardest things I had to do. But I can't stress this enough to everybody watching this. I originally was about to join when I first joined real estate. And I guess I'm kind of future pacing here, but one of the things, I guess, if I could have changed something was to do it 2 years prior. I'd be in a whole different situation now. But to your point, what made me do that is, like I was just saying, instead of me saying and carry myself like I wanted to be somebody that I'm not yet, I figure, why not just, what's going to be the amount of money that I'm going to pay for this if it ends up working out? Like, what is that small dollar amount going to be if I end up, worst comes to worst, I'm going to learn that coaching's not for me and that I spent some money and it just didn't work out. I can make that money back. That was my philosophy behind it.
Yeah. So let's fast forward and talk about some what things look like today and what the results look like today and what's working today and how you've been able to go through all of this and now, again, fast forward rather, last 30 days, you take 9 listings. So let's talk about that. First off, what lead pillars are you working where you are finding the most success right now?
I would say expireds and absentee owners kind of have a tie for number one.
Got it. Okay. And your business right now is mostly coming through outbound prospecting. Is that right?
Almost all of it, yeah.
Okay. And so let's share with the audience what does that look like and what does that actually mean? So with your approach to prospecting, there's many ways to go out there and generate a conversation with someone you know and someone you don't know. I think the methodology that you focus on the most is via the phone. Is that true?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay. So how much time, tell us about how much time you're putting into or how much effort you're putting into your prospecting in terms of hours spent, conversations had, maybe on the average day or week.
Probably 3 hours a day.
Okay. So 3 hours a day we're spending in this activity. So 15, 16 hours per week. How many people are you typically talking to each day?
To be safe, I'd say about 30 to 35.
Okay.
But a lot of days it ends up being in the 40s with follow-ups in there and things like that. But guaranteed 30 at least.
Okay, so you're doing the daily 30, which is what I've said for years and years and years, that like you got to be at 150 contacts a week to really make this thing work. And so you're doing that or a little bit more. Can you share with the audience, where are you getting your data? Where are you getting your leads from? What platform are you using to prospect?
My Plus Leads. My Plus Leads, feed it into Mojo, and then use a dialer. Use a dialer to actually call the people. But My Plus Leads is where I'm getting the data from, and then it feeds into Mojo dialers just to use the dialer.
Got it. Okay.
Like phone calls, yeah.
All right. Now, we're going to get into the details in a second. The thing that, if I'm listening to this interview or if I'm watching this on YouTube and I'm a newer agent, I'm saying to myself, okay, well, what did you do specifically in the last 30 days to get 9 listings? Can you share with the audience that the 9 listings didn't come from what you changed in the last 30 days, but it was more so maybe an accumulation of what you've been doing for months and months and months and months? Can you share that concept in your own words?
Yeah. Can I get into something kind of mindset?
Please, anything you want.
For all of my life, I kind of felt walking around that I was, middle of the pack, kind of, just average at best with almost everything I did, right? So I told myself, if you want to be capable of somebody that does a lot of business, you need to start thinking that you deserve it. So the first thing that I did was really just, before I really started this process of taking the 9 listings, kind of like a month or two ago, I was already in the mindset that I'm someone that does this much business already. Instead of thinking how I used to think, thinking lower of myself, things like that, that doesn't work for anybody. But I guess to get into more details, you're saying about how I.
Well, it wasn't like the whole point is that there's an accumulation effect that's happening. Well, before I get into this, what you just said is, you said mindset. I call it belief. You had to believe that you are capable of performing at this level before anything mattered. We talk a lot about the success triangle in our world. At the top of the triangle is belief. Do you believe that you can succeed? Because belief drives the next part of the triangle, which is action. And how much action you take. In your world, you're making 30 conversations a day. You're prospecting 3 hours per day. And then on the third part of the triangle is skills. Well, watch, to your point, this is what you're saying. This is what I want the audience to take away, Tony, is without the belief, that person doesn't take any action. Without taking any action, your skills suffer. And as a result, you get no results. And so everybody wants to start backwards. They want to start with the skills first. Let me try to learn everything. Then I'll make a phone call and then I'll strengthen my mindset. Wrong. Ain't never going to happen. Starts with the mindset and the belief. Once you are convicted that you can do this, then you start to take action. Through action, learning's in the doing, then you become really skillful. So that's, I think, what you were saying.
100%. Yeah, I had to change who I was mentally before any of this could happen. Yeah, 100%.
Do, have. You must become somebody you are not, right? In order for you to do some shit that you weren't doing before, to have some shit that you didn't have before.
Yeah, 100%.
All right. Now, thank you for that. Makes total sense. Now, my point is, the 9 listings probably came from a pipeline that you built.
Yeah, 100%. It came from, I think it was either June or July when I really, had that mindset shift. I brought out a big calendar, and every time I went to the gym was a black circle. Every time I prospected for 3+ hours, 30+ contacts was a red X. And that month was completely perfect, flawless month. And I averaged 40 contacts a month.
40 contacts a day, you mean?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, 40 contacts a day for that entire month.
And that was for June.
Hit the 3 hours, hit the 40 contacts a day, hit the gym 5-6 days a week. So across the board was a flawless month. And July followed it up with nearly again a flawless month, and then we're still rolling here. So, but yeah, it came from a lot of follow up. Some of them were fresh, expired, just first call,
Yeah.
first set appointment. But yeah, a lot of them were from follow ups from 2 months ago.
Well, and I think that the other thing too is, yes, certainly it's these listings. Some have come from first call, some have come from follow up, some have come from the pipeline. I guess my point is, when I talk about the accumulation effect, certainly those things are the obvious ones. But what the not so obvious is, this is, the picture of the iceberg, like the success iceberg that everyone's seen. Like on top, you see the money, the watches, the cars, the yada, yada, yada. And then below the water, below the iceberg, is the sacrifice, the discipline, the heart. When I'm talking about accumulation effect, yes, I'm talking about pipeline, but more so, I'm talking about the hours you've put into role play, the hours you've put into prospecting month after month after month with no results, the hours you've been working on your scripts, your dialogues, mastering this skill set for months and months and months, that has led to an August, right? To a July and August where you've been able to take 9 listings. It wasn't like you started prospecting 30 days ago, right? And then 30 days later, you got 9 listings. I guess that's the point, and that's the question I want to hear you kind of talk through.
Yeah, I mean, there's a quote by one of my favorite authors, Paulo Coelho. You know that book, The Alchemist?
Oh, yeah.
It's when you want something, all of the universe conspires in helping you achieve it. I obviously did not want it bad enough until I started working in that way. So to your point, all that accumulation, all those hours, and then it was that second shift that I hit of like really submitting to the process, really wanting what I keep saying and keep telling people I want, and just really being about, who I am in my words. And that's why it happened. I mean, 100%.
Yeah, because what I hear as a coach all the time from people inside, people that I'm coaching and people that want to be coached, is, well, Brandon, I'm doing everything you're telling me to do and I'm not getting results. And I say, okay, well, let's talk about let's break that down. How, and I look at their tracker and they prospect an hour here and an hour there. And come to find out, you haven't prospected in the last 70 days. You haven't tracked one thing. And so it's amazing that you talk about how consistent you are, because that's the key thing. You're doing 30, 40 contacts per day versus the person says, well, I called 10, 12 people in the last couple of weeks and I didn't get any listings. This thing doesn't work. People vastly underestimate the amount of action or activity it takes to get the actual result. So once you have the belief, then we've got to put on that second piece that we talked about, which is the action. Let's talk about skills for a second. So when you are on the phone, you have, in the work that you and I have done together, you've learned a lot of different skills, techniques, methodologies. Are there one or two, maybe you would call them scripts or techniques that you've learned that you really, really find to be beneficial when you're on a prospecting conversation over the phone?
Yeah, I think perfecting your pattern interrupt. And for those of you that don't know, it's just disrupting the normal cues of how a normal salesperson would call somebody as far as a cold call conversation, just perfecting that, maybe even making it a little bit of a tongue-in-cheek sort of intro, right. Like a little bit funny, a little bit charismatic, lowering people's guard. That's been my number one most important thing, I think, to learn, because honestly, you can make some sort of mistakes throughout the phone call, but if you get that right, you can stumble your way into figuring things out later. And then I think just really really knowing what characteristics qualify a lead, and why those are leads that you should put into your pipeline versus leads that aren't. Because I was spinning my wheels for months and months, just putting everybody and anybody into my pipeline, and then you call them and then they either curse you out or they act like they don't know you. Tony, who's this? I never met you a day in my life. I think actually really taking your time to learn how to qualify a lead, because then you end up having 9 listings in a month where you're just calling these people, oh, hey, Tony, yeah, oh, you want to meet tomorrow? Yeah, okay, let's do it. And it's a for sure listing that you're going to take. So that's the two most important things is learn how to actually qualify your leads and actually call them. That's another thing I didn't do, right? I was kind of, maybe not following up as aggressively as I should have, but those are probably my two takeaways for sure.
Yeah, because to your first point, pattern interrupt, 85 to 90% of cold outbound phone calls don't go past 10 seconds. Because the salesperson, in this case, we're talking about real estate agents, they don't have a strong pattern interrupt to even ask the first question, let alone the script. Who cares what the script is? If you can't get past the first 10 seconds of a conversation, it does not matter. And so that's why we spend so much time perfecting that pattern interrupt. Could you share with us the one that maybe you use and what you say to open up a call?
Yeah. You want to role play it?
Yeah, it's a ring, ring, ring. Hello.
Brandon?
Yeah, this is him.
Hey, Brandon, this is Tony, and I'm a realtor. You're probably going to hate me, but before you hang up, I was hoping to ask you a quick question. Would that be all right?
Beautiful. Love it. And what percentage of the time, roughly, does that allow you to get into at least the first question in the script, would you say?
Probably like 85, 90%.
That's the point. So what we've done, just because, so 85 to 90% of agents that come to me for help can't get past the first 10 seconds. By changing the one thing, which is why I asked you the question, you're getting past that 85 to 90%. Super strong, number one. Number two, you talked about qualifying and disqualifying and what is a lead and what is not a lead and forcing leads into your database that aren't real leads, et cetera, et cetera. The reason why people don't call their leads in lead follow-up is because they know they're not real leads. So they say, well, what am I going to say to this person? And so they don't do anything. But now, when you've learned to disqualify and you've learned to generate high quality leads, you can't wait to have that next conversation that turns into an appointment. Is that right?
100%. You can't. You're almost like chummy with them now. They're like buddies of yours. You call them up and they'll say your name by name, and they'll be ready to meet. And they actually know why you called originally. They actually know what the purpose of you calling back is. So it's a game changer for sure.
Yeah,
to your point about the pattern interrupts, there was this guy that had no business, or he had no interest in doing business with me, but he stayed on the phone to tell me why he hated my pattern interrupt for 2 minutes.
That's right. I love it.
So, I mean, obviously he's not doing business with me, but it's funny that even the people that have no interest will still stay on the phone for even a stupid reason like that to tell him or to tell me why he hated what I said.
Yeah.
It's just funny.
It's interesting. I mean, you can't fight the science. I mean, if you're talking to a human being and not a robot, it's going to work most of the time. Okay. So let's talk about the importance of lead follow-up and what you're doing to stay organized, because that's another huge area that agents really, really struggle with. So when you are on a phone call and you've identified a high quality lead, I guess for context, can you share with the audience what we mean by a high quality lead, like what we look for?
Yeah, you got their email. You know that they actually want to sell. You know that there's not anything, I guess, in the way of them making that happen. It's within the next 12 months that they want to do business. Obviously, how hot the lead is depends on the timeline. You have a clear-cut reason that they want to sell that's not like I just want to make money, or actually like a reason like they're moving or anything like that. Then you have their timeline, and I actually added another D into the little which is dig. You dug a little bit. You got a little bit more into what's going on.
I love it. So once you find that out, okay, now that people are in your database, what does your lead follow-up kind of process or system look like?
Hot leads, talking to them every other day or every day if there's something actually to talk about to update them on. I'll throw people that are 6 to 12 months out or so into a nurture folder. So that's just every single month there's going to be more people that I generated into the folder.
That's right.
They're getting a call about, a couple times a month actually. And then warm leads, I'm calling them once a week.
Love it. Super simple. I mean, most of your lead follow-up is done via the phone, right? All the other stuff are ancillaries, but it doesn't come close to having that voice-to-voice contact through follow-up, correct?
Yeah.
Most people want to automate, Tony. They're like, all right, let me just automate. Dude, you're not going to automate a relationship that turns into a listing appointment. You have to have the voice-to-voice and the face-to-face appointments. You can't get around it. Would you agree?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. All right, let's shift and talk about the listing appointment. Now, this is a huge topic. We don't have time to unpack the whole thing. This is the most important part about what a listing agent does, because I think you'd probably agree it's irrelevant on what an agent does to find themselves at a listing appointment. But once they're there, I mean, it's really important what happens next that will determine whether that agent wins the business or not. Now, we spent a lot of time on what happens at this appointment. Like the phone call, are there 1, 2, 3 techniques that you have learned through working together that you find, okay, when I go through this technique or this process, I believe this is where it's really helping me to win the business?
Yeah, and that's honestly the thing I'm best at is actually listing presentation versus being on the phone.
Sure.
I think obviously one of the best things that I could say is the upfront agreement, really telling the person that you're meeting with. I guess one thing, they kind of get a sense based off the words and your behavior that this is a two-way street. I'm trying to figure out if I want to do business with you. It's not really the other way around. Asking them if it's okay that at the end of this conversation or the end of this listing presentation that we either go one of 3 ways. I'm either not doing business with you. You tell me straight up you're not doing business with me, rather than tell me you'll think about it over a course of a week and I see your listing up on Zillow. Or the last one, we just feel comfortable with each other and we decide that today's the day that we're going to work together and we talk about next steps. So really setting that up front, those are the 3 results from the meeting. Asking them if, considering a lot of agents will go in there and blow smoke into the appointment, just asking them, is it okay if I just be completely honest with you, even if I'm going to say something that's going to maybe hurt your feelings or anything like that? And then just really getting to the truth has been a game changer for me in an appointment. Yep. People will trust you 100% more if you say the things that other agents say while you're already under a contract, already up front.
Love it. And that's why when I say we close up front, that's what I mean. And most real estate agents is like, how do you close a listing up front? It's because when you do everything you just said, and again, it would take you and I 90 minutes to train the audience on what you're talking about. Yeah. But once you do that, the decision in the mind of the seller is already made up. This is our guy. This is our girl. When you can start off a conversation, Tony, the way in which you're talking about, it almost is irrelevant what happens next because they've already decided you're so different than everybody else. That I've already made the decision to hire you. It's just a matter of time before I sign the documents. Is that kind of what you find?
Yeah, and it's kind of funny because now my appointments almost are like spend the most time up front.
That's right.
And then the rest of it is just,
I've always said smooth. when you spend more time opening the sale, closing the sale is like so easy. Where traditional sales training is the exact opposite. It's all about the close and what close are you going to use. You're going to use this close. You're going to use that close. No. If you have a problem closing sales, it's because you don't know how to open the sale. And so we've reversed that. We spend all of our time opening the sale, so the close is easy.
Yeah, and what people will find is too, when you do the appointment the proper way, if there's 2 people at that appointment, you already know where I'm going with this. One of them is going to close the other person for you. You don't even have to. I mean, there was an appointment like a week ago where the individual was there with his sister, who was the actual client. The sister was the actual client. He was you got to sign. You got to get this thing going. Yeah, this kid's the right one. You got to. So it's just funny that if you present yourself as a professional, there's other people in the room that will be so moved by what you said that they'll close the presentation for you.
Absolutely. And I thought you were going to say one more thing too. It's like any agents get nervous when a seller says, well, I'm interviewing multiple different agents. I love that because when I train an agent on the listing appointment, it's like the best thing that can happen because I feel bad about the agent who's going to interview after you. It's like, well, good luck because everything you bring up, that agent's going to do and behave the exact same way that you brought up to the seller, like most people behave. And the seller, the whole time, they're just looking at each other like, wow, this is exactly what Tony said was going to happen. Yeah. And it plays right into all the red flags and all the seeds that we plant with the seller on how all of our competitors behave. And so it makes you actually stand out as the obvious choice. And so anyway, that's another side thing that we could talk about later.
Yeah.
Okay. So on that listing appointment, last thing is the market. I don't know how this is happening in Illinois, but the market is starting to shift. Inventory is starting to grow. We're starting to get more into what we would call a neutral market. And so we have to get more skillful on handling that conversation around price, or a lot of agents find themselves taking listings that aren't selling. And so how are you handling these conversations around price where sellers are coming out of this mindset that have been thinking about selling for the last couple of years, and all they've heard in the headlines, Tony, is multiple offers, home prices, record highs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. How are you able to set proper expectations and get listings at the right price?
Well, there's a lot of pieces in the presentation that guide me that way that would probably take us, like you said, a couple hours to get into. But it's really just about getting down to the truth, showing them the numbers. And then there's this little piece that a buddy of mine taught me about this. But basically, I present a least likely, a most likely, and a best case scenario. But the way I do it is on the presentation, there's a scale, right? So I'll say, based off of all the numbers I've shown you, based off all of the comps, every information that you've received from me, where would you say that your home ends up? And I usually do it from a price per square foot perspective.
Yeah.
And where they circle, I'll say, okay, so this is where you feel that, your home is worth, right? And it usually ends up being the exact same price that I was suggesting. Because after they've seen it, and obviously they're not going to sit there and calculate it, they see that their perspective is the same as mine, and they feel the same way after they've seen the truth, instead of overpricing the home and things like that. So that's kind of there's more to that would take probably a lot of time to get into, but that's kind of how I go about it, is basically having them come to the truth on their own based off the stats that I've shown them, versus us just getting into a conversation about overpricing something, or what do you guys prefer I listed at? That's not really how I go about it.
Yeah, well, that's what I was kind of getting at. Rather than tell the person what they should sell their house at, we have a whole process we walk through, so the seller comes to it on their own.
Exactly.
And we get them to come up with the right price through that process. All right. So if you can rewind the clocks, you go get licensed 3 years ago all over again, and you've got the Tony right now sees that Tony 3 years ago who was working at Amazon, working 2 jobs. You could probably picture it. You could probably feel it. You're walking out of the testing center, and on your way to your car, okay, you see the Tony now. What would you tell that Tony walking out of that testing center that you wish you would have known when you got started?
Well, I would have told him, hey, this Brandon guy, that you're watching. I know people think, a statement like this would be BS, but to tell you the truth, your program has absolutely 100% changed my life. I've hired my mom. It's changing my mom's life. I went from when I joined the program last year at 50K GCI, then I closed the year at 100 after joining your program. And then this year, obviously, we're, into 6 figures again. It's completely changed the trajectory of how my life's going to go. So I would tell him to get his ass on his computer and then book an appointment with you right away, because you're out here changing people's lives. I mean, I've gone on a cruise with people in your program, for God's sakes. Like I've met people, like-minded people. So there's not really much more I had to say about it than that.
Well, man, hearing you say that, right? I mean, it's just, certainly I appreciate it, but it's someone's life's work, right? Manifesting another person. And that's what I feel like we're all here to do. That's why we're all here on this planet, right? Is to serve others and just manifest in different ways. But I appreciate the kind words, and you have the hard part. You're the one there putting in the work and executing on what it is I'm asking you to do. And so as a result, you're getting these results. And so from a GCI perspective in your market, these 9 listings, how much in GCI have you been able to accumulate? I know you're already earning, a nice 6-figure, multi-6-figure income, but just in the last 30 days from a GCI perspective, what does that look like in totality?
So these are all going to be on the market here pretty soon. So you're saying, like, what would that look like? 9 listings in my market? I mean,
yeah.
One of them is a higher price. I mean, we're talking anywhere between 40 and 60,000.
Yeah, it's great. It's amazing. It's amazing. Well, dude, we really appreciate it. If people have questions for you, or if you've said something that other agents found inspiring, can they connect with you online somewhere, Facebook or Instagram?
Yeah, 100%. They can, I believe let me see what my Facebook's just Anthony Ramirez or Ramirez Real Estate on Facebook. But they can, if you want, you can add my information in the link or something if you want me to email that to you.
Yeah, that'd be great. I'll just put your Facebook profile link in the description underneath this video. So if you guys want to connect with Tony, he's a good resource. And dude, I appreciate you very much for doing this, truly.
Yeah, well, thanks for having me on, man. I actually was going to tell you this, that it was one of my goals back in 2021. I'm like, you know what? I want to be on this show at some point someday. So it's good that I finally got to be on and talk to you. So definitely awesome, man. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll talk to you soon. All right.
All right. Sounds good, man.